Peerless Douluo, who let him join Shrek. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 is too dangerous. Too dangerous. When the evil fire entered his body, Jiang Ming clearly felt that his meridians were being burnt by a hot breath. The feeling made him frown. But if it was just this burning feeling, Jiang Ming could still hold on. However, as time goes by, more and more evil fire enters, and the evil hot breath becomes more unbearable than this burning feeling. This Jiang Ming frowned. This feeling was really troubling. The heat of the evil fire has an aura that stimulates certain instincts in the human body. For Jiang Ming, a person with strong blood, and even stronger blood than ordinary people due to his martial soul, it is really a bit challenging. Fortunately, Jiang Ming is now in a combined state. In this state, the soul power in his body is not the pure soul power of the Golden Heart, but the ice attribute soul power of Xiao Bing. If it was the soul power of the Golden Heart martial spirit, then he must have made a fool of himself at this moment. Junior brother, what are you doing? Bringing evil fire into your body. Although Jiang Ming and Ma Xiao's bodies were wrapped in ice crystals, with Yan Xiao's strength, he could see through the ice crystals of the situation inside. He could clearly see that Jiang Ming's right hand was still continuously outputting ice attribute soul power into Ma Xiao's body to suppress the evil fire. But he let go of his left hand, allowing the soul power in Ma Xiao's body to enter his body. The left hand is hot and the right hand is cold. With Yan Xiao's eyesight, he could naturally see that Jiang Ming was using his body as a filter. Let the evil fire in Ma Xiao's soul power be filtered through the ice attribute breath in his body, and then sent back. Yan Xiao knew that this method had a better effect on the evil fire than suppressing it directly. But this means that Jiang Ming must also endure the burning of the evil fire. Yan Xiao knows the power of the evil fire, and it is not an ordinary pain. Sure enough, under the ice crystal layer, Jiang Ming's ice-white face gradually began to turn rosy. It was not a normal rosy complexion, but a flush with rising energy and blood. Along with it, there was a painful look on Jiang Ming's face. His soul power was indeed stronger than Ma Xiao's, but at this moment, Ma Xiao was in a state where the evil fire had destroyed his sanity. His body, and Ma Xiao's body, now needed to be controlled by him. This kind of multi-threaded operation is already laborious enough. In addition, Jiang Ming's own spiritual sea has problems. At this time, the evil fire comes to temper his will again. With multiple buffs stacked up, Jiang Ming felt like he was reaching his limit. It's very uncomfortable, really uncomfortable. Master, let's forget it. This evil fire is very difficult to bear, Xiao Bing persuaded. The effect of evil fire on Jiang Ming is much stronger than that of ordinary soul masters. He has strong energy and blood, and when he is provoked by this evil fire, the feeling from above almost destroys his sanity. No, this just caused a little bit of evil fire. The evil fire in Xiao's body has not reached a safe range yet. I have to persist a little longer. Jiang Ming's face was already red. The ground was about to burn, and the ice crystals covering his body were constantly being sublimated, then covered with new layers of ice crystals, and then sublimated again. The sublimated ice crystals turned into white mist, forming another hazy barrier around the two of them. Yan Xiao sighed and was anxious in his heart. He could see Jiang Ming's flushed face in the ice crystal, but he couldn't interfere. Even if he is the top powerhouse in the mainland who has cultivated up to Super Douluo, he still feels powerless at this moment. However, after carefully observing Jiang Ming's condition, Yan Xiao looked at Ma Xiao, then at Jiang Ming, and silently made a decision in his heart. He waved his hand and used his soul power to seal the entire cave. Afterwards, Yan Xiao took a deep look at the two of them and murmured, "I hope I didn't do anything wrong today." After saying that, he left the cave directly. In this situation, Ma Xiao's evil fire is definitely under control, but what will happen next? He is not suitable to be there. In the cave, as time went by, more and more evil fires were contained in Jiang Ming's body, which had begun to affect his mind. Not even close, not even close. Jiang Ming's eyes were red, full of hate and desire, but there was still a hint of clarity deep in his eyes. "You're just a step away from riding a horse. Come out." Jiang Ming's right hand shook violently, and a powerful ice attributed soul power rushed directly towards him. Entered Mazaya Ateo's body. The evil fire in Mazaya Ateo's body rushed towards Jiang Ming's body through the gap left by Jiang Ming. This surge doesn't matter, it directly dissipates Jiang Ming's hard-fought rationality. The next moment, Jiang Ming's eyes were red, and the blood and evil fire in his body burst out at the same time, instantly melting the ice crystals on him and Mazaya Ateo. Like a beast in heat, he pounced towards Mazaya Ateo. Just when Jiang Ming pounced on Mazaya Ateo, grabbed Mazaya Ateo's clothes, and wanted to tear them into pieces, an extremely cold force instantly enveloped them both. Absolutely frozen, when Mazaya Ateo and Jiang Ming were frozen into ice cubes, Xiao Bing broke away from Jiang Ming's body. The moment Jiang Ming's reason was washed away by the evil fire, he couldn't control his soul power. Fortunately, Jiang Ming also realized that something was wrong with his body, and before losing his mind, he asked Xiao Bing to act accordingly. "Oh, it's so dangerous. Master, you are really playing with fire," Xiao Bing said and wiped a handful of sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, he stopped the master's crazy behavior in time, otherwise, the master would definitely lose his virginity today. Too dangerous. Too dangerous. Fortunately, we have it under control. Next, we will eliminate the evil fire from the master, and the master will be fine. Where did that uncle go? Only then did Xiao Bing realize that Yan Xiao's was no longer here. He was confused for a moment, but he didn't think much about it. The most important thing now is to help his master eliminate the evil fire from his body. It is very troublesome to resolve the evil fire in Mazaya Ateo's body. After all, the evil fire is a problem with Mazaya Ateo's martial soul and cannot be resolved. But it's much easier to handle inside Jiang Ming's body. If you want to eliminate external forces, the difficulty level will plummet. Soon, Xiao Bing cleaned up all the evil fire in Jiang Ming's body and returned to Jiang Ming's spiritual sea. As time passed, the chill in the cave gradually dissipated, and the white mist dispersed, revealing the two people on the 1,000-year-old black ice. Absolute ice had already disbanded after Xiao Bing eliminated the evil fire. Due to the inertia of his previous movements, Jiang Ming's body fell on Mazaya Ateo's body. Not long after, Jiang Ming woke up. By coincidence, Mazaya Ateo, who had been put into coma by the evil fire, woke up at the same time. The two woke up and looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. But the next moment, they noticed the problem of their current status. Mazaya Ateo looked at Jiang Ming, who was lying on top of her, still holding on to her clothes, and her pupils shrank suddenly. "Jiang Ming, what are you doing?" Almost subconsciously, Mazaya Ateo stretched out his hands and pushed Jiang Ming away with all his strength. This push doesn't matter. Jiang Ming has just woken up. Naturally, he was subconsciously trying to grab something after being pushed so hard. And he was indeed holding something in his hand. To be precise, grab Mazaya Ateo's clothes. Tear it apart. How can clothes that have been tortured by high temperatures and extreme cold withstand such force? Even if Mazaya Ateo is wearing the inner courtyard disciples' clothes, which are high-end goods, she still can't withstand being made like this. End of this chapter. Chapter 127. Senior brother, save me. Almost in an instant, Mazaya Ateo's red inner courtyard clothes were torn off by Jiang Ming's hands, and because he lost his mind when the evil fire got the better of him, Jiang Ming at that time was really grabbed all Mazaya Ateo's clothes. In addition, because when he controlled the evil fire, his clothes were soaked with sweat, Jiang Ming also covered Mazaya Ateo's body with ice breath when he suppressed the evil fire. This caused all the clothes on Mazaya Ateo to stick together. So, with this tear, the entire piece of clothing was torn off. For a moment, time and space froze, and his eyes were dull. This Jiang Ming looked at the clothes in his hands and subconsciously glanced in Mazaya Ateo's direction. At this glance, how should I put it, I saw almost everything that should be seen and what should not be seen. Douluo. Jiang Ming had never seen such a scene before. After taking a look at it, everyone was stunned. Mazaya Ateo felt the extremely cool feeling on her body, and her whole body felt bad. Especially when she saw Jiang Ming actually looking towards her, her pupils shrank sharply, and the blush on her face that had disappeared because the evil fire had been suppressed suddenly appeared. Not only did it come up, it was even more rosy than when the evil fire took over, just like the red Fuji apple. Close your eyes, Mazaya Ateo almost bit her lip and shouted in a very angry but trembling voice. "See no way. I've been exposed. Jiang Ming came to his senses immediately after being yelled at by Ma Xiaotao. He closed his eyes for a moment, then quickly turned around, facing away from Ma Xiaotao. However, after closing his eyes and turning around, the scene just now kept reappearing in his mind. I can only say that it has no effect at all. What the hell is this? Jiang Ming was in a state of confusion at the moment, his golden heart beating loudly, as if there were countless soul beasts in his heart. It's like it's constantly pounding, and I can't calm down for a long time. Seeing Jiang Ming turn around, the expression on Ma Xiaotao's face softened slightly. She quickly took off the torn fabrics on her body, took out another set of clothes from the storage soul guide, and put them on as quickly as possible. During this process, she kept her eyes on Jiang Ming, for fear that Jiang Ming would suddenly turn around and look back. Ma Xiaotao changed clothes quickly, but for the two of them, this short time to change clothes was so long. Jiang Ming felt that a century had passed, and there were many thoughts flashing through his mind now, many. But they are all a mess of pictures, mixed with the pictures they just saw. Period. Very messy. It's really messy. When he was attacked with mental power by the leader of the undead army before, his mind was not so messed up. What to do? What to do? Jiang Ming kept asking himself in his heart, but he still couldn't give an answer. Obviously, whether it was an accident or not, intentional or not, he looked at Ma Xiaotao's body and it was a fact. Am I responsible for this? Jiang Ming seemed to see two villains arguing constantly on both sides of his head. The little man on the left exuding holy light said, "Of course you have to take responsibility. You have seen this person's body, and the reputation of a woman is as good as heaven. Is it possible that you want to be a scumbag?" The villain with a magic light on the right said, "Responsible? Responsible for what?" Just glanced at her twice. Is she missing a piece of flesh or something? It's not like she did something substantial and no one was killed, so why should she be responsible? If she doesn't take responsibility like this, she's a scumbag. Then there are too many scumbags in this world. Holy light villain, you've seen this person's body. Magic light villain, I just saw it, it was just an accident. What should I do? I also helped her suppress the evil fire and saved her life. Why did you look twice? Stop arguing. Jiang Ming felt that these two villains were really annoying. He was already in a state of confusion, but this quarrel made his mind even more confused. Jiang Ming slapped the two villains away, and then took a few deep breaths, trying to do some psychological construction. First of all, what happened has happened. He did see it, and because of the distance, he saw it clearly. It's nothing to say, you have to admit it. But how to deal with this matter? This is a big problem. You need to think twice before you act, you need to think about it, you need to make careful judgment, you need to, have you seen it all, Jiang Ming was in the process of psychological construction and thinking about the 108 steps to solve this matter, when a suppressed anger and trembling voice sounded behind him. Period. His body froze, and the facial features on his masculine and handsome face suddenly wrinkled together. I haven't figured out what to do yet. It's over, I just thought about the 36 solution steps, how come I forgot all about it? Exclamation mark. Jiang Ming's heart was in turmoil, and even the Sea of Spirit experienced certain fluctuations, which confused the elves who were still fighting against the evil spiritual power in the Sea of Spirit. What's going on? Since they entered Jiang Ming's spiritual sea, they have never seen such strange fluctuations in the Master's spiritual sea. Jiang Ming turned around slowly, with a hesitant expression on his face. Well, if I say I didn't see it, would you believe it? Jiang Ming asked tentatively, but he knew that this was nonsense. He was still holding Ma Xiaotao's clothes in his hand. He was looking at each other at that time. How could he not see it? What do you think? Ma Xiaotao's beautiful eyes flashed with anger and shyness. Although her personality is relatively aggressive, it does not mean that she can put this kind of don't take things to heart. Well, I did see it. Jiang Ming closed his eyes and nodded, but then declared, but this is really an accident. You have to believe me, I really didn't mean it. Moreover, if you hadn't pushed me, this should from an objective fact perspective, what Jiang Ming said is correct. After all, if Ma Xiaotao had not pushed him, the clothes would not have been torn apart. But then again, if Jiang Ming hadn't pounced on Ma Xiaotao wouldn't have pushed him away. But then again, Jiang Ming wouldn't have introduced the evil fire into his body if he hadn't helped Ma Xiaotao dissolve the evil fire. But then again, if not okay. In short, accidents are accidents, but facts are also facts. So, this is still my fault. The anger in Ma Xiaotao's eyes grew stronger. Without saying a word, she reached out and hit Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming's body reflexively reached out to block and blocked Ma Xiaotao's hand. Then, Jiang Ming saw tears shining in Ma Xiaotao's eyes. You looked at my body, and you hit me. For a moment, Jiang Ming felt as if he had committed a heinous crime, and death was not enough to atone for it. But after this moment, Jiang Ming realized that he had obviously done nothing. I just blocked your hand and then grabbed it with my backhand. Did I hit you? Did I really fight? Seeing the tears in Ma Xiaotao's eyes, Jiang Ming began to doubt whether the hand was his own. I didn't. How could I hit you? Jiang Ming explained quickly and let go of Ma Xiaotao's hand. But Jiang Ming, who lacked emotional experience, ignored one very important thing. That is, an angry woman, especially a woman who is still angry after suffering a loss, will probably not be able to listen to any explanation. No, as soon as Jiang Ming let go of his hand, Ma Xiaotao punched him directly. The body's instinctive fighting consciousness wanted to fight back, but Jiang Ming forcibly suppressed it. You can't fight at this time, you absolutely can't fight. When this fight begins, things will get serious. But if you can't fight back, what should you do in the face of Ma Xiaotao's attack? He felt it. Ma Xiaotao didn't hold back in this attack. Although with his physical strength, he could withstand this level of attack, it was still very painful. After thinking for a second, Jiang Ming finally decided run. Yes, run. If you can't explain or fight back, why should you stay where you are and be Ma Xiaotao's sandbag? That must be impossible. After finding a way to break the situation, Jiang Ming ignored Ma Xiaotao's attack and simply ran away. Jiang Ming, stop, seeing Jiang Ming running away, Ma Xiaotao immediately chased after him. The situation is like this. With her character, it is impossible for her to suffer such a loss. She must give an explanation. Stop? Stop and get beaten? I'm not sick, Jiang Ming looked at the girl behind him who was like a fiery demon, and he didn't dare to stop the movements of his feet. With a big jump, Jiang Ming dodged Ma Xiaotao's phoenix line of fire and ran towards the cave exit. Stop for me. Ma Xiaotao was still chasing after her closely, with a pair of flaming phoenix wings behind her. With a bonus of flying, it was even better than Jiang Ming's current one. Even faster. I'm going. So fast, Jiang Ming's eyes widened, and his two long legs ran out of the afterimage. Taking a big step, he rushed out of the cave. After running out of the cave, the problem arises. Where to go? Poseidon Island is so big, where can he go? Suddenly, Jiang Ming saw Yan Xiao standing not far away. In an instant, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, Ma Xiaotao is Yan Xiao's disciple. He will definitely be able to calm Ma Xiaotao down. Jiang Ming shouted quickly. Senior brother! Senior brother! Senior brother, save me, senior brother! He used exaggerated shouts to attract Yan Xiao's attention, and ran harder to Yan Xiao's side. At this time, Yan Xiao was still feeling melancholy about a decision he had made not long ago. He didn't know whether it was the right thing to put Ma Xiaotao's happiness on Jiang Ming, nor did he know what impact will this have on the future of Jiang Ming and Ma Xiaotao. However, regardless of feelings, just look at safety and the future. This is the right decision. Ma Xiaotao's evil fire is almost impossible to cure. The only way Yan Xiao's and the martial arts department can think of is to let Ma Xiaotao find a soul master with an ice attribute martial soul to partner with him. In this way, it can at least be ensured that Ma Xiaotao's life will not be in danger due to the outbreak of evil fire in the future. Ma Xiaotao has been enduring the evil fire for 9 years since her martial soul awakened. The special nature of the evil fire, enduring it for 9 years, what a painful experience it was. Moreover, Jiang Ming's talent is unique even in Shrek Academy, where there are many geniuses. The two of them becoming partners will be of great benefit to Xiaotao from all aspects. Of course, Yan Xiao also knows that the relationship between Jiang Ming and Ma Xiaotao has not reached that point yet. It's just that feelings can be cultivated, but you only live once. Xiaotao, if you want to blame the teacher. Of course he knew what would happen if Jiang Ming, who had entered the evil fire in his body, and Ma Xiaotao, who is himself possessed by the evil fire, were left alone. What? Yan Xiao looked at the sky, feeling inexplicably sad. At this moment, Yan Xiao's heard Jiang Ming's voice. Senior brother! Senior brother! Senior brother, please save me, senior brother! Yan Xiao's looked back and found that it was Jiang Ming calling him, and he looked very panicked, as if he was being it's the same as chasing anyone. Jiang Ming, you can't run away. Stop. I'm going to beat you to death. Yan Xiao saw that behind Jiang Ming, his disciple Ma Ziaotao was activating his martial spirit and chasing after him crazily. He could feel that the evil fire power in Ma Ziaotao's evil fire phoenix spirit was already very little. Obviously, the evil fire was vented. As for the current scene, Yan Xiao's, as a veteran in love, can naturally imagine what the situation is like. The matter between men and women, coupled with the strong character of his disciple, this scene is absolutely normal. Yan Xiao's, who already knew that the two of them were in love, sighed and looked at Jiang Ming, who was running in front of him. At this time, Jiang Ming had already arrived in front of Yan Xiao's, with a look on his face that he had found a savior. Senior brother, your disciple is too fierce, help me, as he said that, Jiang Ming wanted to hide behind Yan Xiao's and let Yan Xiao's persuade Ma Ziaotao to calm down. Unexpectedly, Yan Xiao's reached out and pressed his shoulder, and said with a serious expression, Junior brother, although Ziaotao has a bit of a tough temper, she is a good girl. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment. He saw Ma Ziaotao behind him and was about to catch up. He nodded quickly. Yes, she is a good girl, so senior brother you are still junior brother. Suddenly, Yan Xiao solemnly held Jiang Ming's shoulders. He said in a deep voice, Ziaotao is a good girl. Since you are already senior brothers, I will leave her to you. You must treat her well and not bully her. Do you understand? When Jiang Ming heard this, his head suddenly didn't turn around. Huh? Bullying her? It's not you, senior brother Phoenix Firewire, Ma Ziaotao shouted, and a flame ray flew directly towards Jiang Ming. The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth kept twitching, and he pointed at the line of fire behind him, saying with a wry smile, Brother, who is bullying whom? And how do you feel about what you say? Didn't wait? After Jiang Ming finished speaking, Yan Xiao's glanced at the line of fire behind Jiang Ming. He didn't say anything more, but patted Jiang Ming's shoulder meaningfully, as if he had been given some heavy responsibility. Then, Yan Xiao's took off directly on the spot and disappeared in front of Jiang Ming. Senior brother, don't leave. Please save junior brother's life first. Yan Xiao's did not respond. Jiang Ming is numb, completely numb. End of this chapter. Chapter 128 Playful Ma Ziaotao, The Forgotten Treasure. Jiang Ming's call for help had no effect. Not only did it have no effect, it actually delayed his escape. I'm so shocked. This is just messing with me, okay? Exclamation mark. Phoenix Firewire has reached his feet and he can only continue running. But where can this place, Poseidon Island, go? No, go to the outer courtyard. Jiang Ming glanced at the outer courtyard on the other side of Poseidon Lake, and immediately started running towards Poseidon Lake. Although he is only the sole emperor now and does not have the ability to stay in the air, he can still rush through as long as he is fast enough. Drifting on water with King Guang, Jiang Ming shouted, trying to use her long-lost stunt. It is said that once this move is used, any river, lake or sea can be easily traversed. This mere Poseidon Lake is naturally not a problem. Unfortunately, Jiang Ming ignored one thing. He doesn't know how yet. Yes, even if he has tried every martial art from his previous life that he can remember in the past 2 or 3 years, it is a pity that I have not yet succeeded in light water floating. As Jiang Ming stepped out step by step, the water waves exploded, countless water ripples rippled around, and his feet began to sink into the water. At this moment, Jiang Ming wished that the legendary kung fu of being able to fly into the sky by stepping on the left foot with the right foot was true. But unfortunately, this goes against the principles of physics and is nonsense. So, before he ran very far, half of Jiang Ming's body had already entered the water. Ma Ziaotao in the back, because of her martial soul advantage, spread her phoenix wings and flew directly against the surface of Poseidon Lake. In less than a minute, Ma Ziaotao had already caught up. Jiang Ming, let's see how you run away now. Ma Ziaotao glared and was about to swoop down and give Jiang Ming a good beating. Jiang Ming was extremely anxious when he saw Ma Ziaotao approaching fiercely. But at this time, half of his body was already in the water. He couldn't go to the sky or walk on the water, so he had to. Jiang Ming's heart was cruel, and he plunged into Poseidon Lake with a sudden movement. To be honest, although Jiang Ming has lived in Qingshu City since he was a child, Qingshu City is no longer the city with the Qingshu River before. It is now close to the extreme north, and all water sources have turned into ice. Period. So, although Jiang Ming can swim, his level is not very good. Hide in the water and want to run away, it's a beautiful idea. Mazaya Ateo was patrolling Poseidon Lake. Jiang Ming was diving in Poseidon Lake and must have come out for air. As soon as he comes out, she will catch Jiang Ming, take him to heaven, and teach him a lesson. Jiang Ming lurked in the water, and through his blurred vision, he saw that Mazaya Ateo did not give up and kept guarding on the lake, and he was complaining in his heart. This woman is really cool. Jiang Ming smiled bitterly in his heart, then stretched his body and slowly swam towards the shore. Although his swimming skills are not very good and his speed is very slow, his golden heart spirit is still very advantageous in holding his breath. I can probably hold on with this breath. Probably Jiang Ming swam towards the shore little by little, but Mazaya Ateo did not find Jiang Ming after a patrol. She frowned and rushed directly into Poseidon Lake from the air. The hot flames evaporated the lake water, and countless bubbles emerged from Poseidon Lake, covering the space around Mazaya Ateo. Seeing this, Mazaya Ateo quickly put away his martial spirit, and the surrounding lake returned to its original state. She widened her eyes and anxiously searched for Jiang Ming's figure in the lake. However, in just such a short time, Jiang Ming had already swam far away, at least in her sight. Jiang Ming could no longer be found. Mazaya Ateo couldn't see Jiang Ming and subconsciously wanted to call out, but she forgot that she was in the water now. When she opened her mouth, a large mouthful of lake water poured into her mouth, which made her choke uncomfortably. If this were an ordinary person, he would probably choke and faint. But Mazaya Ateo is a soul master after all, and a soul master at the Soul King level. Her physical fitness is very strong. After taking a sip of water, she can continue to move underwater. After a few minutes, Mazaya Ateo couldn't hold in her breath anymore and quickly came up for air. She looked at the calm lake and shouted, "Jiang Ming, where did you die?" It happened that Jiang Ming also surfaced at this time to change. Angry, he heard Mazaya Ateo's voice and shouted loudly, "Senior nephew, please stop chasing me, uncle, I really didn't mean it." Mazaya Ateo followed the sound and saw Jiang Ming on the water in the distance. She couldn't help but feel relieved. Although she knew that Jiang Ming, a soul emperor, would not drown in the water, she was still a little worried. "I don't care if you did it on purpose. Wait, I have to teach you a lesson today." Mazaya Ateo jumped out of the water, spread her phoenix wings again, and flew towards Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming had already swam to the shore. Seeing Mazaya Ateo chasing after him again, he hurriedly swam ashore and ran towards the outer courtyard. "Jiang Ming, stop." Mazaya Ateo folded her phoenix wings and stood on the shore, looking at Jiang Ming's back. Jiang Ming's body stiffened, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He turned around, his whole body wet, and looked at Mazaya Ateo, whose clothes had been dried by the phoenix flames. He smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it, I'm tired of running, so I won't run. If you can calm down by hitting me twice, then let's do it." The moment he landed, he realized that the accident had happened and it was not a problem to hide from Mazaya Ateo. If a beating can solve the problem, it would be better to end it once and for all. "You think I don't dare to hit you, do you?" Mazaya Ateo took 2 steps forward and punched Jiang Ming. The punch was so powerful that Jiang Ming saw the flames on Mazaya Ateo's fist, and the high temperature burned the air. It is conceivable that if this punch was received, with the powerful flames of the evil fire phoenix, even his current strength body would definitely be burned. But Jiang Ming still controlled his body's instinctive reaction and did not take action to counterattack. The hot breath was getting closer and closer, and most of the water stains on Jiang Ming's body were instantly evaporated. But in the end, the punch still did not land on Jiang Ming. "Why don't you hide?" Mazaya Ateo stood in front of Jiang Ming and said calmly. Jiang Ming looked at Mazaya Ateo's burning fist in front of him, without the slightest fear in his eyes. "If you can calm down after punching me, then I don't think there is any need to hide." True thoughts? Rather than being chased by Mazaya Ateo, it would be better to take this punch. Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. But Mazaya Ateo didn't have this idea in mind. She looked at Jiang Ming in front of her, the angry look in her eyes gradually became a little complicated. "You have a beautiful idea. This punch is not enough to calm my aunt and me down. Ma Xiaotao snorted and actually retracted her fist. Jiang Ming was a little surprised when he felt the hot breath dissipate. He was already prepared to get injured first, and then let Xiao Ling come out to heal him, and solve this matter directly. Why don't we stop fighting? Is there another game where I run away and you chase me, but I can't fly without my wings? What do you want? Jiang Ming frowned. He really didn't quite understand the girl's thoughts, and he didn't quite understand Ma Xiaotao's thoughts either. Ma Xiaotao rolled her eyes, with a slight smile on her face. I want you to owe me, always owe me. When I want to beat you, I will beat you again. Hearing this, Jiang Ming instantly felt his whole body it's all bad. Oh my god. Are girls so good at playing these days? Are you so torturous? It's better not to say goodbye. You can just hit me. I'll bear it. It'll be over after the beating. Let's fight. Jiang Ming directly took the initiative to join in. He didn't want to think about it all day long. Take this beating. This is worse than being in debt, etc. In debt? Jiang Ming seemed to have thought of something. He quickly took out Ma Xiaotao's debt record book from the storage soul guide, thinking about using this thing to write it off. But after he took it out, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. Going into debt and selling yourself, isn't this considered prostitution? No, this won't work. Jiang Ming quickly collected the debt ledger. But what to do now? Jiang Ming was a little confused, and Ma Xiaotao caught it with sharp eyes when Jiang Ming took out the account book. The smile at the corner of her mouth quietly disappeared, then she looked at Jiang Ming and said in a deep voice, I will pay back the money I owe you. Don't think about using this to offset it. I don't agree. After saying that, Ma Xiaotao glared at Jiang Ming, spread out her phoenix wings, and flew towards Poseidon Island Go. Looking at Ma Xiaotao's retreating figure, Jiang Ming felt relieved but also quite helpless. What the hell is this? Shaking his head, Jiang Ming used his soul power to completely dry the water stains on his clothes, and walked step by step towards the freshman dormitory building in the outer courtyard. Far away, Jiang Ming saw Mr. Mew still sitting on the deck chair, enjoying the quiet time under the shade of the tree. When Jiang Ming approached, Mr. Mew opened his eyes slightly and asked softly, You look very tired, how are you doing? The corner of Jiang Ming's mouth twitched slightly, and he also took out a recliner and lay down on it. The situation is very good. I have neutralized part of Xiao Tao's evil fire and suppressed it with the ice attribute. It is estimated that it will not break out again for a long time. Jiang Ming responded softly. Thank you for your hard work. Not even the Academy can do anything about this child Xiao Tao's evil fire, Mr. Mew sighed slightly and said helplessly. There is actually a solution to the evil fire in the Ma Xiaotao family. Among the first generation of Shrek 7 monsters thousands of years ago, Ma Xiaotao's ancestor Ma Hongjin also had the evil fire phoenix spirit, but later the spirit evolved and got rid of the evil fire trouble. However, how Ma Hongjin's ancestor got rid of the evil fire was not recorded. The college doesn't have a solution? Could it be that even the college can't find the coxcomb phoenix sunflower? Jiang Ming asked with some confusion. Actually, he wanted to ask when he helped Ma Xiaotao suppress the evil fire for the first time. In his memory, Ma Hongjin directly got rid of the trouble of evil fire after taking the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. The impurities in the phoenix flame were filtered out. With the strength of Shrek Academy, which is now the #1 academy in the mainland, how could it not be found coxcomb phoenix sunflower? What is that? Mr. Mew asked in return. Huh? Hearing Mr. Mew's rhetorical question, Jiang Ming was a little confused. Mr. Mew doesn't know about coxcomb, phoenix and sunflower? Is there no record of the ice and fire eyes in the academy? Jiang Ming was full of doubts, but after careful thinking, he seemed to be able to understand. Yes, Tang San seemed to have searched through all the ice and fire eyes at the beginning, although he left the seeds behind, and it took 10,000 years. But if there is a record of the two eyes of ice and fire, there is no guarantee that someone will not take away those fairy grasses in advance. Therefore, the news about the ice and fire eyes must have been blocked. In other words, it was not recorded deliberately. In 10,000 years, the information about the ice and fire eyes disappeared on the continent as time went by. So that's it, Jiang Ming understood something in his heart. Xiao Ming, is the coxcomb phoenix sunflower you mentioned a kind of plant spirit beast? Is it the evil fire that can purify Xiao Tao's martial spirit? Mu Leo is such a good person, Jiang Ming just said a name and he almost guessed it. Jiang Ming nodded and said, "Well, teacher, I read it in an ancient book, Mahongjin. The martial spirit of Mahongjin, the ancestor of Mahongjin, is also the evil fire phoenix. The evil fire was purified by taking a fairy grass called coxcomb phoenix sunflower, and became the truly pure phoenix flame." Hearing this, Mr. Mew's cloudy eyes condensed. As for the records of the first-generation Shrek 7 Devils, no more complete information can be found in the entire continent and Shrek Academy. Even so, the Academy did not record this matter. The ancient book Jiang Ming mentioned actually recorded it. Mr. Mew couldn't believe it. But Jiang Ming's tone didn't sound like he was just talking. "Let me have someone look for it. If the coxcomb phoenix sunflower you mentioned can really purify Xia Ateo's evil fire, then it can be regarded as solving one of your senior brother's worries," Mr. Mew said in a deep voice. Jiang Ming hummed softly, and then lay down on the recliner to rest. Suppressing the evil fire from Xia Ateo made him very tired. The condition of the spiritual sea was not very good, and Xia Ateo chased him all the way. "Rest, rest quickly." When Jiang Ming woke up, it was already night. Through the leaves, Jiang Ming could see the stars in the sky. This was a scene that was hard to see in his previous life. Next, Jiang Ming murmured and took out a booklet from the storage soul guide. Opening the booklet and looking at the name in the booklet, Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with a rare sternness. "I am already the Soul Emperor, soon he has never forgotten his hatred, the hatred of his parents, how dare he forget?" However, the recent news came that this bastard's cultivation level has broken through the title Douluo level. If he wants to take revenge, even if he has twin martial souls, they are still top-notch martial souls. He must reach the Soul Saint level before he has a chance. He is not a fool. If he seeks revenge against a title Douluo before he develops, he is seeking death. Jiang Ming looked at the stars in the sky with a very determined expression on his face. "Although I only have a limited memory of 1 year with you, you should watch it carefully in the sky. Within 5 years, I will definitely avenge you." He has this confidence. In 5 years, with the speed of his cultivation, he might even reach Soul Douluo. By then, it is not impossible to kill an evil soul master with the title of Douluo. After a few minutes, Jiang Ming put away the booklet and calmed down his emotions. He has kept this incident in his mind for many years. Naiheng and his wife also thought about avenging Jiang Ming's parents, but they were not strong enough. When Jiang Ming's parents were killed, the murderer was already a strong Contra practitioner. Otherwise, Jiang Ming's parents were also strong men at the level of Soul Saint and Soul Emperor, and they would not have died on the battlefield so easily. Now that the murderer is already a powerful man at the level of title Douluo, there is basically no hope for Naiheng and his wife to take revenge. But that doesn't matter, he still has to avenge his parents by himself. After watching the stars alone for a while, Jiang Ming stood up and looked at the freshman dormitory building in front of him with some emotion. He didn't live in this dormitory for long, probably no more than half a year at most, before he was pulled over by the Soul Guidance Department. Now that I think about it, I feel a little regretful. But now the freshman dormitory building is no longer the same batch of freshmen they used to be, and they can no longer enter. After thinking about it, Jiang Ming put away the recliner and walked towards the Soul Guidance Department. Although he is a disciple of the Inner Courtyard, he has never lived in the Inner Courtyard, so there is no room for him on Poseidon Island. As for the dormitory building here in the Martial Arts Department, it seems that there is no place for him to live. But there is a place for him to sleep in the top secret laboratory in the Soul Guidance Department. However, after arriving at the top secret laboratory of the Soul Guidance Department and seeing the Soul Masters who were still busy at night, Jiang Ming instantly fell asleep. "What to sleep on? You just took a nap, can you still sleep now? Just start doing it. Teacher Chen, come, let me help you." Jiang Ming walked to an older Soul Master and started to stay up all night today. Time flies quickly, and life in Shrek Academy is still going on in an orderly manner. Students in the outer courtyard have to go to class when they get up in the morning to enrich their knowledge in class. There is a lot of knowledge that needs to be learned about Soul Masters, martial souls, soul power cultivation, introduction to soul beasts, age determination, and other miscellaneous things. As the #1 Soul Master Academy in the mainland, Shrek Academy's research on martial arts and soul beasts is definitely the best in the entire continent in terms of comprehensive level. Including the Sun and Moon Empire, although they are far ahead of the 3 major empires in Shrek Academy in terms of soul guides, in terms of martial arts, they are indeed unable to compare with Shrek, Who has 10,000 years of foundation? Learning will always be accompanied by pain. Even if the students in Shrek Academy are geniuses among their peers, they cannot be interested in all knowledge and will always encounter the part they don't want to learn. Period. Just like Jiang Ming didn't like English when he was studying in his previous life. But there is no way. The reality is here, you have to learn even if you don't want to. Society is cruel, and a place like the Soul Master world where fighting is the main theme will only become more cruel. Now that you are at Shrek Academy, even if there are things you don't want to learn, who would be willing to fall behind? Furthermore, those who are behind the Shrek Academy crane will be eliminated. You have come in, but if you are eliminated, it would be a bit embarrassing to say it out. So, everyone can only study hard. In this atmosphere of hard study, Jiang Ming ran to Zhou Yi's classroom and dozed off. I helped Teacher Chen last night. Oh, he was a 7th level soul engineer from the Soul Guidance Department. He helped Teacher Chen make some soul guides and worked on them all night. If this had been left in the past, with his ability, there would be no pressure at all. But now, it's different. The production of a soul guide is a very energy-consuming task, but unfortunately, the problems in his current spiritual sea have not yet been solved. After staying up all night, Jiang Ming didn't feel anything yet. But when he walked to the teaching building and wanted to listen to Teacher Zhou's lecture, just listen to it. Just the first sentence. Crack. I slept directly on the table. He slept so deeply that even if an earthquake came, he might not be able to wake him up. While Jiang Ming was soundly asleep, a student behind him couldn't hold himself any longer. Why? Because he wants to sleep too. But he didn't dare. If you dare to sleep in Zhou Yi's class, you are simply asking for death. He had already discovered that Jiang Ming was sleeping in class, but he did not say anything, but waited for Teacher Zhou Yi to wake Jiang Ming up. With Teacher Zhou Yi's temper, he will definitely give you a run around, stay in school for observation, and be directly expelled in one click. When the time comes, let's see if he regrets sleeping in Teacher Zhou Yi's class. Some people have some bad qualities. If someone else does something they want to do but dare not do, they will feel very unhappy in their hearts. I don't even dare to do it, why do you dare to do it? Exclamation mark. The bravery of others reflects one's own cowardice. Some people will not take this to heart, but some people will hold a grudge because of it. Of course, sleeping in class is a bad habit. Hey, why didn't Teacher Zhou call on the guy in front of me while he was sleeping in class? Finally, the classmate sitting behind Jiang Ming couldn't help it anymore and touched the classmate wearing glasses next to him's shoulder and asked softly. Huh? The classmate was obviously listening to the class very seriously and was a little confused when he was interrupted by the classmates around him. Just him? Why didn't the teacher call his name when he slept in class? The disturbed classmate looked over and found that Jiang Ming was really sleeping. His pupils shrank and his eyes suddenly opened wide. How dare he sleep in Teacher Zhou's class? No, wake him up quickly, otherwise he will probably be expelled by Teacher Zhou. As he said that, the classmate with glasses glanced at Zhou Yi who was writing on the blackboard, and then leaned out to wake Jiang Ming up. The classmate who wanted to sleep frowned. This seemed to be different from the picture he imagined. At this time, should it be the student with the glasses next to him who raised his hand to report to Teacher Zhou and directly said that Jiang Ming was sleeping? Hey, wake up. Wake up. The classmate with glasses poked Jiang Ming in an attempt to wake him up. But unfortunately, Jiang Ming slept like a dead pig. Although he didn't snore, his body remained motionless. Seeing this, the classmate with glasses stretched out his hands and half of his body, trying to push Jiang Ming to wake him up. One push, no push. Second push, still no push. 3 putts. The student with the glasses tried his best, and his face turned red, but Jiang Ming seemed to be connected to the table, and there was no movement at all. What's going on? Why is he so heavy? He can't be pushed at all. My classmates with glasses really can't understand it, they can't understand it at all. He is in the 3rd grade now. Although he is not among the most talented in the class, nor is he an attack-type soul master, he is still a soul master after all. Can't push a classmate? Li Boxun, what are you doing? Suddenly, Zhou Yi's voice sounded in the classroom, with clearly audible anger in his voice. Li Boxun, the classmate wearing glasses, stiffened up and turned his head slowly and mechanically to look at Teacher Zhou on the podium. As for Zhou Yi, after following Li Boxun's arm and seeing Jiang Ming sleeping, his eyes narrowed slightly. She already understood what this scene was about. She knew the people in her class, and in her impression, Lee Bok-soon was a good child who was thirsty for knowledge. At least, during class, you will never be distracted by other things. And now, teacher Joe, I just want to wake him up. Lee Bok-soon stood up straight, but lowered his head and his voice was a little soft. Wake him up. Joe Yi raised his brows, and his thoughts turned out to be true. Lee Bok-soon nodded. He is ready to accept Teacher Joe's punishment. With Teacher Joe's temper, he should be punished by running laps, and the classmate who is still sleeping may be detained in school for probation or even fired. Apart from. Okay, don't worry about him, just learn from yourself and sit down. After saying that, Joe Yi continued to lecture as if nothing had happened. Seeing Joe Yi handle it like this, everyone in the classroom was stunned. No, is this still Snake Teacher Joe Yi? Is this Joe Yi who is strict in teaching, even harsh? This is totally against common sense. Some students even couldn't help but look out the window to see if the sun was coming out of the west today. How else could Joe Yi be so easy to talk to? This is sleeping in class. Sleeping in class. Teacher Joe actually seemed like he didn't see it. What a huge divorce, family members. After being stunned for a moment, everyone in the classroom subconsciously wanted to have a heated discussion to prove that they were right. But before the discussion started, they were all silenced by Joe Yi's sharp eyes. Joe Yi's dominance over this class is incredible. However, although Joe Yi calmed everyone in the class, the students' minds were obviously distracted by Jiang Ming. After only 1 minute of speaking, Joe Yi discovered that there were only a handful of people in the entire classroom who listened carefully. Obviously, Jiang Ming, who slept in class without being punished, aroused the curiosity of all students. In this state, the possibility of getting them to calm down and listen carefully to the lecture is almost zero. Thinking of this, Joe Yi simply stopped talking. Instead, he put down his book and looked at the entire classroom of students. You are curious about why I don't punish this person for sleeping in class? Joe Yi asked in a deep voice, scanning everyone in the class with his cold eyes. The classroom was silent. A few brave ones nodded. But after realizing that only a few people seemed to be nodding, they stopped instantly. Well, you can just say it, now is the time for questions, Joe Yi said softly. As soon as these words came out, several students, whose curiosity had exploded, stretched out their hands. Teacher Joe, why don't you care about this sleeping classmate? Yes, Teacher Joe, can we sleep in class from now on? The eyes of the classmates who want to sleep are shining. Teacher Joe, who is he? At this time, a girl in the class asked a different question. Hearing this question, the students in the classroom were stunned, and then quickly looked at Jiang Ming, who was sleeping. It was then that I realized that although Jiang Ming looked familiar, he didn't seem to have much memory. Teacher, he looks familiar to me. But I just can't remember where I've seen him before, another student asked. Most of the students in the classroom had the same idea. They looked familiar to Jiang Ming, but they just couldn't remember who he was. Does he look familiar? Of course he does. He was originally a student in our class, but he was too good and entered the inner courtyard early. Jiang Ming, does anyone still remember him? The corners of Joe Yi's mouth curled up slightly, outlining a smile. Jiang Ming? Hearing this name, the students in the classroom were all stunned and recalled the name in their minds. A few seconds later, a student with a good memory reacted. Jiang Ming? Isn't that the big devil who provoked the entire outer courtyard when he was in the first grade? As soon as these words came out, a stone struck 1,000 waves. After 2 years, the name Jiang Ming is not very deep in everyone's memory. But the title of Great Demon King has never lost its popularity in the outer courtyard. Back then, one person challenged the entire outer courtyard in the spirit fighting arena. There were more than 100 people from the martial arts and soul guidance systems combined. There were dozens of soul sect level experts among them. All of them were defeated by the big devil. More importantly, this challenge includes group fights. One person challenges a group of people, and no one loses. This horrific record is still weighing on the heads of all the students in the entire outer courtyard. It's actually him. What did Teacher Joe just say? The big devil has entered the inner courtyard. There's nothing surprising about this. The Great Demon King was able to defeat all the seniors in the outer courtyard 2 years ago. Isn't it natural to enter the inner courtyard now? Yes, but the big devil was so scary 2 years ago. Now 2 years have passed. How strong must he be? I don't know. Discussion in the classroom one after another. Even Joe Yi's sharp eyes couldn't suppress it. After waiting for a minute, Joe Yi spoke. Okay, now that you know who he is, you should understand why I ignored him and slept in class, right? She looked at the students in the classroom and said in a deep voice, Jiang Ming had already learned everything he should learn before entering the inner courtyard, and his strength has reached a level that even I can't beat. Period. If you guys want to sleep in class like Jiang Ming, you can. Zhou Yi paused and continued, after all the studies in the outer courtyard knowledge, or beat me, you can sleep in my class as you please, 2 choices, which seems like quite a lot. The reason is also very simple. You don't have to study if you want. After studying and being better than the teacher, it should always be the same. It's just choosing to give is the same as not giving. It is not easy to learn all the knowledge in the outer courtyard. And defeating Zhou Yi, do you really think that everyone is a big devil? Exclamation mark. You know, Zhou Yi is now at the peak level of the Soul King, and will be the Soul Emperor soon. A few of them are in the 3rd grade, and they only have the Soul Master cultivation level. Defeat Zhou Yi? Hit him on the head? Exclamation mark. Sorry, I accidentally pressed copy one more time after typing. I urgently coded another 4,000 words and have already replaced them. Sorry again. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. The 3-year agreement has arrived. Let's hold another Poseidon Pavilion meeting. Why? No one stands up to enjoy this special treatment. The devil has the same style. Zhou Yi's mouth had a hint of a smile, and her face was delicate and soft. Coupled with a smile, it can only be said that it is very lethal. Especially Zhou Yi is also a famous snake and scorpion teacher in the entire outer courtyard, a strict bully. After making this expression, the students in the entire classroom were stunned, and then immediately lowered their heads, sat upright, and looked at the books on the table eager for knowledge. Well, it seems that this knowledge is not that difficult to learn. No, I read a page easily. Hurry up and read another page before get out of class ends. I love learning, learning makes me happy. As for the big devil's equal treatment, what does it mean that virtue is not matched? This is a vivid moment. Do they deserve the same treatment as the big devil? This is a super strong man who has entered the inner courtyard and defeated the entire outer courtyard 2 years ago. If they had this ability, why would they still sleep in class? I will attack the teacher directly. Ahem, that's crazy. Going crazy. The students in the classroom carefully pondered every word in the book, but from the densely packed words between the lines, they could not see the meaning expressed by these words, but saw the meaning in their own hearts. That mess of thoughts? What's wrong? This is. Jiang Ming seemed to have noticed something and woke up from his deep sleep. He looked around him sleepily. When he saw the seats in the classroom and the young faces, he suddenly remembered. I seemed to have come here to listen to Teacher Zhou's lecture, and then accidentally fell asleep? Jiang Ming blinked, feeling somewhat guilty in his heart. As a student who came back from the intense studying period of the senior year of high school in his previous life, Jiang Ming hated sleeping in class. Yes, disgusting. Although the class he was in at that time was not the strongest rockets class, it was still class 0, the type of seated players. The teacher who taught them at that time was still a gold medal teacher in the province. If they fell asleep in class, it would be a huge loss. Of course, it doesn't matter if you take a nap in Chinese class or something. After all, the later Chinese classes are all about reading some compositions and news weekly. Seeing that get out of class had not yet ended, Jiang Ming did not apologize to Teacher Zhou. Instead, he sat upright and looked at the blackboard. What Zhou Yi said on the blackboard has been finished to him in the past 2 years. His memory is not bad and he has not forgotten it, but it is okay to read it again. Time passed little by little. During class, Jiang Ming could clearly feel several eyes in the classroom secretly glancing at him. He didn't pay attention. Everyone has curiosity. If you delay your studies in this way, then that is your own business. It was time for get out of class turn soon. As Zhou Yi dismissed get out of class, everyone in the classroom began to become bold. Almost instantly, Jiang Ming was surrounded by a large circle of classmates, who all looked at him as if they were looking at giant pandas in the National Zoo. Even some brave girls reached out and pinched his muscles. Jiang Ming was frightened by the enthusiasm of these classmates. Are they trying to surround him and eat him? Do you want to be so fierce? The classmates who surrounded Jiang Ming were asking me all kinds of questions. What does the inner courtyard look like? What level of cultivation are you doing now? Big Devil, do you have a girlfriend? If you have a girlfriend, would you mind having one more? The Big Devil, the gender card is too dead. In just a few minutes, Jiang Ming felt like he was as big as his head. Especially the last few questions. Gender stuck too hard? Jiang Ming really resisted the urge not to punch him. Really, if he punched him in anger now, these classmates who are generally soul masters or even less than soul masters would have to go see Tai Nai once they were hit. Exclamation mark. No kidding. Stop. Jiang Ming finally couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted, covering up all the sounds. The surroundings suddenly fell silent, and a pair of clear and innocent eyes looked at Jiang Ming, just like a college student who Jiang Ming had not yet had time to experience. I can understand your excitement, but can you make a way for me? I want to find Teacher Zhou Yi. Jiang Ming feels that his tone was already very gentle, but the classmates who gathered around him were obviously unwilling to let Jiang Ming go. The Big Demon King has been a prodigy in the college in recent years. Even if they were first-year classmates, it is difficult to see Jiang Ming in the college. Now that I've been caught, why don't you take a good look at it? Jiang Ming, you are all soul masters. Use soul masters' methods to solve problems, Zhou Yi's voice came from a distance and gave Jiang Ming a move. Jiang Ming blinked and looked at the cute classmates around him, feeling a little unbearable. This is not good. He said it was not good, but Jiang Ming directly activated his golden heart martial spirit. No soul ring appeared, but a strange wave appeared in the entire classroom. Why is my heart beating so fast? Could it be that I really like the Big Devil, eh? Girl standing in front of Jiang Ming covered her head. His heart murmured softly, and his eyes were filled with caution. Me, I think so too. My heart is beating so fast. Is this what it feels like? Another voice sounded, but Jiang Ming's face turned dark. You damn faggot, believe it or not, I will punch you to death if you say one more thing. Jiang Ming originally wanted to take it step by step, but after hearing these tough words, he instantly lost his patience. Period. Thump thump. The heartbeat rate of all the students has increased. This speed makes people feel out of breath. Lack of oxygen, dizziness, and a massive collapse. Seeing this, Jiang Ming jumped directly on the spot and jumped out of the encirclement. Zhou Yi looked at the students kneeling on the ground one by one. Even though she knew that Jiang Ming would not be harsh, she couldn't help but ask worriedly. Are they okay? Jiang Ming smiled and said, Don't worry, Teacher Zhou, it's just temporary shortness of breath and dizziness caused by a fast heartbeat. It's just dazzling, just take a few minutes and it'll be fine. Over the years, Jiang Ming has not slacked off in using the golden heart martial spirit. He is now able to control his own heart and affect the heartbeats of others without using soul skills. This is a small skill, but when faced with a soul master whose soul power is similar to his own, it is basically useless. After all, it is not a soul skill. Well, that's good. Zhou Yi nodded and walked out of the classroom. Jiang Ming quickly followed, scratched his head, and said apologetically, Teacher Zhou, I accidentally fell asleep during class. I'm sorry, Zhou Yi shook his head and said, Fan Yu told me everything about you. If there is a problem with this spiritual sea, take a good rest and don't run to the soul guidance system all day long. Jiang Ming nodded, knowing that Zhou Yi was doing it for his own good. By the way, you were unable to participate in the competition due to an accident. Do you have any regrets in your heart? Zhou Yi suddenly asked. She knew that Jiang Ming had become a member of Shrek Academy's Continental Senior Soul Master Elite Competition. Not only Jiang Ming, Dai Yuhang, Ling Lujin, Chen Zifan, Zixi, Yao Haoxun, the five of them and the Rainbow Dragon Soul Master from other classes became the reserve team together. She knows all this. Originally, she thought that with Jiang Ming's strength, he could even compete with the regular team members and shine in the competition. But before the competition started, Jiang Ming returned to the academy seriously injured. This was really a pity. You must know that the Continental Senior Soul Master Elite Competition is one of the few opportunities to show oneself on the stage of the entire continent. The competition held every 5 years is also the most watched event in the entire continent, including the Sun and Moon Empire. Regret? It's okay. Anyway, I am only 15 years old now. If I miss this session, there will be another one. Jiang Ming smiled. No, take this to heart. It would be best if you can participate. If you can't participate this time, there will be another one. However, if he goes this time, people in other colleges may be mentally prepared for failure in the next session. If he doesn't go this time, then the next one will be greeted by thunder. Well, I have a good attitude. You are right, you are still young, so there is no need to feel sorry for this kind of thing, Joe. Yi nodded and walked towards the office. While saying, "How far is your cultivation now?" Although Zhou Yi had been teaching Jiang Ming in the past 2 years, Jiang Ming learned quickly. She only taught for 1 year and then stopped. So, she doesn't know what Jiang Ming's cultivation level is now. However, when she finished teaching a year ago, she was no longer Jiang Ming's opponent. Teacher Zhou, I have become the sole emperor, Jiang Ming said with a little show-off. After hearing this, Zhou Yi paused in his steps and his eyes became dull for a moment. Although she had already expected that Jiang Ming's cultivation would surpass her sooner or later, this day came too early. I recall that when Jiang Ming first entered the class, he was only in his 30s. Now in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed, and Jiang Ming is already a level 60 sole emperor. And she was the sole king 3 years ago. Although she is about to become the sole emperor now, she is still cultivating as the sole king. Teacher Zhou, seeing Zhou Yi suddenly stop, Jiang Ming asked tentatively. Hearing Jiang Ming's voice, Zhou Yi took a deep breath to calm down the shock and helplessness in her heart. Sure enough, when talking to Jiang Ming, you shouldn't ask about his cultivation. I was shocked when I asked this question a few years ago. Now I am not only shocked, but also shocked. It's really, really difficult. However, while feeling helpless, a touch of pride appeared on Zhou Yi's face. Jiang Ming's talent is abnormal. But he is also her student. Although he has surpassed himself as a teacher in just 1 or 2 years, but he is still his student. She has only been teaching for a few years and she has met such outstanding students. She is so proud. It's okay, Sole Emperor is good, Sole Emperor is good, Zhou Yi said 2 hellos in a row, walked a little faster and walked into the office. The 3rd grade teacher's office is not much different from the 1st grade one. It still has a few tables with some papers and books placed on them, which is simple. Why are you following me? I can't teach you anything anymore, go, go, go. If you are sleepy, go back to sleep, Zhou Yi was still thinking about Jiang Ming's spiritual injury. Originally Jiang Ming was not very sleepy, but when Zhou Yi said this, he suddenly felt sleepy. Okay, Teacher Zhou, I'm going to catch up on some sleep first. Goodbye, Jiang Ming said hello and yawned before walking out of the teaching building. Zhou Yi looked at his back, her eyes full of relief. How lucky she is to meet such an outstanding disciple in her first year of teaching. Outside the teaching building, Jiang Ming walked step by step along Poseidon Lake towards the freshman dormitory building. As soon as he went to the Soul Guidance Department, it was easy to get started, and once he got started, he couldn't stop. Let's lie down and sleep under the big tree with Mr. Mew, enjoy the warm sunshine and listen to the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves. The sleep aid effect is quite good. Time passed little by little. After Jiang Ming struggled with the evil spiritual power in the Sea of Spirit for a month, he finally completely suppressed that spiritual power. Next, within a month or 2, this mental power will be completely defeated by Jiang Ming. Even the backlash from the Snow Demon Wolf King can be eliminated at the same time. In the next month, Shrek Academy received 2 pieces of good news. The first good news is that after such a long time, all the competitions in the Continental Senior Soul Master Elite competition have ended. Under the leadership of Zhang Lexuan, the Shrek Academy team defeated almost all opponents and won the final championship. Although it is almost a foregone conclusion that Shrek Academy will win the championship in the Continental Senior Soul Master Elite competition, Zhang Lexuan's fighting rhythm like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves has really never been seen before. Pass. After this competition, Zhang Lexuan completely showed herself on the stage across the mainland. The second good news is that the first phase of the Soul Guidance Device production line plan in the Soul Guidance Department's top secret laboratory has been completed. Yes, with a continuous research and conquering of the entire Soul Guidance system by Senior Soul Mentors day and night, the first set of Soul Guidance Device production line has been completed. At the time of the Poseidon Pavilion meeting, Mr. Mew personally decided to give the Soul Guidance Department 3 years to come up with a result that would allow the college to see the feasibility of this Soul Guidance Device production line plan. Since then, the senior soul engineers of the Soul Guidance Department have been holding their breath in their hearts. Now, The 3-year deadline has come and it's time to show results. On Poseidon Island, another Poseidon Pavilion meeting is about to be held. This time, not only were there many veterans of Shrek Academy, there was also an addition. Yes, Jiang Ming, who only has the cultivation level of Soul Emperor, is also in this meeting. After all, the idea of this soul guidance device production line was proposed by Jiang Ming, and Jiang Ming has made a lot of contributions to this plan in the past few years. With the joint efforts of the 2 deans of the Soul Guidance Department, on recommendation, Jiang Ming joined this meeting. Yesterday, I accidentally saved one more time. I didn't notice that it was repeated. But when I subscribed later, I found that the points were wrong and I almost died of fright. However, I urgently wrote another 4,000 words to replace it, almost exhausted. We will never be that person who cheats money. I also read that brother's suggestion. In fact, the route I set for the protagonist is not a revenge route. The evil soul master enemy of the title Douluo is just to show off to the protagonist who has greatly increased his strength after level 70. Yes, I won't write too much. Actually, as of now, I seem to have mentioned that enemy twice. He is a high-level passerby. Quietly reveal that Jiang Ming's level 70 will be a core point. End of this chapter. Chapter 130 Results, the first 5-year plan. Poseidon Island, in Poseidon Pavilion. In the Poseidon Pavilion, which is formed by the hollow inside the golden tree, the atmosphere of light is very strong, and the quiet environment gives the place a peaceful atmosphere. At this moment, in the large conference hall of Poseidon Pavilion, in a quiet and peaceful atmosphere, more than 10 people sitting around a long oval table had serious faces. Even Mr. Zhuan, who has always been informal, was just eating the chicken drumsticks in his hands out of habit at this time, but his eyes were looking at Jiang Ming, who was sitting at the bottom. Since the establishment of Poseidon Pavilion, no one as young as Jiang Ming has ever participated in Poseidon Pavilion meetings. Although with Jiang Ming's talent, it is almost certain that he will enter the Poseidon Pavilion in the future, his current strength and qualifications are far from enough. Not to mention anything else, those who can sit in the Poseidon Pavilion meeting, Yan Xiaos and Xian Liner, the 2 deans of the Martial Arts Department and the Soul Guidance Department, can only sit at the bottom, and they can't sit at the bottom. It's just a little ahead of the 2 vice presidents in Jiang Ming. But even so, Yan Xiaos and Xian Liner are both Super Douluo level experts. Not only Mr. Zhuan, but also other elders around him also turned their attention to Jiang Ming, who was sitting at the end. Among them, Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Song looked at Jiang Ming with a gentle smile in their eyes. In the past 2 years, Xia Ling and Xia Feng played very well with Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Song respectively. Even Jiang Ming, the master of the elf, also got the attention of the 2 elders. As for the other elders, Elder Lin also looked at Jiang Ming with kindness in his eyes. She is Xian Liner's mother, and she is also the elder in Poseidon Pavilion who is very supportive of the soul guidance system. She was very approving of Jiang Ming for raising the status of the soul guidance department in the academy. Jiang Ming is also looking at these members of Poseidon Pavilion who can be called super powerful on the mainland. In addition to him, there are 10 members in the Poseidon Pavilion meeting. Mr. Mu is his teacher. He is also familiar with Mr. Zhuan, and Mr. Song and Mr. Zhuang also know each other because of the relationship between Xiao Ling and Xiao Feng. Mr. Lin didn't have much contact with her, he only knew that she was the master of the treasure collection pavilion in Shrek City. As for the 4 deans and deputy deans, they are also old acquaintances. The remaining old man, Su, he didn't know at all. Generally speaking, this Poseidon Pavilion meeting was a meeting between acquaintances. The tension in Jiang Ming's heart suddenly dissipated. He knew the importance of the Poseidon Pavilion meeting. On such a solemn occasion, if there were people he didn't know, he might really be a little nervous. After all, these are super strong people. Okay, everyone is here, let's have a meeting. Since we are discussing soul guides, let Liner preside over the meeting. Let's get started, Mr. Mu's the voice was very gentle. Even though Jiang Ming had heard it countless times in the past 2 years, he still felt like his soul was being cleansed, and even the evil spiritual power in the Sea of Spirits seemed to be weakened a bit. Moreover, this feeling seems to be even more obvious in the Poseidon Pavilion. Yes, Mr. Mu, Xian. Liner stood up and saluted towards Mr. Mu's position, with a smile on her face. You must know that except for Mr. Mu personally presiding over the previous Poseidon Pavilion meetings, all other meetings were presided over by Yan Xiaos. In addition to Yan Xiao's being Mr. Mu's disciple, there are also reasons why the martial arts department status in the academy has always been stronger than, no, far stronger than the Soul Guidance Department. As the dean of the Soul Guidance Department, this was her first time presiding over a Poseidon Pavilion meeting. Dear elders, today's Poseidon Pavilion meeting is held because the 3-year time limit for the Soul Guidance System's Soul Guidance Device Production Line plan passed at the last Poseidon Pavilion meeting has ended according to Mu Lao's original decision. According to the agreement, as long as our Soul Guidance Department produces the results of the Soul Guidance Device Production Line in 3 years, the plan will continue, and from now on, the resources of the Martial Soul Department and the Soul Guidance Department will gradually be equalized. Xian Liner was not in a hurry to show the results they had completed, but first told them about the agreement made 3 years ago. This is something that must be made clear. After all the senior soul engineers in their entire Soul Guidance Department have worked hard for this plan for 3 full years. A lot of hard work was put into it and a lot of difficulties were overcome. In addition to the fact that this plan can indeed bring endless benefits, it is also for the benefit of the entire Soul Guidance Department within the Academy. Liner, we all know this. We have already said it last time. Are you still worried that we old guys will regret it, Mr. Zhuan swallowed the chicken drumstick in his mouth, and then he took out another chicken leg and said impatiently. From a standpoint, he is definitely on the side of the martial arts system. But the success of the Soul Guidance Device Production Line plan means that the status of the Soul Guidance Department will inevitably rise in the Academy. This is an inevitable trend. Although this will definitely affect the interests of the martial soul system, there is nothing we can do about it. Xian Liner still had a smile on her pretty face. She looked at Mr. Zhuan and chuckled. How could it be? Mr. Zhuan Lao looked at the girl's smiling face and took a bite of the chicken leg with some helplessness. The respected man is trying to hold him back. Jiang Ming didn't dare to speak. He was able to attend this meeting, which was already a big exception. He didn't dare to join the conversation of the elders casually. Ahem, let's get to the point. With the full cooperation of dozens of senior soul engineers in our Soul Guidance Department, and after 3 years of arduous research and development, the plan for the Soul Guidance Device Production Line has finally been completed. The first stage of success was achieved not long ago. After finishing the introduction, Xian Liner stopped talking and went straight to the topic. Speaking, Xian Liner took out a soul guidance device from her storage soul guidance device. That is a soul guiding ray. Judging from the size and the materials used, the level of this soul guiding ray is very low, very low. This is a first level soul guiding ray. Its power is roughly equivalent to 80% of the power of a 10-level attack type soul master. Xian Liner put this first level soul guiding ray in her hand inside so that the surrounding elders can see clearly. Only the first level. When they heard Xian Liner say that this soul guide ray was only the first level, several elders frowned. A first level soul guide, the ray is equivalent to 80% of the power of a 10-level soul master. This power is too weak. Well, it is indeed a first-class soul guidance ray. In terms of performance, there is no difference between this thing and the first-class soul guidance rays on the market, but this soul guidance device is now in our soul guidance ray system. It can be mass-produced without a soul guide, and the current production line, as long as it has enough materials and operates at full capacity, can produce 1,000 pieces of this kind of soul guide every day. Here. At these words, the eyes of all the old men flashed with light. Mass-producing 1,000 first-level soul tools every day without the need for a soul mentor is already very efficient. However, the frowned brows of the old men did not relax. For the same reason, although this soul guidance ray can achieve mass production of soulless tutors, its level is too low. What can a first-level soul guide do? The 80% power of an attack from a 10-level assault-type soul master cannot even pose a threat to a century-old soul beast. But the effect of the first-level soul guide is too small. Beside, Yan Xiao's, a good-looking woman frowned. She is K. Meyer, the deputy dean of the Wuhan department and Yan Xiao's his wife. Xian Liner glanced at K. Meyer and continued, yes, for our Shrek Academy, the effect of this thing is too small. Even if our Shrek Academy, the freshmen who have just entered the school also have soul powers above level 15, but besides our Shrek Academy, other forces on the mainland have great demand for such low-level soul tools. The purpose of the Soul Guide production line plan itself is not to improve the strength of the college in a short period of time. This level of soul guidance ray is not for Shrek Academy students. We at Shrek Academy don't need this low power soul ray, but other forces on the continent, especially the armies of the major empires, do, Xian Liner said in a deep voice. Yes, these mass-produced low-level soul tools are specially provided to the armies of major empires. When facing the Sun and Moon Empire, which was becoming increasingly powerful due to the technological priority of soul guides, the armies of the major empires urgently needed a large number of soul guides to arm themselves. Although each major empire has its own soul mentors, after all, the development speed of soul guidance devices here is too slow. The number of soul mentors is limited and it is impossible to fully arm a huge army. At this time, the low-level soul guides that they can mass-produce can quickly occupy this market gap. Although the power of the first-level soul guide is small, when it reaches a large scale, especially in the hands of a group like the army that is always ready for battle, its effect is not small at all. Furthermore, although the level of a first-level soul guide is very low, it is still a soul guide. Among the 3 original empires that lack soul guides, the price of soul guides is not cheap. Even a first-level soul guide needs to be purchased with gold soul coins. Xian Liner looked at the elders and explained the function of this first-level soul guide. This mass-produced first-class soul guide is used to make money. The soul guide production line plan is a gold-swallowing beast. In just 3 years, we have invested nearly $1,000 in this plan. Thousands of gold soul coins. This has almost wiped out the fortune of the soul guidance department over the years. Our plan is to sell this first-level soul guidance tool to the third party at a slightly lower price. Great Empire. While recovering blood, continue the research and development of the second level, third level, and even fourth level and fifth level soul guidance device production lines. Xian Liner also looked aside. Jiang Ming glanced at him. Jiang Ming was the first to propose the idea of making a first-level soul guide to restore blood. Jiang Ming knows very well that developing a soul guide production line from scratch will cost money. And it is impossible to burn tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins. He still remembered that in his previous life, he was watching the news. A certain company spent hundreds of billions on scientific research and innovation. Those scary figures were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Similarly, if this soul guide production line plan is to be continued, a lot of money must be burned. In the previous life, even a production line for making snacks cost tens of millions. Not to mention the soul guide, a delicate thing that requires the formation of a magic circle. Jiang Ming made a rough estimate based on the consumption in the past 3 years. If he wanted to improve this production line to the point where it can produce second-level soul guides, he would have to burn at least 20 million gold soul coins. Level 3, starting with 50 million gold soul coins. As for level 4 and level 5, that would cost at least hundreds of millions of gold soul coins. The difficulty of making soul guides is constantly rising. If you want to build a production line that can produce high-grade soul guides, it will be even more difficult than reaching the sky. Jiang Ming once imagined what kind of terrifying scene it would be if a production line for level 9 soul-guided artillery shells could be produced. In that case, the entire continent and every country will be covered in fear. Of course, this is just thinking about it. Not to mention the difficulty of this kind of production line, just say that the materials are not available. The materials used to make level 9 soul-guided cannonballs are not cheap stuff. I have calculated that if each piece is sold for 20 gold soul coins, excluding the wear and tear of materials and production lines and other expenses, the net profit that a production line can bring is about 3 million gold. About soul coins. Upon hearing this profit, all the old men's eyes narrowed. 3 million gold soul coins are naturally not much for strong men like them, but this is only the profit brought by a production line in a year. If there were a few more, the benefits would be terrifying. However, after being sold in large quantities to the army, these things will be saturated, right? Yan Xiao's raised questions. A large number of first-level soul guides have been used by the armies of major empires. They are indeed needed, but after saturation, it will be difficult to sell this thing. Old saying, you don't understand soul guidance devices at first glance. The materials used in this level of soul guidance devices are not very strong and will be scrapped after a few years of use. Plus there are some accidental damages and so on. There is no need to worry at all. The market is saturated, Jin Duoduo explained. Hearing this, Yan Xiao's nodded. He really didn't understand the first-level soul guide. Liner, please continue, Xian Liner continued, we plan to open 2 such production lines, one to produce soul guidance rays, one to produce soul guidance shields, and sell them in a bundle. In this way, we can guarantee at least 5 million gold soul coins every year. The income can almost sustain the continuation of this plan. Of course, the purpose of our plan is not just this. After we have stable income, our soul guidance department will continue to focus on other soul guidance devices, especially. We will work hard on advanced soul tools and strive to achieve new breakthroughs in the next 5 years. As she said that, Xian Liner looked at Jiang Ming, who had been sitting at the bottom and had been silent, and nodded. Jiang Ming stood up and took out some booklets from the storage soul guide. This is the first 5-year plan we have formulated. It explains in detail which soul guides will be tackled next, as well as the training and introduction of soul guide talents, as well as the future development focus and direction of the soul guidance department. You can take a look. As he spoke, Jiang Ming left his seat and took the first one with the soul guidance department printed on it. The 5-year plan booklet was placed in front of everyone present. End of this chapter. Chapter 131. The meeting ends. The ownership of the best soul bones. It was already more than 10 minutes later when the elders at the round table all finished reading the 5-year plan in their hands. In these short 10 minutes, the expressions on the faces of the elders changed rapidly. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he was surprised, sometimes he was puzzled, and sometimes he was solemn. In short, they are very interested in the content of this plan. Are you sure you can implement this without any accidents, Yan? Xiaos put down the booklet in his hand and looked at Jiang Ming. He was very familiar with the 2 deans of the soul guidance department, and it was impossible for them to come up with this kind of plan. If this is the case, then this plan can only be something Jiang Ming came up with. No wonder the 2 deans of the soul guidance department asked Jiang Ming to attend the Poseidon Pavilion meeting. It turned out to be this reason. Everyone, let's finish reading and tell us your opinions. Mr. Mu's gentle voice sounded again, with a smile on his wrinkled face in the dim corner. This, senior elders, you look at me, I look at you, with a bit of hesitation in your eyes. In the end, it was Mr. Lin who spoke first. Jiang Ming, what you wrote about the financial issues here will not only achieve the balance of income and expenditure of the soul guidance system, but also greatly improve the salary of the soul guidance system. Can you really guarantee that so many gold soul coins will be credited to your account? Mr. Lin is in charge of the Treasure Jubilee Pavilion in Shrek City, but the current situation has some doubts about finances, that is, the golden soul coins. This is theoretically achievable. Although the large-scale sales of low-level soul tools are all for the military, after the demand of the military begins to stabilize, we can sell other products such as sect forces and family forces provide these. This market is enough to ensure that we can earn a large amount of gold soul coins in 5 years. As long as we firmly hold the core technology in hand, there will be no problem. Jiang Ming said very confidently. When he first came up with this plan, he didn't just want to increase the popularity of soul tools here, he also wanted to make money. No one can have too much money. If it can guarantee a stable income, it is a very good plan. Mr. Lin nodded. In this 5-year plan, the top priority is income. This covers almost the entire main line in this plan. Without money, everything in this plan is nonsense. On the contrary, if there is enough money, the soul guidance system will probably usher in a huge change. Well, I have a question. Song, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said. Mr. Song, please tell me, Jiang Ming said respectfully. He is not afraid of people asking questions. If there are problems, it is much easier to make changes now than to make changes after implementation. You just said that after the military market becomes stable and saturated, these low-level soul tools will be supplied to other forces in the Soul Master world. Jiang Ming, have you ever thought about it? What kind of impact does this have on other low-level Soul Masters in the Soul Master world? Also, although the soul guidance tools of our college's soul guidance department were also provided to the 3 major empires, their output was very small, and they could only be regarded as the 3 major empires. One of the suppliers of the empire. But if this thing is taken into consideration, will the nature of our Shrek Academy change in the eyes of the 3 empires? When Elder Song said this, the other elders around him suddenly frowned. This is indeed a big problem. After mass production of these low-level soul tools of the soul guidance system, if you want to quickly occupy a share in the market of the Soul Master world, you will inevitably need to engage in a price war. And because they have production lines, the cost can be very low. But if this happens, other low-level soul masters in the soul master world will suffer disaster. There are cheaper soul tools, who would buy the expensive ones? As a result, Shrek Academy may arouse the dissatisfaction of a large number of low-level soul masters. Stealing people's jobs is like killing their parents. The expression on Jiang Ming's face was a little strange. He looked at Mr. Song and said softly, "Mr. Song, I don't think there's anything wrong with this. Whether it is a soul master or I think it's normal for soul mentors to survive the fittest and the strong eat the weak. The market for low-level soul guides is now chaotic. Our production line can be unified and regulated, and we can even formulate market rules for low-level soul guides. Now that we have this ability and strength, why can't we do it? Considering the life and death of other low-level soul masters, will they not be able to survive without this? Progress means moving from chaos to order. Impact is inevitable and cannot be avoided. What Jiang Ming said is somewhat realistic, but the reality is there. It is impossible for them to consider so much after they have researched this thing. The market is in this way. Either you have the ability to make rules, or you have to adapt to the rules, just like Jiang Ming's previous life, the oil system. As for what you said, Shrek Academy is in the eyes of the three empires. Mr. Song, I didn't say that I would always hold these production lines in my hands. Jiang Ming smiled and continued, a production line that can stably output low-level soul guides is bound to cause turmoil, and major empires will definitely covet it. Since they covet it, then give it to them. But, after we have finished this wave of dividends, at least 5 years later, we will invite people from the three empires to the academy to discuss the price and sell the production line technology. That's another income. This is actually something to be arranged in the next 5-year plan. The focus of this first 5-year plan is to quickly accumulate funds through the soul guide production line technology. Use these funds to purchase rare metals, cultivate talents, discover talents, and find innovation. At this point, Jiang Ming paused before continuing, actually, this is forcing us to constantly seek breakthroughs and not rest on our laurels. As long as we continue to maintain the innovation speed of soul guidance devices, we will always be in the leading position. The soul guidance system, we can use the fastest speed to catch up with the Sun Moon Empire, catch up with Ming Dadang, or even surpass it. Jiang Ming's voice was ups and downs, which made people feel passionate. Even those present here, most of whom are in their 80s or 90s, were excited by Jiang Ming's words. Okay, while the elders were still imagining that the Soul Guidance Department of the Academy would surpass the Ming Hall of the Sun and Moon Empire and achieve Shrek Academy's martial arts soul guidance as the best in the world, Elder Mu stretched out his hand, knocked on the table, and said something good words. Liner, Duaruo, look at it, Jiang Ming, a teenage boy, has more ideas than you two deans. Mr. Mu said. He also nodded. Let's talk to the two deans of the department. Indeed, ever since Shrek Academy established the Soul Guidance Department, the Soul Guidance Department has been suppressed by the Martial Soul Department. Although there are some reasons for the college's partiality, the bigger reason is that the Soul Guidance Department has never made any significant results. Xian Liner and Jin Duato were embarrassed by Mr. Mu's behavior. Fortunately, Jiang Ming came to the rescue in time. Teacher, these ideas were discussed and developed with the two deans and the senior soul engineers of the Soul Guidance Department. They are not my alone's credit. This is indeed true. It's true, he does have memories from his previous life, but some of the things in this memory need to be combined with the actual situation here in order to be effective. Hearing this, the elders looked at Jiang Ming with bright eyes, and their impression of Jiang Ming became even higher. Okay, now that the situation has been discussed, let's follow this plan. Mr. Mu said softly. Then, as if he remembered something, he turned to look at Yan Xiao sitting beside him. Xiaos, Jiang Ming has made a detailed 5-year plan for the Soul Guidance Department. As the dean, you are still a senior brother. Don't you have any plans for the Martial Soul Department? The expression on Yan Xiao's face froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Is this what you want? He quickly stood up and bowed to Mr. Mu. Teacher, don't worry, within a month, I will formulate a plan for the next 5 years of the martial arts system, Mr. Mu nodded with satisfaction, and then closed his eyes. This is how the Poseidon Pavilion meeting ended. Jiang Ming felt somewhat unreal. The Poseidon Pavilion meeting, which could affect the pattern of the mainland, ended so simply? So simple? He thought he would have to argue fiercely with the elders for a long time before he could get them to accept this plan. The result was passed so easily. Junior brother, Jiang Ming, was walking outside Poseidon Pavilion. Before he could think of where to go next, he heard Yan Xiao's voice coming from behind. Senior brother, what's the matter, Jiang? Ming looked at Yan Xiao's and saw him approaching with a smile on his face. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, after Yan Xiao's came over, he put his hand on Jiang Ming's shoulder and said with a smile on his face, Junior brother, you are from our martial arts system. You have made a 5-year development plan for the soul guidance system. How could you forget about the martial soul system? Hearing this, Jiang Ming instantly understood what Yan Xiao's meant. He scratched his head and replied, well, as you know, I haven't spent much time in the Wuhan department in the past few years. I have no idea about the operation mode of the Wuhan department, and Xiao's waved his hand directly before Jiang Ming finished speaking. These are not problems. You come with me, I will personally take you to learn about the martial arts department. As he said that, he directly stretched out his hand to pull Jiang Ming and walked outside. Go. In fact, speaking of it, Yan Xiao's has been sitting as the dean of the martial arts department for so long and has a very deep understanding of the martial arts department. With Jiang Ming's template in the soul guidance department, he can create a 5-year martial arts department. Annual development planning is not difficult. But Yan Xiao's felt that bringing Jiang Ming along to participate in formulating the plan would not only save time and effort, but the young man might also come up with 1 or 2 creative ideas. Yan Xiao's, you old bastard, why did you drag Jiang Ming away? Jin Duoduo, who was walking behind, saw Yan Xiao's trying to drag Jiang Ming away. Stopped instantly. Jiang Ming's contribution to the soul guidance system is so great, he cannot be ruined by this old bastard Yan Xiao's. Old Jin, why are you following me here? It's none of your business. At this time, Yan Xiao's had already dragged Jiang Ming to the outside of Poseidon Pavilion, and was about to drag him to his office for a detailed discussion. But was stopped by Mr. Zhuan. Xiao's, please wait a moment, Mr. He looked at Jiang Ming, put down the wine bottle in his hand, and took out a box from the storage soul guide. This is, Jiang Ming looked at the box and Mr. Zhuan's hand with some curiosity. He felt that there was something not simple inside. Here is the soul bone of the head of the leader of the undead army. Mr. Mu placed it in the golden ancient tree for a period of time and used the power of light to dissolve the evil power in the soul bone and restore it. Let it have some light power, Zhuan Lao said and handed the box in his hand to Jiang Ming. Since you and that kid Li Zhuan killed the leader of the undead army together, then this soul bone will be left to you two to deal with. After saying that, Mr. Zhuan strode away. Jiang Ming opened the box in his hand and took a look. It is an exquisite head soul bone. Just by looking at it, you can feel the surging spiritual power on it and a very weak breath of light. There is no doubt that if a soul master absorbs this soul bone, his mental power will be greatly increased. The head soul bone itself is extremely rare among soul bones. What's more, this head soul bone also has a hint of light, which is the best. Junior brother, you'd better absorb it quickly, for you there are big benefits, Yan Xiao's on the side said in a deep voice. The sooner the soul bone is absorbed, the sooner it can nourish the body. Jiang Ming was a little moved. He could feel that if he absorbed this soul bone, the evil spiritual power in the spiritual sea would be instantly resolved by him. Even the elves get quite a boost. However, Jiang Ming shook his head and covered the box. Senior brother, I'd better discuss it with Sister Lexuan first, and then I'll go to your office later. With that said, Jiang Ming put the box into the storage soul guide and trotted off to find Zhang Lexuan. Seeing this, Yan Xiao's was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. To be able to hold back in the face of such a top-quality soul bone, Jiang Ming's character is destined to be the same. Xiao Tao, you will be blessed in the future. The Continental Senior Soul Master Elite competition has ended, and the team members who went to participate in the competition have already returned to Shrek Academy. After asking several seniors in the inner courtyard, Jiang Ming found where Zhang Lexun lived in the inner courtyard. Poseidon Island is very large, but there are less than 100 disciples in the inner courtyard. Therefore, the disciples in the inner courtyard do not live in dormitories on Poseidon Island, but in independent residences. At this time, Zhang Lexun was exercising in the open space in front of her residence. After the last battle with the leader of the undead army and the discussion with Jiang Ming, She finally realized the importance of physical strength. So, after returning to the academy, she began to look for ways to improve her physical strength. The most effective way is to stimulate the body's potential through constant exercise. When Jiang Ming came here, Zhang Lexuan had been exercising for a while. At this time, Zhang Lexuan's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The sweat flowed down her beautiful face, slid down her chin, and dripped on her chest. She looked so heroic. I went to watch Tudao's live broadcast at Drawbooks, and the update was a bit late. It's a pity that I didn't get it. I cried to death. End of this chapter. Chapter 132. Jiang Ming's throbbing began to absorb soul bones. Looking at Zhang Lexuan, who was exercising, Jiang Ming did not go over to interrupt her exercise rhythm, but found a place and sat down quietly. Quietly he admired Zhang Lexuan's valiant and heroic appearance. Although Jiang Ming has not had much contact with Zhang Lexuan, he only met her before the competition started, and they have only known each other for only a few months, but Jiang Ming has a very strange feeling for Zhang Lexuan. Perhaps because of his personal experience, he was fascinated by Zhang Lexuan's gentle and elegant temperament. Especially after the battle with the leader of the undead army, Zhang Lexuan's knee pillow. No, it should not be called a knee pillow, but a leg pillow. When he was lying on Zhang Lexuan's body, Jiang Ming could feel it. It was definitely his thighs, not his knees. After that leg pillow, there seemed to be some subtle changes in his feelings towards Zhang Lexuan. Jiang Ming didn't understand what this change was, but he didn't resent it. I kind of like it. Jiang Ming sat on the stone and watched, gradually becoming a little dazed. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Lexuan's movements began to slow down, and her punches and kicks began to move in the direction of stretching intentionally. After another few dozen seconds, Zhang Lexuan stopped all movements, stood on the spot for a few seconds, and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Then she turned around, looked at Jiang Ming, who was sitting on a stone not far away, and walked over. She noticed it when Jiang Ming came over, but Jiang Ming didn't speak at that time, so she didn't stop and chose to finish the trick. Jiang Ming, do you have a problem with me? Zhang Lexuan walked up to Jiang Ming, with fine beads of sweat on her fair and delicate face. The crystal sweat seemed to add a layer of filter to Zhang Lexuan under the sunlight. After seeing this, Jiang Ming didn't recover for a long time. Huh? Jiang Ming, seeing that Jiang Ming seemed a little distracted, Zhang Lexuan stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Jiang Ming's eyes. Oh, only then did Jiang Ming come back to his senses. Sister Lexuan, you've finished your workout. Jiang Ming stood up, looked at Zhang Lexuan with sweat on her face, and the sweat-stained training clothes on her chest, and hesitated for a moment, or said, Sister Lexuan, how about you take a shower and change clothes first? Hearing this, Zhang Lexuan was stunned, and then smiled. Why, you dislike the smell of sweat on my body? Jiang Ming shook his head quickly and even waved his hands. No, Sister Li Zhuan, you definitely don't smell like sweat. It's just that it will be uncomfortable for you like this now. You'd better take a shower and change clothes first. I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait. You can talk about it later. This is what I mean. Although Zhang Lexuan's face was covered with sweat and her whole body was dripping with sweat, Jiang Ming really didn't smell the smell of sweat on her body. Tisk, I don't know what's going on. Well, it's true that I'm sweating all over and wearing these clothes is very uncomfortable. Zhang Lexuan frowned slightly. The feeling of sweat sticking to her body was really uncomfortable. Period. Since you are not in a hurry, I will take a shower first, and you can wait here for a while. After Zhang Lexuan finished speaking, she walked straight towards her small room. She did not invite Jiang Ming into her house. Although the house was very tidy, she didn't like having other people in the room while she was taking a shower. When Jiang Ming saw Zhang Lexuan walking into the hut, he was not idle either. He sat down again and took out a book about the history of the development of soul guidance devices in the Sun and Moon Empire to read. If you want to catch up with the Sun and Moon Empire in terms of soul guidance devices, or even surpass the Sun and Moon Empire, you must understand the development of the Sun and Moon Empire's soul guidance devices. The development of soul guides in the Sun and Moon Empire may not be suitable here, but it is of real reference significance. Jiang Ming likes this sentence very much. Time passes quickly when reading a book, of course, if you can read it deeply. If you don't understand the book, it is actually a kind of suffering. Unknowingly, 10 minutes passed. Zhang Lexuan had finished taking a shower in the room and was walking out of the cabin wearing dry clothes. However, after walking out, She saw Jiang Ming taking out another unknown book and reading it. Seeing this, Zhang Lexuan couldn't help but think of Jiang Ming's experience of using her as a driver a few months ago. At that time, Jiang Ming taught her how to drive the soul-guiding flying sword, but he sat in the back and read a book. It was really annoying. She walked up to Jiang Ming, looked down and found that it was still a book about soul guides. Zhang Lexuan couldn't help but said, "Do you like studying soul guides so much?" When Jiang Ming heard the voice, he raised his head and saw Zhang Lexuan's beautiful and gentle face. He smiled and said, "Soul guidance devices are a major trend in the future. There is no harm in studying more." Zhang Lexuan frowned, feeling that Jiang Ming put too much energy on the soul guide. "Jiang Ming, your soul master talent is very strong, stronger than all the soul masters I have ever seen. I think you should put more energy into the training of soul masters." Hearing this, Jiang Ming smiled. Yam Xiaos and Mr. Zhuan had told him this countless times, but he was not worried at all. After all, with the existence of the second martial soul, his training as a soul master can save a lot of effort. The energy saved by this step was used by him to study this soul guidance device. "Sister Li Zhuan, it's okay. I'm used to it. It won't affect the soul master's training." As he said that, Jiang Ming took out a soul guide from the storage device box. "What is this, Zhang?" Lexuan asked curiously. Jiang Ming said that his research on soul guides would not affect the training of soul masters, and Zhang Lexuan stopped talking. Everyone has their own way of practicing, all she can do is remind them. "Sister Lexuan, open it and take a look." Jiang Ming gave up and asked Zhang Lexuan to open the box by herself. Zhang Lexuan glanced at Jiang Ming with some doubts. This mysterious she stretched out her hand to open the box, only to see a piece inside that exuded strong mental fluctuations, with a hint of the soul bone of the bright breath. "Is this a soul bone? Or a head soul bone?" Zhang Lexuan was startled. Even though she is now a soul emperor, she is even close to breaking through to soul saint now. "I haven't seen many soul bones. As for the piece in front of me, whether it is the mental fluctuations escaping or the ray of light, it can be seen that this is a top-quality soul bone. Why are you showing this to me?" Zhang Lexuan was a little confused and didn't understand what Jiang Ming meant by showing this to her. Jiang Ming said softly, "Sister Li Zhuan, this soul bone was taken out from the leader of the undead army. Mr. Zhuan said that the two of us should attack the leader of the undead army together. If you want to kill someone, please give this soul bone to the two of us to divide." Zhang Lexuan was slightly startled, and then shook her head directly. "In that case, I'll give you this soul bone. You were attacked with mental power by the leader of the undead army. Absorbing this soul bone should be able to relieve your mental condition. The soul bone is very good, especially this kind of head soul bone, which is a top-quality head soul bone, is a great temptation for any soul master." Even Zhang Lexuan had the urge to absorb this soul bone when she first saw it. But Zhang Lexuan restrained the impulse in her heart. She knew that she did not play a big role in killing the leader of the undead legion. If Jiang Ming hadn't frantically fought hand-to-hand with the leader of the undead army, risking serious injuries to find the leader's weakness, she might have died in the hands of the leader of the undead army. What's more, Jiang Ming blocked the spiritual attack of the leader of the undead army for her. Jiang Ming just said that this soul bone was obtained from the body of the leader of the undead army. This means that Jiang Ming withstood the spiritual attack of an evil soul master with a head soul bone and a soul saint level. As for Jiang Ming himself, although he is powerful, he is only the soul emperor after all. Zhang Lexuan knows that even if Jiang Ming appears to be okay now, the mental damage he has suffered is definitely not small. In this case, this soul bone must be given to Jiang Ming. "Don't you want this, Sister Li Zhuan?" Jiang Ming asked softly. He did not forcefully insist on giving this soul bone to Zhang Lexuan. Although he may like Zhang Lexuan a little bit now, this soul bone is indeed useful to him. "I want it, but you need it more. What's more, you helped me block the spiritual attack of that evil soul master, and I haven't had time to thank you yet." Zhang Lexuan smiled, and her smile seemed to have a healing power. "No, it shouldn't be that exaggerated, right? This is me. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder? That's not right. Sister Lexuan and I are not lovers yet." Jiang Ming looked at Zhang Lexuan's smile, and a lot of mental activity flashed through him in an instant. "Well, then I won't refuse. This soul bone can indeed help me dispel that evil spiritual power." Jiang Ming reached out and took out the soul bone, and then said, Sister Lexun, you gave me this soul bone, but after all, the two of us killed the leader of the undead army together, so I owe you a favor." When Zhang Lexun heard this, she originally thought I wanted to say no. After all, she really didn't help much. But after seeing Jiang Ming's firm eyes, she nodded slightly. However, Zhang Lexun suddenly seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Jiang Ming and said with a smile, "Since you owe me a favor, why not pay it back now?" Jiang Ming was stunned. No, he finally owed this favor. He also wants to take advantage of the implication of this favor to have more contact with Sister Li Juan. Is he going to pay it back? Jiang Ming was a little reluctant. "Sister Lexun, you have to think clearly. My favor, Jiang Ming's, is very valuable," Jiang Ming reminded me. Not to mention the future, it is now, given Jiang Ming's status in Shrek Academy and his abilities. His favor is really, really valuable. As the seed of the inner courtyard, Zhang Lexun also knows a little about Jiang Ming's situation. Still, she nodded. "I've thought it through." Jiang Ming was relieved, but there was nothing he could do. "Sister Lexun, tell me what you want me to do. As long as it doesn't violate morality, I can do it." Zhang Lexun couldn't help but feel sad when she looked at Jiang Ming's obviously disappointed look. "I find it funny." She raised the corner of her mouth slightly and said softly, "I want you to accompany me to do some physical strength training. How about this? This shouldn't violate your morality. You can do it, right?" "Huh?" When Jiang Ming heard this, the disappointment in his heart suddenly disappeared, and he felt a little more energetic. "Of course there is no problem with this. I'll take care of it." Jiang Ming patted his chest and made a solid sound. "However, Sister Li Juan, you have to wait for me. I will absorb this soul bone first. That evil spiritual power has been in my spiritual sea for so long, and it is time to eradicate it completely." The evil spiritual power has been in Jiang Ming's spiritual sea for more than a month, although during this period Jiang Ming and the elves have been fighting against the evil spiritual power, and are still fighting. In the process, the mental strength is increased and the bond with the elves is strengthened. But no one wants to have such a crap thing in their head all the time. Today, it must be done. Okay, otherwise, you can absorb it here. There is no one around here, and I will protect you, Zhang Lexun suggested. In the entire Shrek Academy, the safest place is Poseidon Island. Absorbing soul bones here will basically not cause any problems. Jiang Ming thought for a while. Absorbing this kind of soul bone will definitely cause strong soul power fluctuations. It is not very good to absorb it in the top secret laboratory of the Soul Guidance Department. Here at Poseidon Island, all the elders are here. If there's any problem when absorbing the soul bones, you can call for help in time, which is indeed a good choice. Okay, then I'll trouble Sister Lexun. As he said that, Jiang Ming sat cross-legged on the spot and began to absorb the soul bone in his hand. When Jiang Ming used his soul power to pull out the spiritual power from this soul bone, a surging spiritual power directly swept through the surrounding space. The strong mental impact made Zhang Lexun next to Jiang Ming fall into trance. This is just the unconscious fluctuation of the spiritual power contained in this soul bone. Zhang Lexun was extremely horrified. With this kind of intense mental power, the quality of the soul bone is definitely the best among the best. The spiritual power contained in this soul bone is powerful, but this also means that it will be very difficult for Jiang Ming to absorb this soul bone. The absorption of the head soul bone itself is a very dangerous process, especially for such a powerful soul bone. If an accident occurs, it will definitely cause serious damage to Jiang Ming's spiritual sea. However, Jiang Ming is not worried about this problem. If an ordinary soul master needs to concentrate on dealing with the evil spiritual power in the sea of spirits, and also activate his spiritual power to absorb this head soul bone, the danger is indeed too great. But for Jiang Ming, this problem does not exist. After all, there are 6 elves in his spiritual sea. Xiao Guang, Xiaoan, Xiao Bing, Xiao Lian, help me suppress that evil spiritual power. Jiang Ming made arrangements in the sea of spirits. The evil spiritual power now is not as strong as it was at the beginning, and 4 elves are enough to suppress it. Xia Fen, Xia Ling, help me absorb this soul bone. As Jiang Ming's words fell, the 4 elves suddenly became more powerful and used all of them. Mental power, suppress that evil mental power. As for Jiang Ming, with the assistance of Xia Ling and Xia Fen, he began to absorb the soul bones. End of this chapter. Chapter 133. If you kissed me, I can't hit you anymore? Exclamation mark. Absorbing soul bones is a very rare experience. After all, the number of soul bones itself is extremely rare, and there are even fewer soul masters who can obtain soul bones. Although soul bones are not actually rare in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, this is Shrek after all. Compared with ordinary soul masters, the background of the mainland's #1 soul master academy is far behind. The head soul bone is an extremely rare existence among soul bones. Many title Douluo and even super Douluo do not have this kind of soul bone, let alone the one that Jiang Ming has absorbed now. The best head soul bone. As for Jiang Ming, who is absorbing this soul bone, he felt very comfortable at the moment. Well, it just feels very comfortable. When this head soul bone was removed from the leader of the undead army, it was tainted with an evil aura. But after being nurtured by Elder Mu and the golden ancient tree, the evil aura in this soul bone has been completely eliminated. Now the spiritual power contained in this head soul bone is very pure, and because it is nourished by the breath of light, this spiritual power gives people a very gentle and warm feeling. This process of absorbing soul bones is very comfortable, Jiang Ming thought to himself, and gradually introduced the spiritual power in the soul bones into his own spiritual sea. Period. The soul bone in his hand was held up by the huge spiritual power, floating in front of Jiang Ming's forehead, emitting a bright light. The quality of this soul bone is a bit scary. Zhang Lexuan helped Jiang Ming protect the law and also watched the process of Jiang Ming absorbing the soul bone. Even though Zhang Lexuan grew up in Shrek Academy, she had never seen such a high-quality soul bone, and it was also a head soul bone. It is difficult to find soul bones of this quality in the entire soul master world. The leader of the undead army actually has such good luck with such a powerful head soul bone. The soul skills attached to it must be very powerful. The gap between him and me is getting wider and wider. Zhang Lexuan was sitting not far from Jiang Ming, with a pair of beautiful. The look in his eyes was extremely complicated. As the core seed of the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, she reached the terrifying 68th level soul power at the age of 20. She is about to hit the 69th level recently. It is very likely that she will reach it at the age of 20. Soul Saint cultivation. This kind of talent makes her unique in the Shrek Academy where many geniuses gather. Although she does not appear arrogant in her character, there is no small amount of pride in her heart that belongs to a genius. Before meeting Jiang Ming, she had no rival among her peers. But after meeting Jiang Ming, she faced her first failure. Moreover, Jiang Ming and she are not the same generation. Jiang Ming is 5 years younger than her. Being defeated by a junior student who was 5 years younger than herself, Zhang Lexuan's pride was hit like never before. Although these are not shown, there are indeed some changes in mentality. And just now, the reason why she asked Jiang Ming to help her build physical strength was because she wanted to catch up with Jiang Ming. She also had some other small thoughts. But now, after Jiang Ming absorbed this soul bone, the gap between them has really widened. But she is not jealous. She is not a jealous girl herself. What's more, Jiang Ming resisted the spiritual attack of the leader of the undead army for her. It was a life-saving grace. How could she be jealous? With such strength and good looks, I don't know how many girls will be fascinated by me in the future. Zhang Lexuan looked at Jiang Ming's handsome and masculine face, and she didn't know what was going on her face. A blush appeared. Because of the golden heart martial spirit, Jiang Ming's body grew rapidly. Although he was 15 years old, both in terms of physique and appearance, he already looked like a handsome young man of about 18 years old. Black hair shawl, sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, upright and handsome features, masculine posture, exuding a strong oppression, but with an elegant and bookish air. This kind of temperament is very strange. The words elegance and strength should not go together, but Jiang Ming really gave Zhang Lexuan this feeling. However, this feeling really has a special attraction to her. What are you thinking about? You are 5 years older than him. Besides, Mr. Mu and Bibi are over there. Zhang Lexuan quickly suppressed some active thoughts, and the luster in her eyes gradually dimmed. She is different from other girls. Sometimes, other girls can boldly do things that she cannot. Alice Zhang Lexuan suppressed her budding thoughts, moved her eyes away from Jiang Ming, and looked towards Poseidon Lake in the distance. The weather is very good today. The sun is warm, shining on Poseidon Lake, reflecting very gorgeous colors. The fish living in the lake were spitting bubbles, and the bubbles exploded on the lake surface, causing ripples, just like her mood at the moment. The soul bone absorption process was very fast. In less than an hour, The soul bone in front of Jiang Ming's forehead had disappeared and completely integrated into his body. However, after absorbing the soul bone, Jiang Ming did not wake up immediately. Instead, he used the powerful spiritual power obtained by absorbing the soul bone to violently attack the evil spiritual power in the sea of spirits. Impact. This is the evil mental power that has been plaguing him for several months. He must get rid of it completely today. Moreover, he can also use the process of annihilating evil spiritual power to refine and master the powerful spiritual power he has just acquired, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. However, the process of annihilating evil spiritual power is not as easy and comfortable as absorbing soul bones. Although the evil mental power is already at the end of its strength, the attributes and strength of this thing are there. Even if Jiang Ming's current mental power is much stronger than this evil mental power, it is still a very troublesome thing to completely eradicate it. As time goes by, Jiang Ming has formed the position of a Big Dipper with 6 elves above the sea of spirits, carrying out the final annihilation of the evil spiritual power. The evil spiritual force seemed to know that it was doomed, and began to fight back regardless, using an almost self-destructive method to destroy Jiang Ming's spiritual sea. Jiang Ming frowned tightly, and a painful expression appeared on his face. The intensity of the evil mental power is not as strong as before, but when it attacks, it can still make him feel extremely intense pain. Fortunately, this pain was much weaker than when he was attacked by evil spiritual power at the beginning. Jiang Ming endured it, gathered all the spiritual power in the entire spiritual sea, and launched the final wave of annihilation offensive. With the simultaneous advancement of him and the 6 elves, the scope of activity of the evil spiritual power was continuously compressed until it was overwhelmed by the raging spiritual power and disappeared completely. Seeing this, the tense expression on Jiang Ming's face suddenly relaxed. Finally solved this thing. To be honest, it feels really uncomfortable to have a ticking time bomb in my head. Even if this thing can be used as a whetstone for mental power, the danger is always there. Now that I have completely solved this mental force, I have no worries anymore. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming showed a happy smile on his face and opened his eyes. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a gentle and beautiful face. At this moment, the owner of this face was looking at him with wide eyes, a pair of smart eyes full of worry and confusion. After seeing Jiang Ming open his eyes, Zhang Lexun's eyes clearly flashed with panic. She took 2 steps back in a panic, but fell towards the ground because her body suddenly leaned back. Seeing this, Jiang Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up instantly, took 2 quick steps, stretched out his arms around Zhang Lexun's body, and hugged Zhang Lexun's thin waist. At this time, Zhang Lexun placed 1 foot on the ground, and her entire weight was placed on Jiang Ming's hand around her waist. For just a moment, Zhang Lexun and Jiang Ming looked at each other. Time and space seemed to have stopped, and everything around him seemed to have been pressed to freeze, but Jiang Ming could feel his heart beating abnormally. Even from this distance, he could feel that Zhang Lexun's heart was also undergoing abnormal heart rate activities. Is there something wrong with their hearts? This is obviously not the case. Not only is the heart abnormal, but it may be due to the absorption of the soul bone from the head, which greatly increases the mental power. Jiang Ming looked at Zhang Lexun now and had a very clear feeling. It was not just a clear vision, but an indescribable feeling, as if he could easily feel the subtle changes in the entire world. For example, he can now feel Zhang Lexun's mental mood swings, which are very chaotic. The ups and downs are like the waves on the sea, endlessly stirring. Moreover, not only was Zhang Lexun's mood not right, Jiang Ming himself also felt a little impulsive for no reason at this time. Zhang Lexun's red lips were like the most tempting thing in the world, and he couldn't help but lower his head, wanting to taste it. He thought so and did so. With one hand wrapped around Zhang Lexun's slender waist, Jiang Ming slowly and carefully lowered his head and moved closer. The distance between their faces is less than 1 meter at this time. They can obviously cross each other in the blink of an eye, but at this moment it is extremely slow and they can only get closer, little by little. Jiang Ming watched Zhang Lexun's eyebrows expand and his pupils. He could even see Zhang Lexun's thick eyelashes trembling slightly without relying on his mental power. Under the trembling eyelashes, there is a pair of beautiful eyes with flowing eyes, a little panic and bewilderment, which makes people want to comfort them. Close, too close. This is a feeling that Zhang Lexun has never had before. She has never had such close contact with a boy. When Jiang Ming's face was almost close to him, Zhang Lexun could clearly feel his hot breath. The breath was so horribly hot that even a powerful soul emperor could not resist it. She could only stand stiffly waiting for the breath to melt her. Finally, when the lips of the two people touched each other completely, a bomb with almost 1,000,000 yielding exploded in the minds of the two people, instantly blowing their minds completely blank. Exclamation mark. This feeling can be described in one word. That's the top. Very good. The warm feeling, the hot breath, and the beating heart of a deer make everything look full of dreamy atmosphere. But the real touch made the two people in the dream realize that this was an extremely real reality. Zhang Lexuan's face was instantly flushed, and the color gradually deepened, making her fair and gentle face look like it was congested. Jiang Ming had never believed that a person's face could turn red in an instant. In his opinion, the way his face changes in 1 second and his head is smoking, is an exaggeration used in TV dramas and animations to enhance the atmosphere. But now, Jiang Ming believes it. Because he saw with his own eyes that Zhang Lexuan's face turned red for a second, and smoke actually started coming from her head. Jiang Ming felt that Zhang Lexuan was extremely cute at this time, so he stuck out his tongue and touched Zhang Lexuan's lips slightly with a mischievous attitude. Unexpectedly, Zhang Lexuan's reaction was frightening at this touch. She quickly gathered her hands, grabbed both sides of Jiang Ming's head, and pushed hard. "What are you doing, Zhang?" Lexuan's voice contained 3 parts panic, 3 parts anger, 3 parts shyness, and 1 part inexplicable sweetness. This kind of emotion is very complicated. It may be intuitive when placed in a fan chart, but Jiang Ming can feel the complexity of multiple emotions mixed together from his mental strength. Zhang Lexuan pushed Jiang Ming's head away. Jiang Ming didn't use much force to begin with, so she could push it away easily. But Jiang Ming's hands still wrapped around Zhang Lexuan's slender waist, firmly. "Don't let go yet." Zhang Lexuan wanted to escape very much, but the power in Jiang Ming's hand was so strong that she couldn't break away at all. Huh? Oh, Jiang Ming's heart was very confused at this time, and his mind was blank. When he heard Zhang Lexuan telling him to let go, he let go subconsciously. The big hand was withdrawn from Zhang Lexuan's waist very decisively, so decisively that Zhang Lexuan didn't even react. It wasn't until her body was falling that she suddenly realized it. She quickly used her body's flexibility to support the ground with one hand, turned sideways, and swayed on the spot twice before standing up straight. Period. "You really let go?" Zhang Lexuan glared at Jiang Ming. The rosy color on her face had not dissipated. Her angry eyes and rosy face made her look particularly special, tender and beautiful. "Well, you asked me to let go." For the first time, Jiang Ming felt that the gentle sister Li Zhuan was being unreasonable. She was obviously the one who asked him to let go. "Me?" Zhang Lexuan choked at these words, as if something was blocking her heart. "Let go when I ask you to. Why are you so obedient?" Exclamation mark. Unable to vent the depression in her heart, Zhang Lexuan took 2 steps in a row, stood directly in front of Jiang Ming, and punched Jiang Ming in the chest, as if this could soothe the chaotic emotions in her heart. Period. However, before the punch could hit, Jiang Ming reached out and grabbed him. Jiang Ming looked at Zhang Lexuan with a puzzled look on his face, frowned slightly, and asked softly, "Sister Lexuan, why did you hit me, Zhang?" Lexuan first staring, he said, "You kissed me without my consent, so I can't punch you." Hearing this, Jiang Ming blinked and felt that it made sense. So he let go of his hand, stood up straight, and said, "Then you fight, Zhang." Lexuan, even more angry. "Hey, do you feel a little bored?" End of this chapter. Chapter 134, Enlightenment, Chatting, Evil Soul Bone Skills. In the end, Zhang Lexuan still failed to punch down. Originally, she wanted to punch Jiang Ming to relieve her anger and relieve the already awkward atmosphere, but now seeing Jiang Ming's behavior, she felt that not to mention 1 punch, but a few more punches would probably not be enough. The effect would be to make the atmosphere even more awkward. Seeing that Zhang Lexuan was reluctant to take action, Jiang Ming blinked, chuckled and said, "I know Sister Lexuan is reluctant to fight." With that said, Jiang Ming stretched out his hand again, trying to wrap his arms around Zhang Lexuan's slender waist. I don't know why, but after the kiss just now, Jiang Ming felt that his emotional connections, Ren and Du, seemed to be connected a little bit. Just like now, originally at this time, he would never push forward. He is a serious person. Well, probably so. Anyway, he is definitely not serious now. The first act of intimacy made him want to move inside, and he subconsciously wanted to ask for more. Snap. Jiang Ming's desperate attempt to push forward was directly slapped away by Zhang Lexun, and Zhang Lexun took several steps back to prevent Jiang Ming from reaching out again. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment and looked at Zhang Lexun with a dull expression. "Sister Lexun," Zhang Lexun glared at him angrily and said in a deep voice, "You've already taken such a huge advantage, don't push yourself too far." When Jiang Ming heard this, he suddenly became anxious. "Well, here we are all like this, we must have an explanation. Sister Lexun, I want you to be mine." Jiang Ming hasn't said anything yet. After he finished, Zhang Lexun took a step forward, stretched out her fingers and blocked his mouth. "Let's just do this for now, okay?" Zhang Lexun's beautiful eyes were shining with pleading. She was very confused now. This sudden intimate contact made her mind go blank. She has feelings for Jiang Ming. But some things don't just have to be felt. Originally, due to certain things, she was still hesitant about her feelings for Jiang Ming. But now, she has made a choice in her heart. She believed that since she had made her choice, she had to resolve some things first before she could agree to Jiang Ming. As for what happened, she didn't plan to tell Jiang Ming. Based on her understanding of Mr. Mu, if she said it sincerely, Mr. Mu would probably agree. It's just that if Mr. Mu's kindness to her is chosen, then the other thing will have to be nullified. She needs to find other ways to repay this kindness. Jiang Ming looked at the almost pleading look in Zhang Lexun's eyes, and felt a pain in his heart for some reason. He could feel that Zhang Lexun didn't hate him, and even felt the same as he did towards her. Otherwise, Zhang Lexun would have had the chance and ability to avoid it when he spoke just now. So, why on earth, what makes Zhang Lexun have some scruples about being with him and establishing a relationship with him? Jiang Ming wanted to ask clearly, but he could feel that Zhang Lexun didn't want to tell him this. So, he nodded, stretched out his hand and pulled Zhang Lexun into his arms somewhat domineeringly. "Sister Lexun, I can feel that you have some scruples in your heart, although I don't know what your scruples are and why you don't want to say them out, but I want you to know that since I have chosen you, I am willing to wait. If one day you are willing to tell me your concerns, I will help you resolve them no matter what." When he said this, the expression on Jiang Ming's face was serious, and unquestionably domineering. Zhang Lexun was held in Jiang Ming's arms, feeling the furnace-like temperature on Jiang Ming's body and the strong and powerful heartbeat. She couldn't say anything, and her body felt a little weak. "I'll go," Junior brother said this. "Why do I feel enlightened all of a sudden?" In a hidden corner not far away, Yan Xiaos looked at Zhang Lexun in his arms. Jiang Ming was suddenly surprised. Jiang Ming before was very good in other aspects, but he was very dull when it came to relationships. But now, looking at him like this, it seems that his feelings have suddenly escalated. Yan Xiaos was both pleased and worried. The good thing is that Jiang Ming finally got the idea, but the worrying thing is that Jiang Ming has Zhang Lexun in his arms. What should Xiao Tao do? Aren't the two of them already? Does it mean that Junior brother has the potential to be a scumbag, just like me? Yan Xiaos's heart was extremely complicated. But things have already happened, and there is nothing he can do about it. I hope everyone will have a happy ending, not like me. Yan Xiaos prayed in his heart, hoping that his junior brother would not end up like him. "Xiaos, I didn't expect that your kid still has the habit of listening to corners." Suddenly, Mr. Zhuan's voice sounded in Yan Xiaos's ears, which almost startled Yan Xiaos. "Mr. It's really a bit. Why do I need to inform you where I am, Mr. You know, in Shrek Academy, apart from Elder Mu, the person with the highest qualifications and the strongest strength is Elder Zhuan." No, if not, it doesn't matter where you are, Mr. Zhuan," Yan Xiaos explained. "Stop talking nonsense. How are they two doing, Zhuan?" Lao pointed to Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexun in the distance and asked softly. In fact, at his age, he has long lost interest in this kind of love. But who makes Jiang Ming the super genius of Shrek Academy? This good seedling has no problems at all. According to the estimates of these elders, with Jiang Ming's talent, as long as he successfully cultivates to the title Douluo, he can directly join the ranks of the top powerhouses in the mainland. If we can cultivate to a super Douluo or even an ultimate Douluo, no matter what accidents happen on the mainland in the next 300 to 500 years, Shrek Academy will be safe. Moreover, according to their analysis, if Jiang Ming can reach Super Douluo before the age of 30 and Ultimate Douluo before the age of 50, he will have the opportunity to touch the realm of God. You know, The last time someone touched the realm of God was the first generation of Shrek 7 monsters 10,000 years ago. If Jiang Ming can reach that level, Shrek Academy will definitely add another glory to its history. Of course, this is all for later. Now Jiang Ming is only over 60 and 15 years old. It is still too early to be 30 years old and become a titled Douluo. But this does not prevent the elders from paying attention to Jiang Ming. Hearing what Mr. Zhuan said, Yan Xiao's was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly understood. He smiled and said, "The two of them, already, as." He said that, Yan Xiao stretched out his hands and gestured with his thumbs the act of kissing. Zhuan Lao stared at Yan Xiao's gestures. So fast. Although he knew that these two little guys were in trouble, the progress was so fast, which was really beyond his imagination. Yet, Yan Xiao's was also surprised, but the facts are here. Mr. Zhuan glanced at Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexun in the distance, frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. It's okay for the two of them to be together, Li Zhuan, forget it, I'll go talk to Mr. Mu again. Mr. Zhuan said, then turned around and planned to leave. However, when he saw that Yan Xiao's was still there, he stretched out a hand, grabbed Yan Xiao's collar and pulled the dean of the martial arts department away. They were also dragged away together. After the two left, Jiang Ming's eyes swept over the place where Mr. Zhuan and Yan Xiao's had just stayed. With the strength of Yan Xiao's and Mr. Zhuan, Jiang Ming would naturally not be able to detect them despite such a long distance. He just had a mysterious feeling after his mental power surged. What's wrong? Zhang Lexun noticed Jiang Ming's gaze and glanced in that direction curiously. Jiang Ming smiled and said, "It's okay, don't worry about it." With that said, Jiang Ming moved his head closer, wanting to try the warm feeling just now again. "Stop, Zhang." Lexun had no time to raise her hands to resist, so she lowered her head and buried her head in Jiang Ming's chest, not giving him a chance to do bad things. "Kiss again?" "Just once," Jiang Ming asked tentatively. "No, Zhang." Lexun refused very decisively. After what had just happened, she had no doubt that Jiang Ming would do something even more extreme after the kiss. "Oh, okay, it's good to hold you like this." Jiang Ming was a little disappointed, but after feeling the warm fragrance of nephrite in his arms, he was smiling brightly, but his expression was sultry, a bit unworthy of a beating. But with Jiang Ming's strength, no one in Shrek Academy below the control level can really beat him. I don't know how long Zhang Lexun finally broke free from Jiang Ming's arms. "Okay, we can't go on like this anymore, it's time to practice, Zhang." Lexun took a deep breath to calm down the turbulent emotions in her heart, and the rosy color on her face gradually dissipated. Practice, Jiang Ming blinked. He actually didn't care much about cultivation. After all, the 6 elves in the Sea of Spirits can now provide him with almost double the cultivation efficiency. Even if he does not meditate and practice, his soul power increases twice as fast as other soul masters. However, he is the only one who has this kind of plugin for cultivation, and Zhang Lexun does not have this kind of plugin. Even with her powerful talent, Zhang Lexun was able to practice to a level close to Soul Saint at the age of 20 because she devoted most of her time to practice. "Okay, if you want to practice, I will accompany you," Jiang Ming nodded. For now, Jiang Ming has nothing else to be busy with. The Soul Guidance Department has just produced results, producing soul guidance devices, negotiating with people from the 3 major empires' military, and various other things. All of these have to be done, but it is not him to do. As for further innovation in the Soul Guide production line laboratory, he has already made a good start, and then he only needs to follow the 5-year plan. So for the time being, Jiang Ming is now in a relatively leisurely time. Zhang Lexun did not refuse, but took Jiang Ming's hand, entered her cabin, and came to the balcony on the 2nd floor. The room is very clean and there is no peculiar smell. However, I don't know if it is due to psychological effects, but Jiang Ming always feels like he smells a fragrance. On the balcony on the 2nd floor, Zhang Lexun asked Jiang Ming to take off his shoes, then took out a futon of unknown material and placed it in front of Jiang Ming. "You can sit here." With that said, Zhang Lexun also took off her shoes and sat on the futon facing Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming nodded, looking at the environment on the balcony while sitting on the futon. The balcony environment is very simple. Apart from a few green plants, the only thing worth mentioning is the broad view. Even sitting on the futon, you can see Poseidon Lake in the distance, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Meditating in this environment should be very efficient. Jiang Ming was thinking in his mind, but Zhang Lexuan opposite him had already closed his eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Ming was unambiguous and directly released the spirit of the Book of Spirits. A circle of black soul rings emerged, and the extremely powerful and oppressive aura suddenly woke up Zhang Lexuan, who had just entered meditation. She looked at the 6 black 10,000-year soul rings floating around Jiang Ming, pursed her lips, and said helplessly, "Jiang Ming, you'd better put your martial soul away." "Well, who can calm down and meditate on the aura of your 6,000-year soul ring? The aura of a 10,000-year soul ring is very powerful. The aura of 6 10,000-year soul rings at close range is enough to scare the piss out of a centuries-old soul beast. Under this aura, if you want to meditate quietly, only a powerful person at the level of Title Douluo can do it." "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm used to it." Jiang Ming scratched his head apologetically, and then put away his spirit. Before, when the elf had not completed its 10,000 years of evolution, it needed to practice on a soul ring. But after completing 10,000 years of evolution, the elves can practice in Jiang Ming's spiritual sea without Jiang Ming releasing the soul ring. "Forget it, I can't calm down for a while. Why don't we have a chat?" Zhang Lexuan said softly. Having just experienced that kind of thing and being shocked by Jiang Ming's 6,000-year soul rings, she would definitely not be able to meditate immediately. "Okay, what do you want to talk about?" Jiang Ming looked at Zhang Lexuan. Whether it was cultivation or something else, he didn't care. It can't be said that he still has many things he likes to do, such as studying soul guidance devices, reading books and so on. But at this time, it is obvious that we cannot do this. "Well, the Ren and Du meridians are indeed a little clearer. Let's just chat." "What do you want to talk about, Zhang?" Lexuan didn't know what to talk about with Jiang Ming at this time. Although her relationship with Jiang Ming has taken a step forward, she still has no interest in Jiang Ming. Ming's understanding of other aspects is indeed not much. "Me? What I want to talk about, if he were to talk, he would like to talk about soul guides, the future development trend of the Soul Master world, and the 3 major empires. There may be a war with the Sun and Moon Empire in the future. The topic is tough. But now is probably not the time to talk about this." So, Jiang Ming looked at Zhang Lexuan and said, "How about we talk about the soul bone I just absorbed?" "Sister Lexuan, let me tell you, after absorbing the soul bone after removing the soul bone, I discovered that although the evil aura was removed from this soul bone by Mr. Mew, the soul skills attached to it are still very evil, and of this chapter, Chapter 135, Terrible Mind Control, Wenrao Township is the Tomb of Heroes." Hearing what Jiang Ming said, Zhang Lexuan's curiosity was also aroused. She knew the evil methods of the leader of the undead army. Back then, he controlled thousands of corpses to surround them. If Jiang Ming hadn't killed the leader of the undead army, once they were surrounded by thousands of corpses, they would really not be able to complete this task. As for the risk of life, it is not a big deal. After all, Mr. Zhuan is supervising the formation. It's really impossible to defeat him. If Mr. Zhuan slaps him down, these thousands of corpses are just a matter of a few soul skills. But it is undeniable that the methods of the leader of the undead army are indeed strange. If Jiang Ming had not gone and Zhang Lexuan would lead the team by herself, everyone might have to stay there. Even she, an evil soul master who is at the soul saint level and has such weird methods, can't do anything about it. Evil? How evil can the soul skills attached to the soul bone of this head be? Could it be that your 4th soul skill is evil, Zhang? Lexuan asked softly. Jiang Ming has an evil soul skill, which is his 4th soul skill called Heart of Gold. This soul skill is really very similar to the soul skill of an evil soul master. Who is a good soul master? His soul skills can directly drain the blood from others. Well, that's not the case. Jiang Ming smiled and continued, "I don't know the name of the head soul bone I absorbed, but I think it's better to call it mind control head soul bone. Because there is only one skill attached to this soul bone, and that is mental control. Moreover, this mind control skill is very domineering. Jiang Ming feels that he is already a relatively domineering person, but this soul skill still makes him feel domineering. Mind control? Isn't that a normal soul skill? Why do you say evil?" Zhang Lexuan had some doubts in her heart. Because of the position of the soul bone, after the head soul bone is absorbed by the soul master, it will generally provide a skill related to mental power mind control, This skill is very rare among the soul skills of ordinary soul masters, but it seems not strange that the head soul bone provides such a soul skill, let alone an evil sect. Of course it cannot be called evil if it is an ordinary mind control soul skill, but the soul skill I obtained is really hard to say. Sister Li Juan, do you still remember the leader of the undead army? Can you control thousands of corpses? The expression on Jiang Ming's face was a little strange. Remember, with those thousands of corpses, if you hadn't killed the leader of the undead legion in time, the others probably wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. Speaking of this, Zhang Lexun felt a little scared. At that time, if the leader of the undead army persisted for another 10 minutes, the teammates outside who were resisting the zombie army would really be unable to hold on. Well, I always thought this was the martial soul ability of the leader of the undead legion, but after absorbing this soul bone, I found that I was wrong. This is not at all the evil soul master's martial soul ability. In other words, is not all that. Jiang Ming's voice gradually became heavier, and his face was full of seriousness. The skill this head soul bone gives me is forced mental control. Using this soul skill, you can release a mental imprint into the target's body. As long as the opponent's mental power does not exceed your own, you can directly control the opponent's spirit, or in other words, soul. And if the target is a corpse, the spiritual mark left by the skill can control the corpse. And because the spiritual power in the corpse is dissipated and has no owner, in this state, it will be easier to control. Hearing this, Zhang Lexun's beautiful eyes widened with shock. This soul skill is indeed too overbearing. How terrifying it is to use soul skills to directly control the target's spirit and even soul. If that's the case, I personally feel fine. But from the information I have, I found that this soul skill can be sent in groups. As long as you have enough mental power, there is no limit to the number you can control. This is why the leader of the undead army can control thousands of corpses. Moreover, why he chooses to control corpses instead of normal soul masters is probably because of the strength of his mental power. The mental power used to control a normal soul master is enough to control 10 unconscious corpses. Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel heavy as he spoke. This was discovered early, and this guy was killed at the soul saint level. If this guy grows to the title Douluo level, or even the super Douluo level, Jiang Ming has no doubt that he can rely on this soul bone skill to form an army of more than 10,000 soul masters. This is a zombie army that is not afraid of death or pain. Once it occurs, what kind of disaster it will be is terrifying to think about. This skill is so evil, Zhang Lexun was so surprised that she was speechless. Even after staying in Shrek Academy for more than 10 years, she had never seen anything like this. Powerful soul skills. That's not right. How can such a powerful soul skill be just a 10,000-year-old soul bone? I wouldn't be surprised if this skill appeared on a 100,000-year-old soul bone. Zhang Lexun immediately realized something is wrong. This skill is ridiculously powerful. Even the best 10,000-year-old head soul bone shouldn't have this skill. Sister Li Juan is right. If there is no limit to such a powerful soul skill, then it is really incredible that it appears on a 10,000-year-old soul bone. Jiang Ming nodded. So, there are restrictions. Zhang Lexun felt relieved. If there was no limit to this skill, then this soul bone would really be too incredible. Yes, there are limitations. All mental imprints can only last for 1 month. After 1 month, the mental imprint will dissipate directly. If you want to continue to control it, you need to constantly update the spiritual imprint. I think this is one of the reasons why the leader of the undead army chose to control the corpse. After all, if there are so many soul masters, they will not have time to update their spiritual imprints. Even if he is a soul saint, it will definitely not be easy to face the siege of so many people. If it is a corpse, the mental mark will disappear and the machine will be shut down directly, so there is no need to worry about safety. Jiang Ming said softly. He felt that the leader of the undead legion was quite careful. He only dealt with corpses in the entire legion and did not control normal soul masters, thus eliminating all safety risks. The only time I wanted to make a normal soul master a corpse slave was when I met Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexun. I can only say that it was bad luck. If it had been anyone else, maybe it would have fallen into his hands. Is it only for a month? That's okay, otherwise, this soul skill would be really terrifying. Zhang Lexun nodded, looked at Jiang Ming, and felt something strange in her heart. This kind of heaven-defying soul skill is an absolute secret to the soul master, just like the twin martial soul masters' second martial soul. But now, Jiang Ming told her this soul skill during the chat. Obviously he has great trust in her. It's really scary. From now on, this soul skill will still be the same as the fourth soul skill of my golden heart. Use it as little as possible. Jiang Ming nodded in agreement. He currently has 6 elves living in the Sea of Spirit. As the number of soul rings increases, there may be 9 elves. Will he use this soul bone skill to control other people? Is it easy to be schizophrenic? The chat is over, let's start practicing now. As he said that, Jiang Ming took the lead and sitting cross-legged, closed his eyes and began to meditate. Zhang Lexuan was stunned when she saw Jiang Ming looking more positive than herself. Then she closed her eyes and began to meditate. On the balcony, the two of them sat opposite each other. Amidst the rustle of the wind blowing through the green plants and the gentle breeze of the cool breath blowing from Poseidon Lake, their cultivation gradually entered a good state. In the spiritual sea, the elves were quite happy to see that their master had taken the initiative to practice today. The evil spiritual power has been eliminated, and they can continue to help their master practice. So, in Jiang Ming's spiritual sea, 6 elves started a crazy training mode with Jiang Ming. Just from the beginning, Jiang Ming's soul power directly broke through to level 64. This is already very slow for Jiang Ming. After all, when he met Zhang Lexuan a few months ago, he had already reached level 63 soul power. In the past few months, although the elves have not deliberately practiced in order to help Jiang Ming fight against the evil spiritual power, their cultivation has gradually increased and has reached level 63 peak. Now that the 6 elves plus Jiang Ming himself have 7 cultivation powers, plus the accumulation over the past few months, it is normal to break through the first level of soul power. And it's not over yet. Although the absorption of the head soul bone mainly increases mental power, this soul bone is after all 10,000 years old, and the soul power contained in it is definitely not small. Due to various factors, Jiang Ming's cultivation is heading towards level 65 soul power. Time passed little by little, and in the quiet and peaceful atmosphere, night fell unknowingly. When the two of them finished their meditation practice, they saw the sky full of stars. The starry sky is vast and the stars are bright, poetic, picturesque, and dreamlike. How is the harvest, Zhang? Lexuan stood up from the futon, showing off her beautiful body curves with every move, making Jiang Ming couldn't help but avert his eyes. The harvest is pretty good. Now I have reached level 65 soul power, Jiang Ming said with some satisfaction. He thought he could not reach level 65, but he was very lucky and succeeded. Hearing this, Zhang Lexuan, who had just been in a good mood due to her success in cultivation and being one step closer to level 70 soul power, was instantly a little frustrated. Level 65. The first time she met Jiang Ming, he was only level 63. In just a few months, he has reached level 65. This cultivation speed is simply outrageous. No, I can't compete with you, a monster. It hurts my self-esteem too much, Zhang. Lexuan took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled, slightly relieving her frustration. Monster? Well, it's not that exaggerated, Jiang Ming himself didn't feel much. This kind of cultivation speed seemed to him to be relatively normal, even a little slow. After all, he has a practice cheat. The corner of Zhang Lexuan's mouth twitched slightly. Not that exaggerated? 15-year-old level 65 soul emperor. Isn't this an exaggeration? Exclamation mark. Zhang Lexuan did not answer Jiang Ming's words, because she could feel that Jiang Ming was not on Versailles, but really felt that it was not that exaggerated. Are you hungry? The canteen should be closed now. Do you want me to make you something to eat, Zhang? Lexuan looked at Jiang Ming and asked softly. Jiang Ming stood up and asked with some surprise, Sister Lexuan, can you cook, Zhang? Lexuan rolled her eyes at Jiang Ming and said, is it difficult to cook? It's just not as delicious as what you made. Do you want to eat it, Jiang Ming nodded quickly and said, of course you have to eat it. Zhang Lexuan nodded and then put on her shoes. Then you wait a moment, I'll do it, Jiang Ming looked at Zhang Lexuan's leaving figure and felt warm in his heart. Then he put on his shoes, stood on the balcony, looked up at the stars, and frowned slightly. I don't know why, but when he was practicing, he always had a bad premonition in his heart. This premonition gradually became clear as his cultivation level improved. He didn't know what this premonition was about, and he couldn't judge what would happen. He didn't like this feeling very much. What exactly will happen? Jiang Ming looked at the silver moon hanging in the night sky, with a lot of thoughts in his heart. After a while, Zhang Lexun's meal was ready. When Jiang Ming saw the 3 side dishes on the table, he didn't know what to say. There is no problem with the food, but... Jiang Ming looked at Zhang Lexun and asked tentatively, Sister Lexun, you don't eat meat? Yes, the 3 dishes in front of me are all vegetarian, without meat. For Jiang Ming, who likes to eat meat, this is a little bit, I'll eat it, but I eat less, and I don't have any at home, so I can only feel aggrieved. There was a trace of apology on Zhang Lexun's face. Oh, so that's it. Jiang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the 3 side dishes on the table, picked up his rice bowl, and tasted each one. As a person who pursues delicious food, Jiang Ming is quite picky. But from Jiang Ming's point of view, these 3 vegetarian dishes made by Zhang Lexun were passable. Well, to put it bluntly, it is edible. But looking at Zhang Lexun's expectant eyes, Jiang Ming immediately started eating rice and picking up vegetables like a delicacy. Seeing Jiang Ming eating so happily, a beautiful smile appeared on Zhang Lexun's fair and gentle face. She has tasted Jiang Ming's craftsmanship and knows the taste of her own cooking. The night passed quickly. Zhang Lexun refused Jiang Ming's proposal to sleep in a room and directly accompanied Jiang Ming to meditate and practice in the living room for another night. In this regard, Jiang Ming expressed a little disappointment. He just wants to sleep in the room and does nothing else. After a night of practice, Jiang Ming planned to give Zhang Lexun some physical strength training. This is what was promised to her before. Jiang Ming is a person who keeps his promises. However, before the 2 of them started, Yan Xiao suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pulled Jiang Ming away. As he walked away, he said, Junior brother, be gentle. This is the Tomb of Heroes, it's time to get down to business. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, there is a meeting in the outer courtyard of the Wuhan department, and Yan Xiao is helpless. Jiang Ming looked at the beauty who was disappearing in his sight, his eyes full of reluctance. Mr. Jiang, has worked so hard in the past 2 years and done so many great things, why can't he just get drunk in the gentle village? Exclamation mark. Alice. In this world, is Wenwen Township a tomb of heroes? I haven't entered the gentle country yet. The tomb of heroes is a piece of shit. Zhang Lexun felt extremely sad when she saw Jiang Ming being forcibly taken away by the dean. But there must be something important for the dean to pull Jiang Ming away in such a hurry. Although Jiang Ming agreed to help her build physical strength, she still had to wait until he was done. Thinking like this, Zhang Lexun started a new exercise alone in the open space in front of the house. Her talent is very strong, but no matter how strong her talent is, she still needs to practice hard to achieve such terrifying cultivation at this age. On the other side, when Sister Li Zhuan's figure disappeared from sight, Jiang Ming had given up struggling. He is not a salty person. Senior brother, you should let go. You have run so far away, are you still worried that I will turn back? Kao Ming patted senior brother Yan Xiao on the shoulder, sighed. Compared with the fragrant and soft Sister Li Zhuan, senior brother, this rotten old man, has really poor senses. Hearing this, Yan Xiao thought about it, so he let go of Jiang Ming and said in the tone of an experienced person, Junior brother, I don't object to you and Li Zhuan having a relationship. But you can't indulge in things like love, and you can't forget about business just because you want to fall in love. Jiang Ming heard this. Yan Xiao gave Yan Xiao a blank look. If I remember correctly, senior brother, the task given by the teacher seems to be to ask you to submit a 5-year plan for the martial arts system. I don't have any part in this serious matter. Yan Xiao suddenly became anxious. How can you not be responsible for this? Junior brother, you are from our martial arts system. Jiang Ming tilted his head and said, then what? Yan Xiao hesitated for a moment, and finally said, then you can help senior brother. Although this 5-year plan is not difficult, you have planned the soul guidance department so well. If I don't have any bright spots, I will be punished by the teacher. This is Yan Xiao's. The reason why Jiang Ming must be brought here. A 5-year plan, Yan Xiao's, the majestic dean of the martial arts department, would naturally be able to implement it. But did Mr. Mu just want him to do it? Definitely not. Must satisfy Mr. Mu. There must be bright spots and reforms. This is not something that can be thought of in a short while. Even if he, the dean of the Wuhan department, calls all the teachers, deans, etc. of the Wuhan department together for a meeting, he may not be able to come up with a plan that satisfies Mr. Mu. Therefore, Jiang Ming, a treasurer who had allowed the Seoul Guidance Department to confirm its direction in just 2 years, naturally had to come over. Seeing that Yan Xiaos had already said this, Jiang Ming stopped talking and followed Yan Xiaos to a large conference room in the martial arts department. This is where Yan Xiaos usually holds meetings for the teachers of the martial arts department. However, the usual meetings are usually about the appointment and dismissal of some teachers in the class, as well as the allocation of resources, and these issues are a cliché. Now, the meeting that Yan Xiaos is about to open this time requires changes in the martial arts system. It will take 5 years for the Seoul Guidance Department next door to catch up with the Sun Moon Empire, and 5 years to catch up with Mingdadang. If he doesn't take action, the status of the Martial Seoul Department will be in jeopardy. The teachers will be here soon, junior brother, why don't you tell me your thoughts first? Yan Xiaos is sitting in the main seat, and Jiang Ming is sitting on his left. Duilin is usually the teacher here. Director position. Ideas? We don't have this yet. Let's wait for the teachers to come. Jiang Ming shook his head. It's not that he is modest, but he really doesn't have any specific ideas yet. He had worked in the Seoul Guidance Department for 2 years and was familiar with the senior Seoul Guidance Dean of the Seoul Guidance Department before he proposed the implementation of the Seoul Guidance Department's 5-year plan. On this point, he finally settled on this idea after colliding with dozens of senior Seoul engineers from the Seoul Guidance Department for several days, almost making him blush. As for the Wuhan department, he didn't know a few teachers in total, and his understanding of the Wuhan department was limited to the few months when freshmen entered school. Without enough understanding, no matter how many ideas you have, they are all false and empty. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth, but the prerequisite is a comprehensive and detailed theoretical foundation. When Yan Xiaos heard this, he nodded appreciatively. To be honest, if Jiang Ming talks eloquently and talks about heaven and earth as soon as he comes up, then he would be really worried. The dean said there was a meeting, so the teachers naturally did not dare to delay. After finishing the class, they went directly to the large conference room. When Duilin saw Jiang Ming sitting in his seat, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then based on the news he heard these days, he already made a judgment in his heart. He walked to Yan Xiaos's right side as if nothing had happened and looked at this genius, whom he had only met a few times. In a short time, all the teachers had arrived. When Zhou Yi saw Jiang Ming sitting next to Yan Xiaos, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he raised his eyebrows at Mu Jin across from him in a show-off manner. When Mu Jin saw Zhou Yi showing off, she was so angry that her silver teeth almost broke. I can't compete with men, and my disciples can't compete with me. It's so irritating. Seeing that the teachers had all sat down, Yan Xiaos reached out and knocked on the long table in front of him, and said softly, "Today's meeting is different from the past. I hope that everyone will listen carefully, remember carefully, and do it seriously." Yan Xiaos's voice was not loud, but his light tone made everyone, the teachers in the conference room, were all refreshed and quickly sat upright. In previous meetings, Yan Xiaos had never said anything like this. Obviously, the content of this meeting is of great importance. Yan Xiaos glanced at the teachers in the conference room, nodded, and then said, "Some of you know the person next to me, and some of you are not familiar with him, but it's okay. Let me introduce it to you. This is Jiang Ming, a disciple of the inner courtyard." The core seed of the inner courtyard. Hearing this, the teachers who had dealt with Jiang Ming were shocked. The core seed of the inner courtyard? Isn't it only possible to reach level 60 before the age of 20? He is level 60. Isn't possible? I remember that he was a freshman under teacher Zhou Yi before. He was only 12 years old when he entered school, and he is only 15 now. 15-year-old Seoul Emperor. The teachers immediately started talking, their eyes filled with horror. Don't blame them for not knowing this. The inner court and the outer court are two systems in themselves, and information sometimes does not communicate with each other. Moreover, Jiang Ming seems to have had no other achievements in the past few years except that he shined in the freshman assessment and selected the entire outer courtyard in the first grade. This resulted in that, 2 years later, except for Zhou Yi, the teachers in the outer college still didn't know Jiang Ming's current strength. Quiet, Duilin, who was sitting on Yan Xiaos's right-hand side, heard the noisy sound and immediately gave a soft drink, silencing dozens of teachers. Come down. Douluo, the teaching director, is still very prestigious among the teachers. If there's anything we can talk about after the meeting is over, Yan Xiao said softly, and then, as if he felt that the surprise he brought to everyone was not enough, he said again, also, Jiang Ming, now he is my junior brother, and his words are equivalent to mine. You should listen carefully. As soon as these words came out, the needle was heard in the conference room. The dean's junior brother? Exclamation mark. These teachers all came from the inner courtyard, so they naturally knew who the dean's teacher was, Yan Xiao's. A teacher wanted to raise his hand to ask, but was forced back by Yan Xiao's look. Now is not the time to answer questions. Junior brother, the teachers from the outer courtyard of the Wuhan department are all here. If you have anything to ask or have any ideas, you can just say it. Yan Xiao's looked at Jiang Ming, said softly. He wanted to see what Jiang Ming would do. This, seeing the eyes of dozens of teachers falling on him, Jiang Ming felt a little uncomfortable. However, given the experience of being surrounded by dozens of high-level soul engineers in the top-secret laboratory of the Soul Guidance Department, Jiang Ming would not show any fear. What's more, among these people, except for senior brothers Yan Xiao's and Douluo's current strength may not be able to beat him. Then let's start with the first-grade teachers in the outer courtyard. I need to know first the specific arrangements for students in the first grade. Jiang Ming asked softly, although he had been in the first grade for several years. Months, but after all, we have not waited for the whole situation, so it is better to have an overall understanding. As he spoke, Jiang Ming took out a booklet from his storage soul guide and prepared to record it. His memory is very good, almost to the point of photographic memory, but his good memory is not as good as his bad writing. He still likes to record in books. Soon, the first grade teachers explained the arrangements for the first grade one by one. This includes freshman admission, freshman assessment, freshman placement, and promotion assessment, etc. While the teachers were making their presentations, Jiang Ming also asked a few more detailed questions and made some notes. After listening to the first grade teacher's statement, Jiang Ming frowned slightly. He did not rush to propose an optimization plan, but continued to listen to the statements of teachers from other grades. The 6 grades in the outer courtyard are integrated, and the first grade is the foundation. Only providing opinions on the teaching policies and goals of the first grade can easily affect the entire 6 grades in the outer courtyard. Time passed little by little. When the meeting lasted for 3 hours, all the teachers of the 6 grades in the conference room had finished their presentations. The booklet in Jiang Ming's hand has many pages written eloquently. Among them, the ones highlighted are the first grade, the third grade, and the 6th grade. These 3 grades are the 3 key points for the teaching in the outer courtyard of the Wuhan department. Needless to say about the first grade, if the entire outer courtyard is compared to a building, then the first grade is the bottom layer, even the foundation. The third grade is a turning point for the martial soul system. In the third grade, students can choose between the martial arts department and the soul guidance department. Although there are other ways to enter the soul guidance department before the third grade, for the vast majority of students, the real choice is in the third grade. Compared to the first and third grades, the 6th grade is relatively mature, but there is also a key point. That means entering the inner courtyard and graduating. Basically, it is equivalent to the difference between taking the postgraduate entrance examination and graduating from the undergraduate program. It's just that the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy has the responsibility of the Shrek supervisory team. To sum up, if the martial arts department is to be reformed, these 3 grades must focus on it. But how to change it? This cannot be figured out in a short while. It needs to be discussed by many parties. After the teachers of the 6 grades finished their presentations, Yan Xiao's glanced at Jiang Ming, who was frowning and thinking, but had no intention of letting him come up with a reform plan immediately. Just kidding, if Jiang Ming can instantly think of a perfect reform plan after a 3-hour meeting here, then wouldn't it mean that he, the dean of the martial arts department, and the teachers here have atrophied cerebellums? In the following meeting, Yan Xiao's continued to praise some outstanding teachers in the outer courtyard as before, and severely criticize some teachers who had received complaints, such as a certain teacher named Zhou. No way, the class taught by Zhou Yi has good results, but the elimination rate is too high. The eliminated students and the families behind them came to him to complain, and he, the dean, could not just sit back and ignore them. However, that's all. A few harsh criticisms and a deduction of bonuses are enough. Shrek Academy is a Soul Master Academy, and it is important for teachers to bring out good students. If Zhou Yi's class grades were not good, or there were complaints caused by students being disabled, Yan Xiaos would definitely fire Zhou Yi as soon as possible without the pressure from the forces behind these students. But if it was because of disobedience or laziness, it would be hard to say if Zhou Yi would not be expelled but instead be expelled. Zhou Yi is too strict and likes heavy punishment, but he can indeed bring out good students. The student was lucky enough to be disobedient and cut corners on Zhou Yi's requirements, but he was sure not to be expelled. Both sides are at fault and both have reasons. Which side does the college take? When both parties have faults and reasons, the distinction between strong, weak and close becomes very important. Obviously, the academy is biased towards Zhou Yi. After praising and criticizing some teachers, Yan Xiaos learned about the core disciples of the outer courtyard and the students who hoped to enter the inner courtyard. After talking a lot, Jiang Ming didn't listen carefully, he was thinking. When Jiang Ming managed to come up with some clues, he, Yan Xiaos, and Zhou Yi were the only ones left in the conference room. He listened to Yan Xiaos helplessly saying to Zhou Yi, can't you stop being so angry? Recently, a few students have complained against you. Just speak up to the disobedient students. It's too much to ask them to be transferred to another class or even expelled. Facing the dean's reprimand, Zhou Yi's pretty face showed no signs of deterioration, and her eyes were very calm. Dean, I am a teacher, teaching students. If he doesn't listen when I teach, then why is he staying in my class? It's better to change classes as soon as possible or leave the college. Yan Xiaos choked for a moment, then frowned and said, if the students don't listen, can't you be more gentle and persuade them? Why must it be like this? The expression on Zhou Yi's face remained unchanged, and she said simply, my style is just like this, I can't be gentle, I can't change it, and I don't want to change it. You can figure it out. If it doesn't work, you can change it. It doesn't matter if my bonus and salary are deducted. Anyway, Fan Yu supports me. I don't care about bonus, salary or rank, but my ability is not bad. My target is still Fan Yu from the Soul Guidance Department, and Jiang Ming is still her student. Wait. Yan Xiaos was shocked. Jiang Ming is Zhou Yi's student, and he is Jiang Ming's senior brother. Co-author Zhou Yi is a generation higher than him, the dean? End of this chapter. Chapter 137. The first step in the reform of the martial arts system is the introduction of military training. Suddenly realizing that the seniority was somewhat confusing, Yan Xiaos felt even more helpless. It's not easy to be the dean of the martial arts department. In desperation, Yan Xiaos turned his attention to Jiang Ming aside. He had no choice but to deal with the rogue Zhou Yi, and wanted to ask Jiang Ming, Zhou Yi's favorite disciple, to see if he could persuade him. Junior brother, what do you think of teacher Zhou Yi's actions? Yan Xiaos asked softly, and with this question, he felt that his seniority was really a bit shorter than Zhou Yi. Really following Yan Xiaos's words, Zhou Yi also looked at Jiang Ming. Both of them looked at Jiang Ming calmly, as if it didn't matter what Jiang Ming said. Just me. Jiang Ming blinked, his eyes full of confusion. No, he was still thinking about the reform of the Wuhan department's outer courtyard. Why did he suddenly ask him what he thought? Well, what do you think? Yan Xiaos said softly again. Jiang Ming looked at his senior brother and then at teacher Zhou. Although their expressions were both calm, Jiang Ming still vaguely felt a crisis. So me? I don't know, I was just thinking about something. Although the overall structure of the Wuhan department's outer courtyard is relatively complete, it still has some flaws in many aspects. Jiang Ming didn't answer the question, he just looked confused and said, I don't know. Spring and autumn brushwork skipped this offending question and changed the topic. Defects, as soon as Yan Xiaos heard this, his attention was immediately diverted. Compared to Zhou Yi, a rogue teacher, Yan Xiaos was obviously more concerned about what Jiang Ming said was the shortcomings of the outer courtyard of the Wuhan department. Well, there are indeed some flaws, but they are not big problems, and it will be difficult to correct them in a short while. We need to think of a more comprehensive method. Jiang Ming spread out the booklet in his hand, pointed at some of the things written on it, and explained it to Yan Xiaos. In fact, Jiang Ming himself is not good at reforming education, or even knows nothing about it. After all, he was a student when he time traveled over. He could not think about many things from the perspective of the academy. He could only judge some things in the outer academy of the martial arts department based on his more than 10 years of student life. Period. The martial soul department and the soul guidance department of Shrek Academy are still different. The focus of the martial soul department is teaching. This is the foundation that has been established for thousands of years and must not be shaken. As for the soul guidance department, in fact, it is currently mainly about breakthroughs and innovations in soul guidance device technology. After all, most of the people who choose Shrek Academy are excellent soul masters, and few choose to be soul mentors. The current focus of the soul guidance department is to improve its own soul guidance technology, so that it can better teach students to learn soul guidance technology. But there is no such process in the martial arts department. With 10,000 years of foundation, there is almost no one with a better understanding of martial spirits than Shrek on the entire continent. And this also makes the reform of the martial soul system very difficult. The original level of the soul guidance department was actually not very good, so the two deans of the soul guidance department and other senior soul teachers were very willing to make changes, and their mentality was very calm. But not the martial arts department. Thousands of years of experience have made them very confident in the current teaching model. Compared with other soul master academies on the mainland, Shrek's martial arts department is indeed very advanced. This means that it will be very difficult to get them to make changes. At this point, Jiang Ming showed a trace of sadness on his face. When he first came here, he didn't think about it that much, but as he got to know more deeply, he realized that the reform of the martial arts system was really troublesome. It is not very difficult to convert a thatched house into a nice-looking modern house. But if this 1,000-year-old house is demolished and rebuilt, and it needs to be built better, the difficulty will be doubled. The more Jiang Ming talked, the more he felt a headache. Finally, he lay on his back on his seat, spread his hands, and said helplessly, "Senior brother, why don't you forget it? It's not that important. There are too many things and they are too complicated, and even if I reform, I really can't guarantee that the Wuhan system will become better, and I may even collapse the entire Wuhan system. This is not self-effacing, but true. There is such a risk." After listening to Jiang Ming's story, Yan Xiao's frowned deeply. As the dean, he knows better than Jiang Ming about all aspects involved in the reforms that Jiang Ming just mentioned. This is indeed not something that can be changed in a short period of time, just by talking about reforms. "Well, we really can't go to war," Yan Xiao's nodded, then picked up the booklet written by Jiang Ming and read it carefully for a while. For a long time, he looked at Jiang Ming and said in a deep voice, "Major reforms are easy to break the bones, and most of our Shrek Academy's many years of teaching experience are practical, so there is no need to make major changes. In this way, junior brother, you can make some small improvements. Plan. For example, the new student assessment method, or the upgrade assessment method, conduct a partial test to see the effect, and take your time, hearing." This, Jiang Ming, who was half lying on the seat, was a little surprised. Period. "Senior brother, do you also know about pilot projects?" "Pilot projects?" Yan Xiao's looked puzzled. "That's right, this is a bit troublesome to explain, but I think what you said makes sense, brother. You can change some smaller things first, explore boldly, and be careful to verify." Jiang Ming was a science student in his previous life, and he only learned about these policy things from watching the news in Chinese class. He may be able to understand this concept, but when it comes to explaining it, he may not be able to explain it completely. But that's probably what it means, just do it according to this idea. "So, where do you plan to start making changes?" Zhou Yi, who had been watching for a long time, asked softly. She did not leave when Jiang Ming told Yan Xiao's just now. Instead, she listened quietly and had a certain understanding of what the two of them were going to do. "Huh? Teacher Zhou, are you still there?" Yan Xiao said in surprise. Zhou Yi had no expression on her face and said softly, "Then shall I go?" Jiang Ming saw this and said quickly, "Since Teacher Zhou has heard so much, well, let's talk about our ideas together. Where do you think it would be better to make changes?" Zhou Yi frowned slightly, a trace of thought flashed in her beautiful eyes. When Jiang Ming and Yan Xiao saw Zhou Yi like this, they felt a little bad. Sure enough, after thinking for a few seconds, Zhou Yi said, "I think our college does not discipline the new students enough. They are all children of big families. No matter how bad they are still a city. The genius soul masters in the school were 12 years old when they came in. They were too arrogant and disobedient to discipline, and it was difficult for them to carry out teaching work. I suggest, when new students enter school, add some training to let them know that their talents are not outstanding in Shrek Academy, so that they can calm down. When hearing Zhou Yi's suggestion, the corners of Yan Xiao's mouth twitched. Even if he is the dean of the martial soul department, he has to admit that the various assessments of the martial soul department are very harsh compared to other soul master colleges. In the assessment for freshmen and promotion, the elimination rate is still high. However, Zhou Yi actually felt that this was not enough, and that the new students would have to be trained as they entered the school. He is truly a snake and scorpion teacher. Yan Xiao was about to criticize Zhou Yi for such harsh ideas, but Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. I think Teacher Zhou's proposal is very good. What? Exclamation mark. Yan Xiao suddenly turned his head to look at Jiang Ming, with some disbelief in his eyes. No, have you ever been caught in the rain? Not only did you not hold an umbrella for others, but you also helped others? Seeing that his proud disciple agreed with his idea, Zhou Yi's pretty face suddenly laughed. No, junior brother, do you agree with Teacher Zhou Yi's idea? Yan Xiao frowned, his eyes full of confusion. In his impression, Jiang Ming is not a strict person. Jiang Ming nodded and said, I do agree with Teacher Zhou Yi's idea. What Teacher Zhou said makes sense. Freshmen enter the school with arrogance. If there are many cases of dissatisfaction, it's okay if there are only one or two, but when there are more people, it becomes difficult to manage. The question Zhou Yi asked reminded Jiang Ming of one thing, that is, when he was studying in his previous life, when he arrived at a new school, the first thing he did after entering the school was not to teach knowledge, but military training. Yes, military training. Judging from the comparison of the two worlds, the Soul Master students in the Douluo world were in almost the same situation as the 15 or 16-year-old students in the previous life when they were 12 years old. The 15 or 16-year-old students in the previous life were probably in high school. There is military training in high school. The purpose of military training in the past life, it was to enhance the awareness of national defense and the concept of collectivism, to deeply understand the true meaning of establishing morality, learning, conduct and innovation, to cultivate a style of unity and mutual assistance, and to enhance collective cohesion and combat effectiveness. In addition, it can also improve self-care ability, cultivate ideological self-reliance and independence, help us develop good habits of strict self-discipline, and enhance personal and collective patriotism. In Shrek Academy has a special status and is not under the jurisdiction of any empire, so it does not teach matters about national defense. But the others seem to be universal. Using military training to exercise the willpower of new students, rub away the so-called superiority of genius and superiority in them, cultivate a sense of unity, and be strict with themselves is the right direction. Thinking of this, the light in Jiang Ming's eyes gradually became dazzling. He took the booklet placed on the table, took up the pen and started writing. The first thing is to write a few big words at the top of this page. Freshman military training plan. Afterwards, Jiang Ming thought for a while and put pen to paper again. Because of Shrek Academy's special status on the mainland, they cannot directly transfer people from the military camps of the three empires for military training. That would arouse a lot of suspicion and may also cause unnecessary conflicts between the three empires. However, this problem is easy to solve. There are many students in Shrek Academy who have stayed in the military camps of the three empires. Apart from anything else, the eldest son of the White Tiger Duke's family is currently in the outer courtyard. Through the vast network of Shrek Academy, we extracted the military training methods of the three empires and combined them with Shrek's own characteristics to form a unique set of military training methods. However, the idea has been decided, and the specific content of this military training still needs to be discussed. Fortunately, this year's freshmen have been enrolled for a month or two, and they still have almost a whole year to plan. Not long after, Jiang Ming wrote down a rough framework of the military training plan. There was not much content, but it gave a good direction and tone. In this way, the teachers from the outer courtyard will work together and brainstorm, and they will definitely be able to come up with some good military training content. Senior brother, I wrote a framework, please take a look. After finishing writing, Jiang Ming handed the booklet to Yan Xiao. Yan Xiao looked carefully at what Jiang Ming had written. Although his brows were furrowed, there was a twinkle in his eyes. After a while, Yan Xiao put down the book and looked at Jiang Ming. He said in a deep voice, Junior brother, The special status of our Shrek Academy, military training, will be a little bit. Jiang Ming saw the worries of his senior brother and said with a smile, "It's okay, senior brother, the focus of our military training is to polish off the arrogance of the new students, temper their will, and improve their abilities. As long as they don't take sides and control the military training time within a reasonable range, the three empires should not think too much." Hearing this, Yan Xiaos nodded. Indeed, there is a degree to everything. As long as the bottom line is not crossed, the problem is actually not big. However, if we enable military training, the three empires will definitely not cooperate in terms of content. If we want this military training to be really effective, we need you, senior brother, to coordinate with the military of the three empires. Moreover, this military training must create our own style at Shrek Academy. We can only use the military training methods of the three empires as a reference. Jiang Ming said in a deep voice. Shrek Academy, as the #1 Soul Master Academy in the world, has a great reputation, but there are also many things that need to be tabooed, but these are not actually big problems. Dean Yan Xiaos personally took action, and all major empires everyone will give face. I know this, but the point of this matter is to come up with our own style. Moreover, this freshman military training plan must be effective. Yan Xiaos's eyes were a little bit. In other words, from the perspective of him as the dean, these things are not difficult to handle, and he can even let Du Weilin, the dean of students, do it. What he cares about is whether this thing is effective. What are you most afraid of about reform? It's a failure. What should we be least afraid of in reform? Also a failure. Jiang Ming frowned slightly when he heard this. After his eyes flickered for a few times, a handsome smile appeared on his face. Brother, my plan has been written out anyway. You will know if it works or not after you give it a try. Again, explore boldly and verify carefully. There is still nearly a year to go. Whatever the problem is, we will solve it through exploration. If it doesn't work, it won't have much impact. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Yan Xiaos nodded, and then returned to the office to create. Well, creation. He wanted to think about how to turn a military training plan for new students into a 5-year plan for the future of the martial arts department. Just like a college student taking an ordinary graduation thesis and making it relevant to the country and the whole society. This requires some imagination. End of this chapter. Chapter 138, Thoughts Swirling, Walking Slowly on the Road. Teacher, the 5-year plan for the martial arts department is all written in this. In Poseidon Pavilion, Yan Xiaos held his hand. The booklet was handed to Mr. Mu. After several nights of frowning and thinking, and losing a few gray hairs, Yan Xiaos finally expanded on Jiang Ming's idea of military training for new students. From the framework of military training for freshmen with only a few hundred words, it expanded to the impact on the 2nd to 6th grade and even the inner courtyard. This was quite a brain-burning thing, but Yan Xiaos still came up with thousands of words. Mr. Mu narrowed his eyes slightly and flipped through the booklet in his hand with his old eyes. He moved slowly but looked at it carefully. Yan Xiaos stood aside, feeling somewhat uneasy. Even if I am over 80 years old, I still feel nervous in front of my teacher. More than 10 minutes later, Mr. Mu said, "This military training plan for freshmen was Jiang Ming's idea for you, right, Mr. Mu said gently. Yan Xiaos nodded. Although it was a bit embarrassing to ask for help from his junior brother, the Soul Guidance Department was the same as him, so in comparison, it was not particularly embarrassing. Oh, I know you can't come up with such an idea, Mr. Mu chuckled. He still knew his disciple very well. It's okay to let him manage Shrek Academy in its current mode, but if you want to come up with something like this, you have already thought of it long ago, and you won't wait until now. This is a good idea, but Jiang Ming is too young and doesn't understand many things. You, the dean, must grasp the importance of this, Mr. Mu returned the booklet to Yan Xiaos without saying anything more. Now Yan Xiaos is the dean of the Wuhan department. Unless there is any big problem, everything can be left to Yan Xiaos. Jiang Mingdu pointed out an idea to him. If this cannot be done well, then Yan Xiaos, the dean, will be too lacking in ability. Yan Xiaos glanced at Mr. Mu, who had closed his eyes, bowed, and then turned around to leave. Xiaos, just. As Yan Xiaos turned around, he heard Mr. Mu's voice again. Teacher, Mr. Mu closed his eyes and said softly, since the martial arts department is going to do this military training, it just so happens that Bibri's kid is also. He's not young anymore. When this military training is implemented next year, let him go too and help him hide his identity. Yan Shaos nodded and strode away. You haven't discussed it with them yet? It doesn't matter. Prepare 1,000 sets for me first and I'll take the blame. In the Soul Guidance Device Production Warehouse, Jiang Ming stood in front of the 8-level Soul Guidance Device assembly line and pointed. He said while looking at the first-level Soul tools that were produced one after another. Yes, the specifications of this complete Soul Guide production line are at level 8. 8th-level Soul Guidance tools, used to make first-level Soul Guidance tools, feel like killing a chicken with a knife? But there is no way. Considering various technical aspects and wear and tear, it is relatively easy to make this production line 8 levels. 1,000 sets? What do you want to do? Arm the army, Lao. Yang, the person in charge of the production line warehouse, was shocked when he heard Jiang Ming's words. Absolutely. You also know that I am the young city lord of Qingshu City. The conditions there are more difficult. I will help if I can, Jiang Ming said softly. Although he brought a lot of soul-guided cannons and soul-guided artillery shells to Laonai when he went back last time, those things are strategic weapons. If you want to comprehensively improve Qingshu City's defense capabilities, you need to comprehensively improve the defense capabilities of Qingshu City. Just improve your combat effectiveness. There are not many city defense troops in Qingshu City, only a few thousand people. Except for some stronger ones, these first-level soul tools cannot increase their strength much. The provision of 1,000 sets of equipment can already meet part of the needs. In addition, Qingshu City itself is located in the Xianhan Empire's city. After the Xianhan Empire establishes a cooperative relationship with this city, it will also be able to receive a lot of equipment. Oh, that's okay, Lao Yang agreed directly. If others made this request, he would never agree. After all, it is not within the 5-year plan of the Soul Guidance Department. But Jiang Ming's status is different. He only needs to adjust 1,000 sets of equipment. However, these 1,000 sets of equipment cannot be transported by our Shrek Academy. I will find you a reliable caravan in Shrek City. What? Lao Yang thought very thoughtful. Although this is only 1,000 sets of equipment, you still need to avoid suspicion and avoid unnecessary trouble. Thank you very much, Teacher Yang. Jiang Ming nodded and thanked, then took out a bag of tea and handed it over. You're welcome, teacher. Yang glanced around, and with a flash of light, the storage soul guide in his hand had already put away the tea leaves. He loved this one, and the tea in Jiang Ming's hand came from Mr. Zhuang, so not everyone could drink it. Just calculate the accounts as normal and deduct them from my dividends, Jiang Ming warned. As the first batch of soul mentors to develop the soul guide production line, they will actually get some dividends, more or less. After all, everyone has worked hard for 2 years, and it can't be justified to just get a salary. Except for the 2 deans, Jiang Ming received the highest dividend. Even though his soul master level is only level 6 now, he proposed this plan and also proposed a 5-year plan for the development direction of the soul guidance system. This is of great significance to the soul guidance system. So no one has any objection to Jiang Ming's dividend being higher. Understood, teacher. Yang gave Jiang Ming a reassuring look, and then continued to observe around the soul guide production line. There is absolutely no chance of an accident happening with this thing. Jiang Ming walked out of the soul guidance system and came to Poseidon Lake. He sat on the stone steps by the lake and his thoughts began to fly. When he came into this world, he didn't care about many things, just a few things. Qingshu City is where he has lived for more than 10 years. As the young city lord, he needs to develop Qingshu City. Shrek Academy, because of the intertwined relationships, has become a place Jiang Ming cares about. Qingshu City is very difficult to develop due to its geographical location. Implementing his ideas at Shrek Academy and helping the development of Qingshu City from the side is the path Jiang Ming is currently taking. You cannot rush on this road, you need to take your time, implement your ideas step by step, and slowly grow stronger. Besides these, there are the aspects of cultivation and emotions. Needless to say, after practicing this, after the Sea of Spirit returned to normal, with the help of 6 elves, his cultivation speed became faster again. According to Jiang Ming's own speculation, he should be able to practice to level 70 before the new martial arts training program begins. I just don't know why, but Jiang Ming feels that the closer his cultivation level is to level 70, the more he feels like he is about to encounter a hurdle. This feeling is very strange. It does not come from the outside world. It seems to come from his own body, but Jiang Ming can't find the reason. After several times with no results, Jiang Ming didn't care about it. Anyway, there was no problem with his cultivation now. If what happens at level 70 really happens, he should be able to solve it here at Shrek Academy. Cultivation has gone smoothly, and I have gained a lot emotionally. To describe it in a simple word, that is, the heart of spring is stirring. Growing up, the first time I kissed a girl was on the lips of a beautiful woman like Zhang Lexuan. That feeling is really amazing. There is a kind of joy that comes from the heart, and there is also an urge to understand her. Oh, my career is booming, my strength is getting stronger, and I have a beautiful girl as my girlfriend. Is this the happy life of a time traveler? If this is written into a novel, maybe it will be a good article. Jiang Ming pulled out a piece of grass from the grass on the side, brushed off the soil, held it in his mouth, and lay on his back on the lawn with his legs crossed, very leisurely. But Jiang Ming was chewing grass roots and suddenly frowned. He always felt as if he had forgotten something. What had he forgotten? Jiang Ming's expression suddenly changed, and he jumped up in shock. Oops, I promised to help Sister Li Juan exercise her physical strength. Remembering the important event, Jiang Ming suddenly lost his leisurely and carefree look. He touched the soul guide sword in his waist with his finger and shouted softly, "Here comes the sword, a big one." The sword was thrown in the air, and before the sword could react, Jiang Ming quickly clicked twice, stood firmly at the groove of the flying sword, and activated the flying sword. Immediately, Jiang Ming piloted the flying sword and flew towards Poseidon Island. For now, the flying sword-shaped flying soul guide is Jiang Ming's only one at Shrek Academy. After all, in terms of operability, the backpack-mounted flying soul guide is more convenient to operate and easier to use. Of course, the flying sword soul guidance device also has other benefits. Fijian, it can not only fly, it is also a sword. Jiang Ming was very fast, flying across Poseidon Lake with his sword in minutes. While flying over Poseidon Lake, Jiang Ming was inevitably discovered by students from the outer and inner courtyards. Is that a flying soul guide? A disciple from the inner courtyard looked at his companion beside him in confusion. Somewhat unbelievable. Driving a sword is not a rare thing. There are many soul masters who possess sword-type martial souls. After cultivating to the 70th level soul saint, a sword-type soul saint can control a sword by himself, but without in the eyes of the sword spirit master, this is just out of reach. When Jiang Ming was wielding the sword just now, there were jets of air on the left and right sides and below of the sword. It was almost exactly the same as the jets from the flying soul guide. Anyone who has been in contact with a flying soul guide can immediately tell it. Period. It seems, right? When did our academy have this type of flying soul guide? His companion also said with a surprised look on his face. As inner court disciples, they have used flying soul guides, but they have never seen anything like this. Hey, what are you doing? Go to the soul guidance department and ask. If this kind of flying soul guidance device comes out, I will definitely buy one. Don't you have a flying soul guide? Then where's the handsome swordsman? The people in the soul guidance department didn't know that they were about to receive a new order. They were already too busy. Discuss cooperation with the three major empires, research new soul guides, improve soul guide production lines, attract outstanding talents, poach the corners of the Sun and Moon Empire, purchase various metals, etc. All kinds of things are really too busy. Even the two deans of the soul guidance department have been sent out. All of this has something to do with Jiang Ming, but Jiang Ming said that he only wants to concentrate on one thing now. Sister Lexuan, your martial spirit is the moon. I don't think the effect of tempering the body is particularly great. Jiang Ming stood behind Zhang Lexuan, pinched Zhang Lexuan's arm, and frowned slightly. Period. In fact, Jiang Ming himself is not particularly good at tempering his body. After all, a large part of his physical strength is due to years of tempering the golden heart spirit. This kind of tempering cannot be copied, and other methods of improving body strength are not only slow to take effect, but also easy to deform the body. Jiang Ming tried to imagine in his mind that Zhang Lexuan's gentle appearance turned into a muscled one. After just imagining it for a second, Jiang Ming extinguished all subsequent thoughts in his mind. Don't dare to think. Don't dare to think. Yes, I know that, Zhang Lexuan nodded. As the eldest sister of the inner court, She also knew that it was difficult to increase physical strength, especially since her martial spirit was you. It is not a martial spirit that can enhance physical strength. However, although Zhang Lexun knew it in her heart, she still felt a little lost. The last time she killed the leader of the Undead Legion, she basically did not help except for releasing a sixth soul skill to help Jiang Ming control the leader of the Undead Legion. This made her feel very frustrated, so even though Minkai knew that her martial soul was not suitable for tempering the body, she still wanted to try. Jiang Ming clearly felt Zhang Lexun's depressed mood. He frowned and thought for a while, and there was a storm in his mind. Suddenly, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. Sister Lexun, although your martial soul is not suitable for tempering the physical body, we can think of a way through the soul guide, Jiang Ming said happily. According to the current situation in the mainland, a large part of the problems that cannot be solved with martial arts can be solved with soul guides. Soul guide, Zhang Lexun was stunned for a moment, then her eyes narrowed. You mean the armor-type soul guide? As for armor-type soul guidance devices, there are actually research results in the soul guidance system. As far as Zhang Lexun knows, Xian Liner, the dean of the soul guidance department, has a set of soul guidance armor, which, combined with her super high cultivation level, can unleash a very powerful combat effectiveness. Yes, I can make you a set of inner armor and a set of outer armor. The materials are made of light rare metals and have double layer properties of toughness and hardness to ensure that wearing them will not increase the burden on the body. I can even connect and superimpose the two sets of armor through the magic circle. In this way, the defense should reach a very high level. Jiang Ming became more and more excited as he talked. The light in his eyes kept flashing. At this moment, many ideas emerged in his mind, including the low-cost development of armor-type soul guides, as well as various possibilities between powerful soul masters and powerful soul guides, which made his brain a little confused. However, after brainstorming for a while, Jiang Ming temporarily suppressed all the chaotic thoughts in his mind. The road has to be walked step by step. Now the work of the Soul Guidance Department is full, and the reform of the Martial Soul Department has just begun. End of this chapter. Chapter 139 Special Treatment in Military Training. Time flies very fast. The Martial Arts Department and Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy are very busy during this period, especially the Soul Guidance Department. The entire Soul Guidance system is like a high-speed machine, moving forward crazily. The Martial Soul Department should be slower here. After all, it is just a new military training change. Under Yan Xiao's personal guidance, the content of the military training has been basically finalized. After completing the content, the selection of instructors for the freshman military training became a problem. After all, it is a new project. If you want to make this project more successful, you still have to be careful in selecting military training instructors. So junior brother, you must be the chosen military training instructor. Jiang Ming felt helpless when he looked at Yan Xiao's, who looked like someone who had a great responsibility from heaven. Senior brother, although I propose this military training, you can't just point at me to collect the wool alone, right? Yan Xiao's face straightened and he said seriously, how can this be called plundering wool? This is what your seniors expect from you. This is how the college values you. This is what the freshmen who are about to enter the school expect from you. As soon as these words came out, not only Jiang Ming was a little confused, but Zhang Lexun on the side was also a little stunned. Senior brother's expectations? What does the college value? The hope of new life? This cake is really big and round. Not going, Jiang Ming decisively rejected Yan Xiao's request. He did not have to be a military training instructor. If it was not possible, he could find a few inner courtyard disciples or teachers to train him. Hearing this, Yan Xiao's gritted his teeth and could only resort to the last resort. A copy of the Light Attribute Genius Earth Treasure Light Feather. 10,000 years level. In an instant, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up and a big smile appeared on his face. Senior brother. After all, I propose this military training plan. It is also my duty to be a military training instructor. Since you have said so, how can I refuse, junior brother? Done. Br. It is difficult to find heavenly materials and earthly treasures with light attributes. Even though Jiang Ming has been helping the elves collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures with various attributes over the years, he has had little effect. The 1,000-year-old Feather of Light is a light-attributed treasure worth tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Isn't it just to be a military training instructor? It only takes a month, just do it. So junior brother thinks so, then this feather of light is not Yan Xiao's raised his eyebrows and was about to take back what he just said. Senior brother. A gentleman's words are hard to follow. Whatever it is, Jiang Ming said solemnly, directly interrupting Yan Xiao's idea of taking back his things. Pictures don't work, only real treasures of heaven and earth can impress people. Yan Xiao's nodded with a pained expression, gave Jiang Ming a few words, and then left. The moment he turned around, the corners of Yan Xiao's mouth curled up quietly, as if he had gotten some advantage. And Jiang Ming was also smiling. After being an instructor for 1 month, he could harvest a 10,000 a year light attributed treasure, which was a huge profit. Zhang Lexun looked at the two people, her brows furrowed slightly, and there was a trace of doubt in her eyes. In her impression, Dean Yan Xiao's was not the kind of person who was willing to suffer big losses. However, given Jiang Ming's status in the academy and the fact that Yan Xiao's and Jiang Ming are still brothers, nothing should happen. Thinking of this, Zhang Lexun frowned quietly. Let go. The registration for new students of Shrek Academy has begun. Hundreds of outstanding geniuses from major cities in the Three Empires traveled thousands of miles to come to Shrek City and Shrek Academy with letters of recommendation from city lords or intermediate soul master colleges. At this time, Shrek Academy and Shrek City will experience a little excitement. This year, because the college sent out the news in advance, not only the freshmen were looking forward to their military training, but even the students within Shrek Academy were very curious. In the outer courtyard, the students of all grades who had just finished class came to Shrek Square to watch the military training of freshmen with curiosity and the idea of watching the fun. The perimeter of Shrek Square is 300 meters. If it were placed in Jiang Ming's previous life, this area would not be enough for freshmen's military training. But there are only 300 to 400 freshmen in Shrek Academy, and at most there are only 500 or 600, so the space is still okay. Look, the military training is about to begin. In a short time, a group of students who like to watch the excitement gathered around Shrek Square. As the military training in the square began, the students' curiosity was also aroused. If I remember correctly, someone should have informed you when you signed up that when you come to the square today, you must wear your school uniform. Jiang Ming looked at the freshman in front of him expressionlessly, his eyes a hint of coldness flashed through him. Hearing Jiang Ming's cold voice, the faces of the freshmen suddenly became a little unnatural. What they are wearing is not school uniforms, but colorful clothes brought from home. Jiang Ming waved his hand, and several inner courtyard disciples who had been pulled over by him to work as coolies rushed directly into the new students. What are you going to do? Let me go? My father is a noble. My father is a count. Be gentle, I'm a girl, how can you be so rude? Let go of me, young master. Listening to the noisy voices in the freshman queue, Jiang Ming's face showed no expression. No change at all, even becoming more indifferent. Although he has never been an instructor, he has experienced military training and some things are relatively clear. During military training, you must be serious and not laughing and joking. Moreover, seeing the performance of these freshmen, Jiang Ming found it difficult to laugh. The freshman registration was held yesterday and the day before yesterday, and 2 sets of school uniforms were distributed. They were specifically reminded to wear school uniforms and come to the playground for military training today. As a result, among the more than 400 freshmen in front of him, more than 20 freshmen were not wearing school uniforms. To be honest, Jiang Ming was so angry that he wanted to laugh. He didn't even know if these people were mentally ill or something. How could they be so stupid? In less than a minute, more than 20 freshmen without school uniforms were caught by the inner courtyard disciples. Oh no, they are now the instructors of the freshmen's military training. Do you know who my father is? My father is the Earl of the Xianhan Empire. It's the Earl. I'm the son of the Earl, eh? Fair-skinned and comely-looking freshman pointed at Jiang Ming and shouted loudly, for fear that others would not recognize him. He knew his father was an earl. The son of an earl? Okay, Lao Zhao, give this earl's son some special treatment. Jiang Ming glanced at the man and said softly. Hearing this, the anger on the count's son's face instantly turned into disdain and arrogance. So what about Shrek Academy? You don't have to be afraid of your own identity. Not only the son of the earl, but also other high-status freshmen who heard this hide strange thoughts in their hearts. Does the earl's son get special treatment? Are they there too? This Shrek Academy is said to be the #1 Soul Master Academy in the mainland, But now it seems that it is nothing more than that. Most of the people who have this idea don't know much about Shrek Academy, but the freshmen who do, such as one of the freshmen in the crowd, looked at Jiang Ming and frowned slightly. His name is Bibai, and he is the great-great-grandson of the master of the Poseidon Pavilion of Shrek Academy. When it comes to connections, he is the biggest connection among the freshmen. Even the direct descendants of the royal family do not have as big a background as him. While the freshmen were active, the special treatment for the Earl's son began. Old Zhao walked up to the Earl's son with a strange smile on his face. The next second, the Earl's son was picked up by him and thrown high into the sky in an instant. This wasn't over yet. When the son of the Earl was still frightened, Lao Zhao directly stepped on the flying sword and struck at full speed, catching up with the son of the flying Earl. Son of the Count, how do you feel, old? Zhao controlled the flying sword and chatted with the son of the Count while flying, with a kind smile on his face. The Count's son did not reply. He was speechless as he was flying in the sky. He could feel his body rising continuously, and he felt like he was about to fly into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The roaring wind in his ears and the very unsafe weightless experience made the arrogant Earl's son panic. He only has level 18 soul power. If you fall from such a height, you will die. At this time, the Earl's son had already flown to about 20 meters high. This is actually not particularly high, at least for a soul master, it is not particularly high. But the problem is, the Earl's son has never experienced it. His martial spirit is not the kind with wings, and he is afraid of heights. This is only 20 meters. The special treatment given to the son of an Earl cannot be so shabby. Old Zhao, go higher, Jiang Ming shouted into the sky. Old Zhao understood, stretched out his hand again, grabbed the Earl's son by the back of his neck, and shot up. Almost instantly, the height reached 100 meters. From this height, considering the Earl's son's 18th level soul power, he would definitely die if he fell. The Count's son obviously realized this, and the arrogance and disdain on his face turned into fear and panic. His hands and feet were constantly flying in the air, trying to grab something. But he couldn't catch anything, and in the end he could only shout for help driven by fear. Help! Help! Killer! Killer! Should I say it, the son of an Earl still has some talent in him. Such a loud voice, calling for help being able to be heard by Jiang Ming and the freshman on the ground is indeed a gift. Jiang Ming looked at the Earl's son who was being thrown up, dropped down, and thrown up again by old Zhao in the sky. He looked at the freshman in front of him with a smile on his face. Is there anyone else who is the son of an Earl? Or the son of a duke or a marquess? Even better. A prince or grandson is even better. Is there anyone? I can provide better special treatment. Douluo. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, there was silence in the freshman queue. A large number of noble sons and daughters swallowed their saliva and pursed their mouths tightly. Even among the 20 or so people who were just arrested, most of them kept their mouths shut. It's just that this world is like this, there are always people who are not afraid of death. Yes, you are killing people. I am going to the dean to complain against you. I want you, the devil, to be expelled. I want to. A very gorgeously dressed aristocratic girl looked angry. Staring at Jiang Ming, he made an impassioned speech, as if he was not afraid of anything. Jiang Ming did not interrupt her, but listened to the girl's impassioned speech and nodded from time to time. It's a pity that the girl's skill is obviously not enough. She yelled a few words but didn't know what to say. Are you finished? Jiang Ming said softly. That's it, what do you want? The girl glared at Jiang Ming, her eyes shining with unruly light. She was wearing a skirt, so she didn't believe that Jiang Ming could throw her into the sky. Well, now that we've finished talking, then, Sister Yan, you can do this. Jiang Ming's tone was very calm, as if he was talking about a normal thing. Period. Yolir walked out from the side and put her hand on the girl's shoulder. The tyrannical soul power directly suppressed the girl who wanted to struggle. Then, another big flying sword appeared at Yaler's feet. Yaler took the girl and stepped onto the flying sword. Directly to heaven. This scene scared everyone silly, wasn't it? This is also flying? Exclamation mark. The students onlookers were in an uproar. If I read it correctly, that girl should be wearing a skirt, right? If this fell from the sky, wouldn't it all? Yes. This military training is too. No, I have to stop him. This is too messy. The students who were watching couldn't stand it, and the freshmen in the queue couldn't bear it even more. A beautiful girl walked out of the queue and looked at Jiang Ming with a frown. Instructor, you are going too far. She is still wearing a skirt. Jiang Ming glanced at this beautiful girl, his eyes flickered slightly with appreciation. Of course, this is normal appreciation. It takes a lot of courage to dare to stand up and speak when two people are flying. What's your name, Jiang Ming asked softly. Jiang Nanan. Jiang Nanan was a little scared in her eyes, but she still held her head high and looked directly at Jiang Ming. At this time, another boy in the queue also stood up. Instructor, I support Jiang Nanan. Although that girl is not wearing a school uniform, she is not. What is your name, Jiang Ming interrupted him directly. Su Sanchi, instructor, I also think you are doing something wrong. My name is Bibai, seemingly. Knowing Jiang Ming's process, Bibai directly said his name. Jiang Ming looked at the three people, nodded, and then looked at the others. Under his glance, most of the students lowered their heads, but some, like Bibai and the others, stood up. Jiang Ming estimated that the ratio was about 5-1. A bit lower. At this time, a sharp shout penetrated the sky and reached everyone's ears. Obviously, the special treatment of the girl just now has begun. After hearing this voice, the queue of freshmen below also had different postures. Some people's eyes were full of anger, some people frowned tightly, and some people looked up secretly. You are not worthy of being a military training instructor at Shrek Academy, Jiang Nanan shouted angrily. Whether it is worthy or not is not up to you, you can see for yourself, Jiang Ming asked Jiang Nanan to look up. What Jiang Nanan saw was not the picture she imagined. What she saw was the face of the girl just now and her body wrapped in a blanket. Jiang Nanan was stunned. Can this be done like this? While Jiang Nanan was stunned, Jiang Ming looked at the queue of freshmen and said with cold eyes, those who just quietly looked up at the sky, stand up. End of this chapter. Chapter 140. The first lesson, what is your current identity? No one in the freshman queue stood up. Most of them didn't even dare to look directly into Jiang Ming's eyes. They lowered their heads and didn't know what they were thinking. You can't come out, okay? Jiang Ming originally planned to capture him directly, but with his current mental strength, he could see what little moves the freshman in front of him had just made. Clear as day. But after thinking about it, Jiang Ming didn't do that. Some things can be said openly, while some things should not be made explicit. You three, return to the team first, Jiang Ming glanced at Bibai, Su Sanchi and Jiang Nanan and asked them to return to the team. Then, he looked at the two people in the air who were still enjoying the special treatment, and said in a deep voice, when will you forget who you are as nobles, and then let's end this special treatment. As he said that, Jiang Ming waved his hand and asked other instructors to take the remaining freshmen who were not wearing school uniforms to try the special treatment one by one. In fact, Jiang Ming never thought about this kind of special treatment at first. After all, in his opinion, no one should be able to do something like wearing school uniforms. But it turns out that some things are not impossible, but rather unwilling to do, or in other words, deliberately unwilling to do. Everyone else wears school uniforms according to the regulations, but you don't wear them and act uniquely to show your identity. No problem. Since you want to be unique, since you want to be special, then be a little more special. This is Jiang Ming's attitude towards them. Originally, military training is to polish off their arrogance and dandyism, but these freshmen are at gunpoint when they come up, so Jiang Ming is determined not to let them go. The other instructors went to carry out the tasks given by Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming began to divide these freshmen into classes. The classes for freshman admission are randomly assigned, and specific assignments will be made based on martial arts after passing the freshman assessment. Soon, the 400 freshmen were divided into 5 classes, with about 80 people in each class. Under Jiang Ming's order, they were distributed in a circular pattern around Shrek Square. Everyone did not dare to neglect at all, for fear that they would go to heaven to enjoy special treatment in the next second. After the classes were divided, Jiang Ming also assigned an instructor to each of the 5 classes to be responsible for unified command. At this time, some of the freshmen who were not wearing school uniforms had already come down. Not everyone can bear the extreme experience of skydiving. Even if they know that Jiang Ming will not really let them fall to death, the fear in their hearts will gradually erode their hearts and make them surrender. Beside the square, many students from the outer college who had finished class were frightened when they saw that the so-called military training for freshmen was so brutal. The students from the outer courtyard who were about to rush in to stop Jiang Ming also stopped when they saw that the girl in the skirt landed with her body wrapped in a blanket. Of course, the main reason is that there are inner courtyard students standing by to stop him. With a senior in inner court uniform here, if he dares to rush in, he will probably be slapped down. Isn't this military training for freshmen a little too dangerous? Yes, yes, it is so high. If the people above make a mistake, they may not be able to rescue you in time. Why do we need to do this military training? I really don't understand. That's right. What's the use of doing this? Can it improve soul power, students? Gathered outside, there was a lot of discussion and they couldn't understand Jiang Ming's behavior at all. When the disciples in charge of security in the inner courtyard heard this, they couldn't help but raise their brows. Although he doesn't quite understand the meaning of this military training, but it is dangerous. This is really not dangerous. Not to mention that all those who are responsible for providing special treatment are from the inner academy, and they are all Soul King or above, so the possibility of accidents is pitifully low. Let's talk about the one standing below. Jiang Ming, the chief instructor, has the cultivation level of Soul Emperor. The eldest sister of the inner courtyard, Zhang Lexuan, is a Soul Saint. There were also several teachers standing next to them who were responsible for teaching after military training, and they were all Soul King level or above. There are only about 20 freshmen flying above, and there are more than 20 Soul Kings, Soul Emperors, and Soul Saints in this scene. It would be a bit outrageous if this could happen unexpectedly. Moreover, where the inner courtyard students did not pay attention, a middle-aged man stood in a corner of the square, watching Jiang Ming's performance. Dean of the Martial Arts Department, Yan Xiaos. On a small stool not far away, there was a sloppy old man sitting, holding chicken legs and milk tea. Mr. Zhuan. There is also an old man lying in a wheelchair who looks almost twilight. Mr. Mu. There is an old man beside him. Just by being close to him, you can feel the surge of life force. Mr. Zhuang. With this lineup, let alone these freshmen falling to death from the sky, even if a titled Douluo takes action, they may not be able to kill even one of them. Of course, these big guys are not here to ensure the safety of these freshmen. These freshmen don't have that much respect yet. They came to watch the fun. In the field, Jiang Ming walked towards the freshman who had experienced the special treatment, with a kind smile on his face, and said softly, "Now, tell me your identities." "What is it?" Seeing Jiang Ming's smile, the freshmen who had just experienced the special treatment all took a step back, as if Jiang Ming was some kind of terrifying devil. "You're not talking? You must have not experienced enough, right?" Jiang Ming looked understanding and waved his hand generously. "Then continue to experience it. Today is still very long. We can take our time. It won't be too late to answer me after you have experienced enough." I just took these freshmen with me. The instructor from heaven came over again. There was fear in the freshman's clear eyes, and he stepped back and waved his hands. "No, no, 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 I've experienced enough, I've experienced enough." Hearing this, Jiang Ming's face suddenly changed, and his tone instantly became stern. "Then you still don't answer my question." Me, I answer. "You, what did you just ask?" I didn't hear clearly. Jiang Ming's change of stern tone instantly broke through the defense lines of several freshmen. Having been pampered at home and taking resources at will, they have never seen such a scene. I ask, "What is your identity?" Identity. I am the son of the city lord of Kangming City of the Xianhan Empire, and my uncle is a new student, answered subconsciously. Jiang Ming did not say anything, but made a gesture to let him continue to enjoy special treatment. I know. Suddenly, another freshman raised his hand. "Oh," Jiang Ming looked at him expectantly. "I am an outstanding graduate of Dowling Royal Junior Soul Master Academy." The new student's eyes flashed with fear and confidence, very complicated emotions, but keep going. The freshman also started the second special treatment. This isn't right. You can't. I don't want to go up. I'm afraid of heights. I will die." The freshmen who were pulled away by the instructor kept wailing and bursting into tears, which was really pitiful. Originally, he thought that the fool in front had ruled out a wrong answer for him, and his answer should be correct. Identity within the family is not the correct answer. Isn't that the identity outside? Excellent graduates, this is not it? Exclamation mark. Can anyone answer me? Jiang Ming ignored the crying outstanding graduates and asked again. At this time, others did not dare to answer easily. The first two answers are incorrect, so what is the correct answer? Exclamation mark. A few freshmen looked at me and you in panic, their faces extremely anxious and fearful, but they just couldn't think of any other answers. On the sidelines, Mr. Zhuan walked up to Yan Xiaos, eating chicken legs and drinking milk tea, and said with a smile, "Xiaos, what answer do you think this kid Jiang Ming wants?" Yan Xiaos greeted Mr. Zhuan with a smile on his face. "Well, I probably have an answer in my mind. I don't know if it's right or not." Hearing this, Mr. Zhuan raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "What is it, Yan?" Xiaos moved his lips slightly and said something to Mr. Zhuan. This is just my guess. I don't know yet." In the middle of the square, Jiang Ming looked at the panicked freshman and felt a little disappointed. Is there not even one clever one among these new students? There are strong men in front of them to help them eliminate 2 wrong answers, but they still can't guess? Forget it, you guys too, instructor, I understand. Before Jiang Ming finished speaking, he saw a thin girl raising her hand. The freshmen around her were shocked, and then they became unfavorable for a while. The first 2 warriors have already ascended to heaven again, and this one probably won't be able to escape this fate either. Oh? Tell me, Jiang Ming didn't have much hope. The girl pursed her lips and put her hands on her chest, as if to cheer herself up. After a second of pause, she said firmly, "My current identity is a freshman at Shrek Academy." Hearing this, Jiang Ming's eyes flashed. A flash of surprise flashed across his face, a smile appeared on his lips, and he waved to the instructors standing nearby. When the girl saw Jiang Ming's action, her pretty face turned pale with fright. "No, this should be the correct answer, there is nothing else but this. How could it be wrong?" Exclamation mark. The girl kept asking herself questions in her heart, her petite body trembling slightly. Actually, she is also a little afraid of heights. If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to them and not wear school uniforms." The girl's intestines were filled with regret. She closed her eyes and waited for the instructor's special treatment. However, after waiting for a few seconds, the girl found that no one touched her, and what came to her ears was a familiar voice. "Why are you pulling me?" She answered wrong, "Don't touch me. I don't want to fly. I'm afraid of heights. I'm woohoo. I want to go home." The girl's eyes shook violently when she saw that several of her companions who had just been hugging each other for warmth were taken away by the instructor to enjoy special treatment. Reacted. She got it right. Correct answer. The pale color on the girl's face instantly turned rosy with excitement. She even wanted to jump up and cheer. "So, since you know your current identity, why don't you wear a school uniform?" Jiang Ming's indifferent voice immediately extinguished the girl's excitement. The girl, didn't say a word for a long time. She originally wanted to wear a school uniform, but her roommate in the dormitory thought that wearing a school uniform was too vulgar and she had to wear nice clothes to make friends. Then, she was convinced by her roommate. The girl struggled in her heart. If she told this matter, she might be forgiven by the instructor, but her roommate would definitely be punished. If she hadn't said anything, she might have been punished given the instructor's ferocious look. After struggling for a few seconds, she still didn't tell her roommate. She is also responsible for being convinced by her roommate. Jiang Ming looked at the girl and nodded slightly. With his mental power and the special characteristics of the Golden Heart martial spirit, he can feel the struggle in the girl's heart and can easily guess something. "Okay, I'll give you 15 minutes. Go back to the dormitory, change into your school uniform and come back to the team," Jiang Ming said solemnly. The girl who was ready to accept the punishment suddenly felt like she was going to survive a disaster. Her heart was beating wildly and she hurried towards the dormitory. She didn't dare to delay for a moment, for fear of exceeding the time limit and going to heaven again. After doing this, Jiang Ming stood in front of the 5 teams again and said in a deep voice, "Did you hear everything just now?" I heard it. Sparse sounds sounded, except for a few loud ones. There were other sounds. A feeling of powerlessness. It seems that you also want a special treatment. Let me ask again, did you hear it? Jiang Ming's voice rose several degrees, and his majestic aura suddenly erupted, startling all 400 freshmen. I heard it, in unison. Speak louder. I heard it, roaring. This time the sound was so loud that most of the outer courtyard could hear it. The dozen freshmen who were flying in the air and enjoying special treatment and the students watching the theater around the square felt the momentum. What is your current identity, freshman? Of Shrek Academy. What? Freshman. Of Shrek Academy. Br. What? Shrek Academy freshman. After shouting 3 times in a row, Some students' voices became hoarse, but they did not dare to be lazy, because Jiang Ming's eyes were like those of ferocious beasts. Looking at they gave them the illusion that they were looking at Jiang Ming. This is a method of spiritual guidance, one of the spiritual methods that Jiang Ming and Mr. Mu learned during this period. Yes, very good, Jiang Ming nodded with satisfaction and continued. The first lesson of military training, after enrolling in Shrek, in the academy, you are students of Shrek Academy. Not the son of an earl or a royal nobleman outside. I don't care what status you have outside. In the academy, you are just students. If anyone behaves like a superior aristocrat during class, it will affect the teacher's ability to attend class and the students listening. The two consequences will be either re-education by me personally or expulsion. End of this chapter. Chapter 141 officially begins. Jiang Ming tells a story. Jiang Ming's voice seems to have some spiritual power, and the calm tone echoes in the ears of the freshmen, making them involuntarily remember what Jiang Ming said firmly. Lived. Okay, those in the sky, please come down too. Jiang Ming waved to the instructors in the sky, and the freshmen who kept howling in the air finally fell down to earth. Period. Even now a large part of their legs are dangling, looking like they have been beaten. But the feeling of stepping on the ground with your feet is so safe. Jiang Ming walked up to the Earl's son with a smile on his lips. Come, tell me now, who are you? When Jiang Ming said this, there was a gentle smile on his face, but in the eyes of the Earl's son, this was devil's smile. The other freshmen who were not wearing school uniforms finally put them down for a while, and he kept flying in the sky. And the kind that flies higher and higher. I'm a freshman at Shrek Academy. The Earl's son stuttered several times before saying this. Hearing this, Jiang Ming nodded with satisfaction and said, well, it seems that my ears are pretty good. Go back to the dormitory and put on your school uniform. 10 minutes. The Earl's son didn't say anything and ran directly towards the dormitory. After what happened just now, he had no doubt that if he didn't come back in his school uniform for more than 10 minutes, he would still be flying in the sky. And you guys, go back and change clothes in 10 minutes. If you don't come back for 10 minutes, you will know the consequences. Jiang Ming had a handsome smile on his face, but in the eyes of the freshman there's something cool and evil about it. It's hard to comment. What? You haven't experienced enough. Do you still want to go to heaven? Looking at the motionless freshman, Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, cracked knuckles of his fingers, and made a crisp popping sound. Hearing this, all the 20-odd freshmen ran towards the dormitory in a panic. At this time, Zhang Lexuan walked to Jiang Ming's side and whispered, isn't it a bit too much for us to do this? Jiang Ming shook his head and said, Sister Lexuan, the meaning of military training is to have strict requirements. You are laughing and joking, so what is military training? You must abide by the rules and listen to the words you should listen to. If you are all self-centered, it will not be a mess. As he spoke, Jiang Ming stretched and looked at the freshmen in the 5 square teams who were still standing nearby. Don't take chances, you guys, it's just an appetizer, the real military training hasn't started yet. As he said that, Jiang Ming gathered all the instructors from the 5 formations, called over and started deploying the next project. When the freshmen heard Jiang Ming's words, a trace of panic flashed in their clear eyes. This hasn't officially started yet? 10 minutes later, all the freshmen had changed into their school uniforms and returned to the team. Jiang Ming also agreed with several instructors, and everyone was in their places. Jiang Ming's figure is already very burly, and with a small half-meter platform under his feet, he looks like a demon god standing in front of the freshmen, full of oppression. He held a loudspeaker soul guide in his hand, looked at the freshmen in front of him, and said with a smile, Freshmen, our military training is about to begin now. Before we start, let me say a few words, Jiang Ming said, feeling like the tone of the leaders in the meeting in his previous life. Tisk, I was led astray. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Ming. During the military training, you can just call me Instructor Jiang, or Chief Instructor. I don't have many advantages as a person, except that I am gentle enough and can try our best to meet your needs. You see, those 20 or so classmates just wanted to do something special, and I fulfilled their wishes. In the audience, more than 20 freshmen who had just changed into school uniforms twitched at the corners of their mouths at the same time. There is no need to satisfy this wish, so, military training, if you have any needs during this period, just come to me and I will try my best to satisfy you. The amplifying soul guide in Jiang Ming's hand continues to function, allowing his voice to spread throughout Shrek Square. Okay, now that I have introduced myself, let me tell you a few rules first. If you have something to report during the military training, please raise your hand to report it. Don't just say it. Second, during the military training, please report wear your school uniform. If I see someone without a school uniform, you will see the consequences. Third, if you are late for military training more than 3 times, I will consider expelling you. Fourth, no more, just the above 3. I will talk about the others when I think of them. Okay. Next, all instructors, go get familiar with your squadrons and introduce yourself. In 10 minutes, the military training will officially begin. After Jiang Ming said this, he jumped off the small platform and took out a roster from the storage soul guide. Jiang, Nanan, Su Sanchi, Bibi. Br, he murmured softly and drew up a few names with his pen. Although it was just a foreplay, he could still see something. For example, some people are smart, some are brave, and some are wretched. In less than an hour, these freshmen showed various attitudes. With his current mental strength, it is actually very easy to discern these things. The 4 color pens in Jiang Ming's hand, red, yellow, blue and black, were constantly changing, marking each new student's information. In 10 minutes, 400 students' annotations are actually very difficult to accomplish. But for Jiang Ming, whose mental power has reached a certain level, it is not very difficult. Soon, Jiang Ming finished writing the notes for the 400 freshmen, and the time was up. He stood on the high platform again, picked up the amplified soul guide, and coughed twice. Ahem. Then, Jiang Ming's eyes became serious and he said in a deep voice, "The instructor is in place." In an instant, a dozen instructors on the field moved quickly and surrounded the 5 freshman formations at certain intervals. "Freshmen, are you ready? Let me count to 3. A smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Ming's mouth. He stretched out his hand and said word by word, 3, 2, the freshmen didn't know what would happen yet, but under Jiang Ming's countdown, they had a very bad feeling. The feeling of uneasiness continued to spread among the crowd, and many freshmen began to swallow their saliva. 1. Open the martial spirit. As Jiang Ming's words fell, more than a dozen instructors surrounding the freshman team all cheered. The martial spirit was released. In an instant, more than a dozen powerful soul pressures enveloped the sky above the 5 new formations. There is no doubt that the soul ring configurations of the disciples in the inner courtyard are the best. The soul rings of yellow, purple, and black are flashing, showing the strength of these instructors. Soul King, all Soul King. A dozen Soul Kings surrounded the entire formation with their soul pressure, making all the freshmen feel like they had difficulty breathing. This is because the pressure caused by the soul power is too great, which has caused extremely strong psychological oppression to the new students. That's it, maintain this intensity and do it for half an hour first. Jiang Ming said it lightly and casually, but to the ears of the new student, it was as if he heard something extremely horrifying. The pressure of more than a dozen Soul Kings. Half an hour? Exclamation mark. You know, they are new students. Generally speaking, their cultivation levels are in their teens and 20s. Unbelievably, there are 1 or 2 soul masters who are in their 30s. In the end, you came up and directly used the soul power of more than a dozen Soul Kings to pressure you? Can I be a human being? Exclamation mark. Jiang Ming looked at the trembling expressions of the freshmen's pupils, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the previous military training, they stood in a military posture under the bright sun. Even if they had no soul power, they could stand for half an hour. Now these freshmen have soul power and their physical fitness is much better than they were back then, so Jiang Ming chose to put a little pressure on them. As for this speed, he tested it with several instructors for a long time some time ago. Master the strength and time of soul power pressure to ensure that you can temper your will without overwhelming them. Oh, you have good intentions, report. Suddenly, a new student raised his hand and shouted a report. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Oh, Jiang. Ming walked over and glanced at the new student. I remember your name is Su Sanchi. I remember the rules. It's good, tell me, what's the matter, Jiang? Ming asked softly. Road. Instructor Jiang, we freshmen have only over 20 levels of soul power. Isn't it a bit too much for you to use the soul power of more than a dozen Soul Kings to suppress us? Actually, Su Sanchi himself can bear it. His martial soul is the Jiang Ming turtle, and he has the bloodline inheritance of the mythical beast Xuanwu, which makes his ability to withstand stress much stronger than that of ordinary soul masters. But he can resist. The person he cares about. The expression on Jiang Nanan's face turned a little pale. Her soft-bone rabbit martial spirit was really not good at resisting pressure. Jiang Ming noticed this. After all, Su Sanchi's eyes that glanced to the side from time to time were too easy to catch. Tisk tisk tisk. Jiang Ming smiled and said, "You think it's too much? But I don't think so," said then. Jiang Ming reached out and lifted Su Sanchi out. "I see that you are very relaxed in the face of these pressures. Come on, let me add some information to you, so that you can see what true access means." As he said this, Jiang Ming gave Zhang Lexun on the side a look. Zhang Lexun understood, glanced at Su Sanchi, hesitated, and released her martial spirit. 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, rose from Zhang Lexun's feet, and the pressure of the soul saint level enveloped Su Sanchi. Of course, facing Su Sanchi, who is only in his 20s, Zhang Lexun will not use his soul power in his 70s. The same soul king level soul power pressure, but the releaser is a 7-ringed soul saint, so the feeling is very different. Almost instantly, Su Sanchi was bent over by the pressure and could only stand upright. The expression on his face suddenly became ferocious. Seeing this, Jiang Ming walked up to Su Sanchi and said in a very thin voice, "You have a lot of thoughts? Can't you see her suffering?" Su Sanchi was shocked, his brows were furrowed, and there were even blue veins protruding on his forehead. He wanted to say something, but the pressure was too strong. Once he opened his mouth, he easily became discouraged and could only grit his teeth tightly. It's a commendable spirit to stand up for the person you like, but as a man, you must stand up for some things, and some things are not necessary. Do you understand? Finished, Jiang Ming patted Su Sanchi on the shoulder. The force was not strong, but it almost made Su Sanchi fall down. Jiang Ming walked up to the freshmen and looked at the frowning faces, quite satisfied. When these faces show perseverance instead of fear, the effect of this military training will be more than half completed. Well, very good. You are all elites and talents who have come from various cities and soul master academies in the mainland. So, hold on, or hold on, Jiang Ming. As he spoke, he walked around the 5 freshman squares. After walking around, Jiang Ming suddenly said, "Half an hour is indeed a bit long." Hearing this, the freshmen were mature. The little face suddenly showed joy. "Is this to reduce time? Great. Half an hour, it's too boring. Why don't I tell you a story?" As he said that, Jiang Ming ignored the frozen expressions of joy on the faces of the freshmen and said, he picked up the loudspeaker soul guide without hesitation. "What story should I tell?" Jiang Ming looked at the freshman and said softly, "What story do you want to hear?" The freshman did not reply. Under the huge pressure of soul power, they must concentrate all their attention force. "If you don't want to say anything, then I'll just tell you a story. It just so happens that given this situation, I thought of a very appropriate story." Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He directly brought the amplified soul guide to his mouth. Everyone knows that our Shrek Academy was founded 10,000 years ago and is a soul master academy with a history of 10,000 years, and during this 10,000-year history, countless soul masters have emerged in our academy. Soul master geniuses, titled masters, and even some people have surpassed the ceiling of soul masters and achieved the status of God. So, the story I am going to tell next is about the first generation history of our Shrek Academy. One of the 7 monsters of Lake, the story of Poseidon Tang San. Hearing this, not only the freshmen in the queue were stunned, but the instructors and the teachers and students around the square were also stunned. Why does this start telling a story? Or tell the story of Poseidon Tang San? All the stories about Poseidon Tang San in the market have been told badly, right? You must have heard a lot about the story about Poseidon Tang San, but you may have never heard of what I'm going to tell you next. Jiang Ming continued to talk. The tone is unhurried, and the voice has a little bit of spiritual power in the use of skills, which can add to the atmosphere of the story. Speaking of which, let me think about it back then. When Poseidon Tang San was still a soul master in his 30s, he was only a few years older than you at that time. There was already a continent-wide senior soul master competition. However, Shrek Academy at that time was very poor. How poor can you be? The kind that doesn't even qualify to participate in the competition. So, in order to participate in the competition at that time, Dean Flender, one of the founders of Shrek Academy, took all the Shrek people, probably about 10 people at the time, to the sky. Dao Royal Academy. To popularize it, 10,000 years ago, there were only two empires on the mainland, Xiandao and Xingluo. The current Xianhan and Daoling empires were split from the Xiandao Empire. What are you going to Xiandao Royal Academy for? According to Ma Huangjin, one of the original Shrek 7 monsters, it's a chicken that lays an egg. End of this chapter, chapter 142. On the first day, everyone is tired. At this point, the freshmen' minds were already attracted. Not to mention the freshmen, several instructors also pricked up their ears and listened curiously. About the history of Shrek Academy thousands of years ago, unless it is particularly famous, other people except scholars who specialize in history will basically not know about it. And I'm afraid some scholars don't even know such a detailed history. In fact, the scholars in Shrek Academy really don't know. This history has not been recorded in detail. Then, Dean Flender, the then president of Shrek Academy, took the entire Shrek Academy to the Xiandao Royal Soul Master Academy next. Br. Jiang Ming spoke in a very soothing voice. Under the guidance of strong mental power, what he said can form a clear picture in people's minds. The freshmen and instructors seemed to have a scene from 10,000 years ago before their eyes. They seemed to be able to see the helplessness of Shrek Academy back then, and feel the pleasure of slapping the students of Xiandao Royal Soul Master Academy in the face. Then, Tang San's ancestor was tested by the strong man named, oh yes, named Hilan Soul Douluo, who used soul power to coerce him, Jiang Ming. Quickly, that's when I got to the stage I wanted to talk about. Under the pressure of powerful soul power, Tang San's ancestors completely fused his external soul bone with his body bit by bit. So, have you enlightened? At this point, Jiang Ming's voice stopped. This stopping point really made everyone unable to react. A big question mark in the new life. Are you enlightened? What do you realize? Exclamation mark. Isn't this telling a story? Exclamation mark. Tisk, you don't have enough understanding. Jiang Ming looked at these confused freshmen and shook his head with some disappointment. When listening to a story, you have to listen to the key points. Look, apart from being pretentious and slap in the face, what is the key point we need to understand in this story? It was Tang San's ancestor who was still persevering, strong and brave when faced with the pressure of soul power from a control-level expert. That's why Tang San's ancestor was able to completely fuse the external soul bone with his body. Jiang Ming said with a serious face. So, now, you and Tang San's ancestors are facing a similar situation. What should you do? When the freshmen and instructors heard this, they also understood. Good guy, this is a twist. Do you think the soul power pressure you are facing now is very great? No, not much. If you look around, no one has fallen down yet. In fact, some people have not even released their martial souls. Come out, Jiang Ming's eyes drifted past a few freshmen who had not yet released their martial souls, and his thoughts on them increased a little. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, the freshmen looked around subconsciously. Indeed, they have released their martial souls under the pressure of their soul power. Even after releasing their martial souls, they are still under great pressure. But there are people who haven't released their martial souls yet. The gap in strength is immediately clear. The freshmen who boasted their talents were shocked. They thought they were already in the first echelon of geniuses, but to their surprise, they were not even considered in the second echelon. Soon, half an hour passed in the strong pressure field set up by more than a dozen Soul King instructors using their soul power to suppress. In the past half hour, some people did not even release their martial arts spirits, while others were already sweating profusely. 10 minutes of rest, then continue in 10 minutes, Jiang Ming said solemnly. The pressure of soul power that had been pressing on the heads of the freshmen slowly disappeared, and the depressing feeling gradually dissipated. Most of the freshmen gasped for air and looked exhausted. At this time, the instructors in charge of several freshman cohorts came to them, with cold faces, and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and sit down and meditate. This is just the first round." The freshmen suddenly looked horrified. This half hour of soul power pressure has made most of the freshmen sweat, but the instructor told them that this was only the first round? Exclamation mark. What else? There is still an hour before lunch, and there should be another round, the instructor of Class 1 gave a friendly reminder. Jiang Ming had explained to them the general process of military training before. It was not time to eat, so there was still another round. Report, instructor, I really can't hold on any longer, eh? Petite girl gasped. There were beads of sweat on her forehead, and she was breathing heavily, looking like she was about to die. Can't hold on? You can still speak, right? Sit down and meditate quickly to regain your strength. The instructor was unmoved. Tiredness is an instinctive reaction of the living body. But if you really can't hold on anymore, if you can gasp and say the words "I can't hold on," it's obviously not the time when you really can't hold on. Instructor, I really do. Sit down and meditate. Unless you want to suffer even more in the next round. The instructor directly interrupted the girl. The instructors know very well what these freshmen will face next. Because before becoming an instructor for these freshmen, Jiang Ming increased the intensity of military training several times and used it on them. How should I put it? Even if they have survived the 1 month of military training, they don't want to recall it anymore. Of course, the improvement is quite big. So, the instructor now asks them to sit down and meditate immediately to restore their physical strength. It is really not that they are too strict, but for their own good. At the request of the instructors, the freshmen spent 10 minutes in meditation. During the 10 minutes of meditation, Jiang Ming asked Lear to use her martial spirit to play a meditation song. Lear's Soul King cultivation, coupled with the special nature of her martial soul, the music she played was enough to greatly relieve the mental fatigue of the new students. Actually, Jiang Ming could also ask Xiao Ling to eliminate their physical fatigue, but that was actually unnecessary. 10 minutes go very quickly. For the freshmen who are immersed in meditation, it passes in the blink of an eye. What greeted them was a new round of soul power pressure. Very good, it seems that everyone has benefited a lot from the meditation practice. So, let's add 10 minutes to the time this time. When the freshmen woke up from meditation, they started to face it. Such bad news came, and everyone immediately complained incessantly. Friendly reminder, if you don't make a report, just say one more thing and get an extra minute. Jiang Ming had a handsome smile on his lips, but he said such cold words. The freshmen immediately stopped talking, and not even a single one snorted. Well, good, let's continue. This round lasted 40 minutes. Jiang Ming did not tell them any more stories, but sat directly aside and took out a book. Start reading. Military training is torturous, especially this kind of high-intensity military training, and the degree of torment will continue to expand as time goes by. And Jiang Ming glanced at Sister Li Zhuan, who was holding an umbrella for him next to him, and smiled. The sun is very bright today. However, is there anyone in the freshman queue that Sister Lexuan knows? Jiang Ming looked at the freshman queue. He just saw Sister Li Zhuan looking at a certain position in the freshman queue several times. That position is worth noting, that is, the new student's named Bibi. Time passed by, and although 10 minutes of meditation had gone by, it was difficult for the body that had just endured the pressure of soul power for half an hour to recover after 10 minutes of meditation. It dragged on the tired body, and the time of this round was also extended. The few freshmen who had not released their martial souls had to release their martial souls. In the queue of new students, there are all yellow soul rings. After another half an hour, the girl who said she couldn't hold on anymore fell softly. She was not passed out, but conscious. With Lear here, there is no need to worry about a mental aspect. Although Lear's martial soul is not of the spiritual system, but has a soul king level cultivation, even if only one soul skill can provide spiritual assistance, for these first and second level freshmen, it's definitely enough. In this kind of perseverance, it is not good news if someone falls first. Emotions are contagious. If someone falls, more people will be discouraged. Of course, there are some strong-willed people who will not be affected by this emotion, but they are a minority after all. After the girl fell, an instructor pulled her to a rest area that had been set up beside the square. With a two-pronged approach of a healing soul master and an auxiliary soul master, the girl's condition began to recover. And, under the guidance of a dedicated person, the girl sat on a futon and meditated again. This time her cultivation speed was much faster than the meditation speed just now. The girl's body is like a dry sponge, and the soul power in the surrounding space is like water, constantly pouring into the girl's body. With the help of the healing and auxiliary soul masters, the girl's soul power actually exceeded one level. Outside, after the girl fell, other freshmen began to fall one after another. These new students basically have more than 10 levels of soul power, none of them are above the second level. The strength of the soul force fields arranged by a dozen soul kings for the 400 freshmen was below level 15. A soul master above level 20 can last for 40 minutes as long as his body is not too fragile. Soon, All the freshmen below the second ring fell. What surprised Jiang Ming the most was that a young man with only level 17 soul power actually persisted for 38 minutes. This is rare, really rare. Finally, 40 minutes passed amid the suffering of the freshmen. Just when the freshmen thought it was over, Jiang Ming stood up again, put away his books, and picked up the amplifying soul guide. Ahem, just a cough made the freshman tremble slightly. Jiang Ming looked at the reactions of the freshmen with a smile on his lips. Well, you guys are pretty good. The number of people who fail is a little less than I expected. As Jiang Ming spoke, he walked up to Su Sanchi, who was still struggling to support himself, and with his eyes signaled Sister Li Zhuan to withdraw her soul power pressure, and then said softly, "You are indeed pretty good. I'm optimistic about you." As soon as Zhang Lexuan's soul power relaxed, Su Sanchi couldn't hold on anymore and fell straight down. After Su Sanchi fell, Jiang Ming keenly felt a worried look looking over. It doesn't seem like pure unrequited love. Afterwards, Jiang Ming looked at the time and announced the disbandment on time. The freshmen's faces suddenly lit up with joy, gasping for breath, and falling to the ground. The expressions on the faces of the instructors who were watching the freshmen's reactions were rather strange. You know, in the military training plan set by Jiang Ming, this is just the appetizer. After resting for a while, the freshmen all went to eat. The instructors gathered around Jiang Ming to prepare for the afternoon training. Big Devil, are you really going to have that whole week? I'm afraid some students won't be able to hold on and will fall apart. An instructor had a heavy look of worry on his face. The intensity of these trainings now is actually nothing. The method of soul power coercion and controlling the soul power level will not cause problems. But the Hell Week in Jiang Ming's plan, that was a memory that none of the inner courtyard students wanted to recall. Of course, I have prepared it carefully. Jiang Ming smiled and said, "Don't worry, during Hell Week, I will invite Mr. Zhuang to come and sit down in person. There will be no problem. This is the first military training, so the intensity will be adjusted appropriately based on the feedback." Jiang Ming had already planned it. Although he had already tried it once on the disciples of the inner courtyard some time ago, the disciples of the inner courtyard are different from the freshmen of the outer courtyard. If he wants to really improve the military training system for freshmen, he still needs to try it little by little. Too easy will definitely not work. They don't have that much time to try, so they can only use a slightly heavier hand first, and then let a strong person like Mr. Zhuang ensure safety and ensure nothing goes wrong. In the afternoon, when the freshmen gathered together again, Jiang Ming already had dozens of reports in his hand. It only lasted 3 hours from disbanding in the morning to gathering in the afternoon, with a meal and a break in between. Actually, more than 50 people complained to the college about him during this time. This situation was within Jiang Ming's expectation. The spoiled young masters and ladies will definitely not be convinced if they are suddenly treated like this. It is normal to complain. It would be strange not to complain to Jiang Ming. Oh, 56 complaints, a little less than I thought. Jiang Ming held a stack of paper in his hand and slapped it on the palm of his hand. The new students who complained about Jiang Ming had his heart in his mouth. As for you, don't be nervous. Complaining is your right. During military training, you can complain to the instructor. It's nothing. Jiang Ming stood on the small stage and sounded very unconcerned. Period. But your reasons for complaining are not up to standard. So, I'm still here then. I'm very unhappy. Jiang Ming's tone gradually became lower. He looked at the freshman below. His face became very serious. So, 56 more minutes will be added to the training time this afternoon. Training begins. Following Jiang Ming's order, the familiar soul force field was released from the hands of more than a dozen Soul King instructors. The pressure reappeared, and the freshmen who had gotten enough rest at noon dealt with it more easily. But those who spent their rest time cursing Jiang Ming and making complaints were not in good shape. On the first day of military training, all the freshmen fell down from exhaustion. When today's disbandment came out of Jiang Ming's mouth, the freshmen didn't even want to express their joy. So tired. However, they will soon know that the current intensity is just an appetizer. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Great Progress? burning money to get it. The military training on the second day began soon. After the military training the previous day, the freshmen were all in high spirits. Yes, in good spirits. It stands to reason that after a day of high-pressure training, the freshmen should be exhausted. It's just that Shrek Academy has no shortage of soul masters from the healing and auxiliary departments. This kind of fatigue is not worth mentioning in the face of the powerful auxiliary power. Well, everyone is in great spirits. Let's do something different for everyone today. Jiang Ming held the familiar amplified soul guide in his hand that disgusted the freshmen. This voice, it was like a whisper from the devil, but they couldn't resist it yet. Instructors gather. Jiang Ming called all the instructors over. More than a dozen instructors gathered in a circle, whispering in low voices, and emitting weird laughter from time to time, which was very scary. What do the instructors want to do, Su Sanchi whispered to the freshman next to him. Although he withstood a stronger soul power pressure than other freshmen yesterday, when he went back to meditate and practice at night, his efficiency was indeed improved a lot. His Jiang Ming turtle martial spirit itself is a martial spirit with very strong endurance and resistance, so this kind of training is of greatest benefit to him. The freshman next to him heard Su Sanchi's voice, but did not respond. Because Su Sanchi, get out of the queue, Jiang Ming shouted. Su Sanchi's face suddenly turned bitter. He forgot that whispering is not allowed in the queue. Su Sanchi stood out from the queue with a bitter face. Jiang Ming looked at Su Sanchi and frowned slightly. You really don't stop at all, right? You like to increase the difficulty. Hearing this, Su Sanchi's heart skipped a beat, and he had a very bad premonition. Sure enough, the next moment, Jiang Ming directly ordered, since you want to increase the difficulty, then, next, you, Jiang Nanan, and that one over there, Bibai, the three of you, come to the front. Jiang Nanan and Bibai were stunned. No, why did Su Sanchi call them out when he made a mistake? In a very confused state, Bibai and Jiang Nanan stood up. After the three people stood in front of the queue, Jiang Ming said solemnly, next, the second event of military training, running, you three, lead the way from the front. After that, Jiang Ming did not give the freshmen time to react, and directly made a gesture to let the instructors start. The running area is still in Shrek Square. Although the circumference of the square is only 300 meters, if 400 freshmen run in a queue of 6, the space is actually enough soon. The entire queue was already running. Bibai and Jiang Nanan, who were leading the pack, stared at Su Sanchi as they ran. If this guy hadn't talked nonsense, the two of them wouldn't have been singled out to lead the way. With a distance of 300 meters, the queue quickly completed 2 laps. Okay, warm-up is over. Training has officially begun. Jiang Ming's voice rang in the square, and the freshmen were suddenly shocked, and everyone had a bad premonition. Sure enough, after Jiang Ming finished speaking, the soul pressure appeared again among the entire freshman queue. In terms of intensity, this soul power pressure is a little weaker than yesterday, but don't forget, they are not standing still now, they are running. While running forward, resisting the pressure of soul power, the difficulty has increased instead of decreasing compared to yesterday. Moreover, after the soul power pressure came out, the originally neat queue instantly became chaotic. When the speed and rhythm are inconsistent, the queue breaks up instantly. What are you doing? It's over now. When Jiang Ming saw the dispersed queue, he frowned and shouted loudly. Everyone stop! The instructors around the queue immediately stood still, causing the entire scattered queue to stop. Team up! Jiang Ming's face was sullen, as if he was about to hit someone at the next moment, which made the freshmen feel a little scared. Soon, the team was reorganized, and all 5 queues were in order, but the soul pressure still did not disappear. The martial souls of more than a dozen instructors are still releasing, and their soul rings are flashing, maintaining the soul power pressure field. In fact, from the beginning, this military training was not just testing the freshmen, it was also testing the instructors. Whether it was bungee jumping with people or the release of soul power pressure, it was actually a kind of training for the instructors. Shout slogans and run slowly. Jiang Ming gave orders to the instructors, asking them to use slogans to direct the queue to run. After groping for more than 10 minutes, the freshmen finally ran in order. The dull sound of stamping on the ground and the loud slogans of 121 echoed in Shrek Square. The sound was so loud that even the birds next to Poseidon Lake were frightened and flew up. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ming nodded with satisfaction. In this way, cohesion began to slowly take shape. The purpose of this military training is actually very simple. It is to let the freshmen get rid of some bad habits and cultivate students' ability to withstand stress and develop group cohesion. Moreover, this process is not only painful. If they can persist through this month of military training, Jiang Ming can guarantee that these new students will be able to increase their soul power by at least 2 levels. This kind of cultivation speed is quite fast. Moreover, this is not a vain cultivation that is improved by using drugs, but is actually achieved through practice. The process is a bit tough, but every drop of sweat is rewarded. After running continuously for half an hour, the freshmen finally had time to rest. Jiang Ming picked up the sound-transmitting soul guide on the side and said a few words. After a while, several staff members came over carrying several large wooden barrels. The freshmen were so tired that they slumped on the ground, looking at the barrels placed in front of them, somewhat confused as to what they were doing. After the barrels were moved, Jiang Ming said, "The instructor makes a bowl for each new student to replenish their physical strength." After speaking, Jiang Ming took the lead in taking a bowl and filled it with the contents of the wooden bucket. It was a bowl of light green liquid, which looked a bit strange, but Jiang Ming looked very happy and comfortable after drinking it. Nutritional solution. This is a potion that Jiang Ming asked Xiao Ling and Mr. Zhuang to prepare together to help restore physical strength. After drinking this product, it can greatly relieve physical fatigue and replenish the water and salt lost from the body due to sweating. Report. Say, "Instructor, can you not drink it, eh?" New student looked at the light green in the bowl liquid. Some are afraid to swallow it. Green liquid generally has 2 properties. Or, it is a great tonic related to life attributes. Either it is a highly poisonous thing that seeks wealth and murder. The more typical ones are the lake of life in the star forest and the jadelin snake spirit of old poison. Don't want to drink it? That's fine. This is prepared by a super Douluo level expert who possesses the tree of life martial spirit. If you don't drink it, then whoever takes it away from him. Br. Jiang Ming said with an indifferent expression. This is a good thing. If you sell it, it will cost you at least 1 gintama coin per bowl. Don't want to drink? How many people want to drink but can't get it? What? Hearing what Jiang Ming said, the freshmen's eyes widened instantly and they looked at the light green liquid in their hands with disbelief. Period. This thing was concocted by a super Douluo expert? Bibai, who was at the front of the queue, suddenly thought of something when he heard this, and drank all the light green liquid in the bowl without hesitation. The super Douluo of the Tree of Life martial spirit, isn't it Mr. Zhuang? Can there be anything wrong with what the old man concocted? Oh. Bibai, you are not afraid, seeing Bibai drinking so easily, Su Sanchi said with some worry. Don't be afraid, this is a good thing, Bibai chuckled, then looked at the bowl in Su Sanchi's hand. If you are afraid, how about I help you drink it? Hearing this, Su Sanchi immediately shrank his hands, as if to guard against thieves. Later, Su Sanchi drank the light green liquid in the bowl without hesitation. In an instant, a cool feeling circulates throughout the body, and gentle power touches the meridians and muscles of the body, directly dispelling the feeling of extreme fatigue just now. Su Sanchi's eyes lit up. It is indeed a good thing. Nanan, you too. He looked at Jiang Nanan, but Jiang Nanan had already finished the drink, and was meditating with her eyes closed at the moment, trying to understand the effects of this power. Maximize utilization. The freshman who didn't want to drink just drank it down after hearing Jiang Ming's words. Even if he is a noble outside, he cannot get the treasure prepared by Super Douluo. After drinking the nutrient solution, quickly meditate and practice to absorb the power of the nutrient solution, the instructors reminded. They themselves also took bowls and drank heavily. This concentration is not strong enough, Zhao. Gang drank a large bowl in one breath and smacked his lips, feeling a little dissatisfied. When Jiang Ming gave them military training before, the concentration of the nutrient solution was much stronger than this, and it had an effect on them with Soul King cultivation. And now this nutrient solution, for them, is at most just refreshing and quenching their thirst. Come on, it would be nice to have it. With that kind of concentration of nutrient solution, aren't you afraid that the big devil will drag you to hell weak? Yanhan swallowed the nutrient solution in his mouth. Next, you can feel the cool breath flowing through your body, which is very enjoyable. That's true, hell week. I really don't want to experience it again, Zhao. Gang shuddered subconsciously when he heard the word hell week. The rest time was a little longer this time, a full 20 minutes, mainly because it was the first time to absorb the nutrient solution, which took a little longer. After the break, Jiang Ming continued, causing the dull sound of footsteps and loud slogans to ring out again in Shrek Square. Another day of military training has passed. Different events, but the same, freshmen lying down due to exhaustion. Especially Bibai, Su Sanchi, and Jiang Nanan were given special attention by Jiang Ming. Judging from the current situation, the strength of these three people should be the most outstanding among the freshmen. According to Yan Xiaos, the three of them are expected to become the core disciples of the outer courtyard. In this case, naturally it cannot be as strong as the freshmen, it has to be a little bit stronger. Time passed little by little. In addition to standing still and enduring the pressure of soul power on the first day and running to withstand the pressure of soul power on the second day, Jiang Ming also arranged other events for the freshmen. For example, he took the freshmen to practice some physical skills. This was developed by Jiang Ming and several teachers from the inner courtyard who are good at physical arts. Using reasonable positioning and force exertion techniques of each part of the body can improve combat effectiveness. For another example, Jiang Ming also took the freshmen to experience a soul guide. It is impossible for the freshmen to use advanced soul guidance devices, and they cannot use them, but with soul guidance rays produced by the soul guidance device production line, there will be no problem. During target practice again and again, Jiang Ming discovered several freshmen with high accuracy. Some of them look familiar, probably because they have used such soul tools before, some may be due to martial arts, and some may have talents in this area. Jiang Ming recorded this in the roster. Not only him, but also more than a dozen instructors were observing these new students in all aspects. After the military training is over, this information will be summarized and handed over to the corresponding teachers to facilitate specialized training. While working on these projects, Jiang Ming would also tell stories to the freshmen from time to time, about the story of Shrek Academy 10,000 years ago. Not only the freshmen liked to listen to these stories, but also the instructors and even the teachers. The original Shrek 7 devils were legends on the mainland, and their gossip was extremely attractive. In this kind of training, more than half of the month of military training has passed without realizing it. When there was only the last week of military training left, Jiang Ming rarely conducted training, but let the freshmen sit on the floor of Shrek Square. It doesn't matter if the ground is hot from the sun. There are many soul masters here, and the cooling method can completely adjust the floor to a comfortable temperature. Jiang Ming sat on the familiar small table, still holding the amplifying soul guide in his hand. He looked at the freshmen below who were obviously tanned by 1 degree, with a smile on his lips. Ahem, Jiang Ming coughed twice and said softly, the military training time we said is 1 month, and now there is only 1 week left. What do you think? He looked at the queue of freshmen, indicating that they could express what they were thinking. When the freshmen heard Jiang Ming's words, they were confused and some did not react. Not adaptable, really not adaptable. Say whatever you want, speak freely. As soon as these words came out, Su Sanchi was the first to raise his hand. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and smiled. Tell me, what do you think, Su? Sanchi blinked, and then said in a heavy tone, tired. So tired. These few words resonated with all the freshmen. Indeed, over the past 20 days, they have ended their training extremely exhausted every day. They were so tired. This kind of experience has never been experienced in their previous lives. Well, indeed. Are there any more? Jiang Ming nodded and continued to ask. Bibai raised his hand and said seriously, although I am tired, I have made great progress. My cultivation level has reached level 29, which has improved 2 levels. When he started military training, his soul power was at the peak of level 27, and now it is level 29. This progress is not small. This kind of cultivation speed is much faster than usual. Jiang Ming's face finally showed a smile, but his heart felt a little painful. Yes, great progress. It's a waste of money. In the past 20 days, the 400 freshmen have already spent thousands of gold soul coins. This doesn't include labor, it's just the cost of nutrient solution materials and other equipment. If you really count the labor, there are more than a dozen inner courtyard Soul King instructors, Soul Emperors, Soul Saints, as well as non-staff healing Soul Masters and auxiliary Soul Masters. The total labor costs of more than 20 days add up to the cost of military training. Go up to the 10,000 gold soul coins. Mud, if this doesn't make much progress, Will the money be wasted? End of this chapter. Chapter 144. Go to hell at your own expense. At this time, Jiang Nanan also raised his hand. I learned a lot of practical physical skills. Jiang Nanan's martial spirit is the silky bone rabbit, which is considered one of the more famous martial arts. After all, the last most famous soul master who possessed this martial soul was named Xiao Wu. The most commendable thing about Xiao Wu is her domineering 8th level wrestling. Jiang Ming doesn't know how to throw at the 8th level, but the physical skills he teaches are still very practical for Jiang Nanan. In fact, it is very practical not only for Jiang Nanan, but also for everyone in the freshman class. Even if they are not fighting soul masters, auxiliary soul masters and healing soul masters can also use these physical skills to enhance their combat effectiveness. Well, this is good, this is good. The smile at the corner of Jiang Ming's mouth gradually spread. As for physical skills, he has studied them personally, and the quality is beyond compare. Jiang Ming was somewhat satisfied when he heard that some of the freshmen regarded this as important. Someone started, and the freshmen began to speak freely, raising their hands to tell about the gains and hardships during this period. Jiang Ming listened quietly. The stage of pouring out a bitter experience is very necessary. Some experiences are very contrasting, and there will be great psychological changes. The accumulation of emotions generated during this change process still needs to be resolved and channeled. In fact, the best way is to curse, such as instructor, etc. Jiang Ming can guess it even if he doesn't hear it. However, even if Jiang Ming lets them speak freely, the freshmen will definitely not dare to scold the instructor. It's one thing to speak freely, but if they start to curse, they really can't beat the instructors. The stage of vomiting bitterness lasted for a long time, with various wailing sounds coming and going, and the wailing sounds were even more pitiful than at the beginning. But Jiang Ming could already tell from their determined eyes that this was just a show. Obviously, the effect of military training is very good. In this case, okay, are you, the instructors, that bad? You've been chatting for more than an hour, and you're not thirsty. Seeing that the freshmen continued to wail, Jiang Ming hurriedly reached out to stop. He knew that the freshmen were stalling for time. There have only been more than 20 days of military training in total. There is so much bitter water to pour out. Most likely, I want to take advantage of the time to pour out the bitter water and want to rest for a while. This little thought, no, instructor, talk a little longer, I still have a lot of thoughts that I haven't said yet. Su Sanchi had a mean face and a bit of slyness in his eyes. Bibai didn't speak, just sat there quietly, looking very elegant. Jiang Nanan's eyes were firm. Even though more than 20 days of exposure to wind and sun had only darkened her skin by a small degree, her beautiful face was still beautiful. Unfortunately, Jiang Ming already has someone in his heart, and there are other romantic entanglements. He doesn't dare to provoke other girls. So many feelings. Jiang Ming smiled and said, okay, when the military training is really over and the ceremony is over, I will let you go on stage to speak. If you can't say anything, as a senior brother, I will take good care of you. Hearing this, the sly expression on Su Sanchi's face froze instantly. The speed visible to the naked eye turned into a bitter color. 10,000 words of thoughts? Where did he get so many thoughts? It's just a joke. Instructor Jiang Su Sanchi tried to struggle, putting on a pitiful look, trying to shake Jiang Ming's already cold heart. That's disgusting. 5,000 more words. Jiang Ming frowned slightly and instantly increased Su Sanchi's workload. If a beautiful woman makes such an expression, she can also say something pleasing to the eye. Su Sanchi's expression was too cold. After 3 stones, if you tell me, the workload will probably increase again. Bibai patted Su Sanchi on the shoulder and reminded him softly. During this period, Bibai became familiar with Su Sanchi and Jiang Nanan. There was no way, the 3 of them seemed to be taken special care of by Jiang Ming. Every project had to put the 3 of them at the front for demonstration. After going back and forth, they became familiar with it. Su Sanchi glanced at Bibai and nodded, not daring to speak anymore. He closed his eyes and began to formulate 15,000 words of thoughts in his mind. Okay, Kushui has almost fallen to the ground, let's talk about business. Jiang Ming raised the loudspeaker soul guide and said seriously. The noisy chatter of the freshmen suddenly disappeared, and the queue became silent. Jiang Ming was very satisfied with the efficiency of the freshmen, and then said, well, the results of the military training look pretty good in my plan. The regular military training ends here. It's over. Hearing this, The freshmen's eyes suddenly widened, and they almost had the word joy written on their faces. But before they started writing, they heard Jiang Ming continue, "However, the regular military training is over, but next, there is another 1 week, that is, 7-day training. This 1 week training is different from the regular training you have experienced these days. It's too similar. So, you can choose not to participate in the following training." As soon as this statement came out, it quickly attracted widespread attention from the freshmen. "Can I choose not to participate? Is this what Demon King Jiang can say?" Exclamation mark. The freshmen were skeptical, very skeptical. Bibi and Su Sanchi looked at each other, both of them keenly aware of the fishiness. In the past 20 days or so, there have been some freshmen who couldn't hold on and didn't want to participate in military training. But after the freshman had a friendly exchange with Jiang Ming, he was able to persist again. "What's going on?" Su Sanchi raised his eyebrows at Bibi, a look of doubt in his eyes. "I don't know." Bibi looked back, also puzzled. "You too, do you think I can't tell through eye contact?" Jiang Ming glanced at Bibi and Su Sanchi, quite speechless. The two boys were looking at each other in a strange way. "What I said this time is true. You can choose not to participate in the military training for the next 7 days because each person will be charged a fee for the next 7 days of military training. 100 gold soul coins. And according to your words, it will be very tiring, very tiring." Hearing this, Su Sanchi was the first to raise his hand. "Instructor, I won't participate." He has selfish motives. For 100 gold soul coins, Jiang Nanan will definitely not participate. "No, you three must participate." "I said so." Jiang Ming directly ignored Su Sanchi's raise of hands to speak. Jiang Nanan on the side said with some embarrassment, "Instructor Jiang, I don't have 100 gold soul coins." 100 gold soul coins are not a big sum of money for other freshmen who are nobles, but for Jiang Nanan, it is a lump sum. A huge amount of money that won't come out. "No." Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "It's okay. You can owe it now and pay it back later when you have money." Jiang Ming was quite familiar with debts. After all, Mazaya Ateo still owed him tens of thousands of gold soul coins. "Okay, instructor." Jiang Nanan nodded. Jiang Ming nodded slightly, then looked at the queue of freshmen and clicked on a few more names. In addition to Bibi and the others, there are many good prospects among the more than 400 freshmen. Although they are not as good as his class, they are still pretty good. Those whose names I called must participate. Others can choose not to participate. I will give you 10 minutes to think about it and give me the answer in 10 minutes, after. Saying that, Jiang Ming held a cup of milk tea and went to the side. "Shuang and Sister Alexuan, you and I are all over each other." Since the last time he kissed Sister Alexuan, although Jiang Ming has never succeeded again, the relationship between the two has gradually warmed up as they get along little by little. Just like now, you take a sip of milk tea and I take a sip, without disliking each other at all, feeling the slightest sweetness in your mouth, with a happy smile on your face. When Bibi saw this scene, a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Although Zhang Lexuan was the child bride prepared for him by his great-grandfather Mu, he always regarded Zhang Lexuan as his sister because of the large age gap. He doesn't have that kind of feeling for Zhang Lexuan. This may not be easy to understand. In terms of age, there is more than 10 years difference between Bibi and Zhang Lexuan. What does this age gap mean? It means that you have graduated from college and the other person is still a primary school student. Seeing Zhang Lexuan and Jiang Ming together, Bibi was actually relieved. "Instructor Zhao, what exactly is this 1-week training? Why do you have to pay 100 gold soul coins?" 10 minutes of thinking time, Su Sanchi and himself queued up. Instructor Zhao Gang started talking. They had no choice but Jiang Ming named them to participate. However, before participating, it is necessary to understand the situation. Hearing Su Sanchi's question, Zhao Gang raised his eyebrows, then shook his head gently. They were lucky enough to try this 1-week training. How to put it, even if they know that they will make great progress if they try again, they don't want to try again. That kind of pain is really. Instructor Zhao, Senior, please reveal a little bit so that we can be mentally prepared. Su Sanchi refused. Rao said. Bibi looked at Su Sanchi's shameless look and shook his head helplessly, but his ear stood up. Let me reveal something. Well, let's put it this way, several of our instructors also experienced this training a few months ago. The big devil, your instructor Jiang, called these 7 days of training Hell Week. Zhao Gang just said a little bit, and Su Sanchi couldn't help but take a breath. Hell Week? Why does this sound so penetrating? Isn't it just a training, a little tiring at most? Why is it related to hell? When they heard the words Hell Wednesday, Bibai and Jiang Nanan's expressions also changed. This is named after instructor Jiang. What they have experienced in the past 20 days has been difficult enough, but Jiang Ming has always said that this is child's play. But for the following training, instructor Jiang said it was Hell Week. This contrast made even Bibai, who had always been relatively calm, couldn't help but panic. The other freshmen who heard the conversation between Su Sanchi and Zhao Gang, their original hesitation disappeared instantly. They made the decision as quickly as possible. That is not participating. Joke. Hell Week, which instructor Jiang named himself, is probably not much different from the real hell. You know, in the past 20 days, they, the freshmen, have also gained a certain understanding of Jiang Ming's character. He may make big things smaller, but he will never make small things bigger. In other words, this Hell Week can only be crueler than it sounds. To say the least, even if it is the same as the word, it is scary enough. Hell Week. It will also cost 100 gold soul coins. Going to hell at one's own expense, is this something a human being can do? Exclamation mark. Thinking of the difficult experiences these days, most freshmen have thought of quitting. 100 gold soul coins Hell Week, they don't have the courage. Are you scared, Zhao? Gang looked at the freshman who clearly showed their intention to quit, with a big smile on his face. Is it really that scary? Su Sanchi asked reluctantly. You know, these people who were named had no choice but to participate. If it was so scary, then he might as well not ask. Now I'm starting to get nervous. It will only be more terrifying than you imagine. Zhao Gang raised his eyebrows. These 7 days will be a memory you will never forget in your lifetime. Su Sanchi swallowed and felt really panicked. Nothing, Su. Sanchi's eyes lit up and he looked at Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang chuckled and said, Hell Week is scary, but if you really persevere, you will make great progress. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Sanchi, Bibai, and Jiang Nanan. A conservative estimate is that you can improve your soul power by another level based on your current soul power. Moreover, not only in terms of soul power, there are other gains, which can only be said to be very delicious. But first, you must be able to persevere. This is really important. Zhao Gang reminded with a serious look. Okay, it's almost time. Have you thought about it? Jiang Ming's voice came from not far away, and the freshmen were all shocked. Everyone stand up. After hearing Jiang Ming's voice, the instructors immediately stood up and told the freshmen to stand up. Whoever's name I called, come and stand to my left. Jiang Ming pointed to the open space on his left. Soon, a dozen people jogged and stood on Jiang Ming's left side. Then Jiang Ming looked at the other people in the queue. If you want to participate, come to my left. If you are worried about 100 gold soul coins, I can help you advance. This is the only chance. After Jiang Ming finished speaking, he stopped talking. Some things just need to be said once. Opportunities are nothing if not grasped. There was no movement in the freshman queue, and none of the freshmen seemed to want to participate. 10, 9, Jiang Ming began to count down. At this time, one after another among the freshmen, people came to Jiang Ming's left-hand side. Although the instructor said that Hell Week was scary, he also said that the rewards would be great. Those who want to become stronger will not be stopped by fear. 1. When Jiang Ming finished counting the last number, there were still some freshmen struggling. However, there is no chance. Jiang Ming was very satisfied when he saw the number of more than 40 freshmen on his left. 10-1, a good ratio. Okay, dismissal. Freshmen who have not chosen to participate, go to the class teacher of your assigned class and prepare for class. After saying that, Jiang Ming turned around and looked at the 4 students who were about to participate in Hell Week. The 10 freshmen had a strange smile on their lips. You guys have a day off today. Tomorrow we will officially start. End of this chapter. Chapter 145. The military training is over. This is so different. Rest is such a precious word for freshmen in military training. At least, when all the freshmen heard Jiang Ming say the word rest, they could not suppress the joy in their hearts. What they don't know is that for those freshmen who did not participate in Hell Week, military training has ended. But for the new students participating in Hell Week, this will be a flashback to hell. The instructors began to disperse, and most of the freshmen went to the classroom and entered the corresponding classes according to the random assignment at the time of admission, ready to start learning. The more than 40 people who were going to participate in Hell Week used this day to relax. On this day, Jiang Ming and a dozen other instructors seemed to have disappeared and did not appear in front of the freshmen. The cruel military training time seems to have become an unforgettable piece of history in their hearts. After this day, most of the freshmen began to attend classes, and Hell Week officially began. Jiang Ming called more than 40 freshmen together and took them out of Shrek Academy. Yes, left Shrek Academy. Of course, he didn't take it too far, but the Hell Week project was not suitable for the academy, so Jiang Ming circled a piece of land outside Shrek Academy and built some things. When the freshmen arrive here, Hell Week begins. The 40 freshmen didn't even have time to react. Even Bibai and the other 3 only heard one voice, and that voice said 4 words. Everything is happening. Subsequently, the freshmen felt that their position had undergone earth-shaking changes. Under the control of Xiaoling, next, they will face their most fearful things in the illusion created by all kinds of things. And Jiang Ming and other instructors stood around them. All was ready. This is the beginning of Hell Week. Only by overcoming the fear in your heart can you proceed to the next step. As time goes by, the young faces of the freshmen have turned pale. Some people frowned and found beads of sweat on their foreheads. Someone whispered in a low voice, his voice trembled, and his body curled up unconsciously. Some people even shouted loudly, waving their arms as if they were going to fight to the death with something. The 40 freshmen had different postures, but without exception they all showed painful expressions. Seeing the reactions of these new students, the instructor team composed of students from the inner courtyard were all a little scared. They have experienced this kind of illusion test before, some failed and some succeeded. But without exception, I feel uncomfortable. Even if the mental strength is improved, it is still uncomfortable. Who do you think can wake up first? Jiang Ming said softly without any expression on his face. Yulir took a look at the reactions of the freshmen, thought for a second, and said, I think the 3 of them should wake up relatively quickly. The 3 people she was talking about were none other than Bibai. Judging from various performances, the 3 of them are indeed the best. However, as time went by, Yulir's guess was wrong. Half a day has passed, and most of the freshmen have woken up, but Bibai and the other 3 still haven't woken up, and there are even signs of deepening pain. Seeing this, Jiang Ming understood. I am afraid these 3 people have experienced some big things in the past. After waiting for another hour, the 3 Bibai finally woke up. Jiang Ming didn't say much, but asked Yulir to play a piece of piano to soothe their spirits. As soon as the song started playing, the tense faces of the freshmen finally relaxed a little. But after the song ended, the real project began. Jiang Ming brought a freshman to a circular venue and sealed it off. In the field, 40 freshmen and 10 instructors were facing each other. If you can defeat an instructor without using martial arts and soul skills, you will be collectively rewarded with an intermediate nutrient solution. By the way, the one you drank before was an elementary nutrient solution. After speaking, Jiang Ming sat directly on the high platform and looked down. Hearing this, the freshmen's eyes suddenly flashed. They have personally experienced the effect of the nutrient solution before. It has that effect at the elementary level. Isn't it stronger at the intermediate level? As for defeating the instructors without using martial arts and soul skills, even if the instructors are all soul kings, 40 versus 10, not all of them can be defeated. As long as we concentrate our efforts, divide labor, and make breakthroughs, it is not impossible. After a brief discussion, the battle began. Most of the 40 freshmen, most of whom have cultivation levels of more than 20 levels, rushed forward at once, and the scene was quite spectacular. Unfortunately, this spectacular scene only lasted 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, there were only 10 figures standing on the field, and everyone else fell to the ground and could not stand up. And these 10 figures are all instructors. None of them were defeated. Jiang Ming was not surprised. Even if half of these 10 instructors were soul kings of the auxiliary and therapeutic departments, after undergoing special training, they were not the freshmen in their teens or 20s. Can be defeated. After a few minutes, the male and female instructors separated and took the freshmen into 2 rooms respectively. The room is filled with bathtubs. The green liquid in the bathtub exudes the breath of life. Just breathing in the air will make you feel refreshed. An hour later, the freshmen returned to the abused venue again. The rules are still the same. Continue, Jiang Ming said this ruthlessly. In the field below, the battle continues. 15 minutes later, everyone lies down. While the 40 freshmen were undergoing Hell Week training, other freshmen had already started their normal study life. Originally, they had experienced brutal military training and were about to start studying immediately, so they all had some opinions. But after they went to class, they found that compared with studying and Jiang Ming's military training, it was not too easy. Sitting in the classroom and writing with a pen to study is better than running with the soul pressure of a dozen soul kings. After the class was over, the teacher left the classroom very satisfied. The new students who have been trained for a month have a very good learning attitude. The learning efficiency is even higher. The freshmen left the classroom in an orderly manner. When passing by Shrek Square, several freshmen looked at the square and whispered to each other. Listening carefully, it turned out that they were discussing the freshmen who were dragged away by Jiang Ming for Hell Week training. Class feels much more relaxed than military training. I wonder what those people are doing now, eh? Girl with a delicate face said that her roommate was named by Jiang Ming and was taken to the Hell Week training. I didn't even go back to the dormitory at night. I don't know, but since it is Hell Week, it will definitely be more severe than our previous military training. Wish them good luck, the girl who was traveling with them said with some fear. There were many conversations like this. Some expressed concern for their roommates, some were curious about the Hell Week training, and some had small regrets. In this discussion, 7 days passed quickly. Today is the end of Hell Week. Jiang Ming stood in front of 40 freshmen with a kind smile on his lips. How is it going? How do you feel about Hell Week? All the freshmen' bodies trembled in unison, which was an instinctive stress reaction. These 7 days were the longest, most painful, and even the most desperate 7 days they had ever spent in their lives. Even though these people did gain a lot. You're talking, are you saying that you don't have any feelings? How about a few more days? Jiang Ming said casually. No. Instructor, I have feelings, I have many feelings. Let me say it first. When they heard that they would have to add a few more days, the 40 freshmen suddenly looked panicked and spoke directly without even making a report. The other instructors on the side looked at the freshmen like this and couldn't help but shake their heads. How miserable. Although the intensity of Hell Week for these new students is much less than what they experienced, after all, they are soul kings, and these new students only have soul powers in their teens or 20s, the miserable situation is similar. Okay, come one by one. Su Sanchi, you speak first. Jiang Ming stepped off the stage and motioned for Su Sanchi to stand up and express his thoughts. 15,000 words, if you miss one word, I will give you an extra day. Jiang Ming said with a smile. That smile was like a devil in Su Sanchi's eyes, which made people tremble. Su Sanchi began to express his thoughts. Although he has been training in hell these days and has no time to speak, but with his shameless character, he can condense his thoughts into 15,000 words, which is not a big problem. Time passed minute by minute. After Su Sanchi finished speaking, other freshmen also came up to talk about their feelings, focusing on their own gains. After listening to everyone's thoughts, Jiang Ming nodded and directly announced that Hell Week was over and they could go back to the academy to attend classes. When they heard that Hell Week was over, the freshmen's eyes even shed tears. The trance-like feeling of being reborn, as if crawling out of hell, makes people burst into tears. Is it over? Is it really over? Some freshmen still couldn't believe it and murmured softly. Yes, it's over, Jiang Ming said softly. Then he looked at the freshmen and continued, however, Hell Week is over, but there is still one last mission. With a snap, everyone looked at Jiang Ming, with a hint of panic in their eyes. Don't be nervous, it won't be difficult. Jiang Ming smiled and continued, the last task is to return to the college. How about this task, is it simple enough? Hearing this, the panic in his eyes dissipated, but there was still some disbelief. When will Demon King Jiang show mercy? Some freshmen even looked at the sun in the sky and felt that the sun might rise from the west today. Ah, that's it? Su Sanchi said subconsciously. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Bibai immediately covered his mouth. If you can't speak, don't speak. Bibai looked at Jiang Ming anxiously, fearing that Jiang Ming would make it difficult for them just because Su Sanchi said this. However, Jiang Ming seemed to be really merciful. He did not go up to the difficulty level, but said directly, that's it. It's 5 kilometers away from the academy. The time I give you is 10 minutes. Exclamation mark. Return to the academy in 10 minutes and your training is over. After that, Jiang Ming picked up a timer soul guide and pressed it. Timer starts. Without any hesitation, the freshman acted completely instinctively run. By the way, what I said is that everyone returns to the academy. If no one arrives, they all come back to practice for an extra day. Jiang Ming added. Hearing this, the fast freshmen immediately turned back and helped the slower ones run together. 10 minutes and 5 kilometers, this is not a problem at all for soul masters like them. But for some reason, Bibi always had a bad feeling in her heart. This doesn't look like Demon King Jiang. When the freshmen rushed out of the training base, Jiang Ming stepped on the flying sword, stood high in the sky, and said loudly, "Be careful." Said, he directly took out a standard first-level soul guidance ray from the storage soul guidance device, as well as several thunder soul guidance bombs that he made in his spare time. Aim the soul guide ray at the freshman and fire it directly. Beside him, a dozen instructors also took out first-level soul rays and started firing them towards the freshman. Holy shit. I knew it wasn't that simple. Coursing, Su Sanchi released his martial spirit to block the incoming soul guiding ray rain. The power of the first-level soul ray is very small, at least for these freshmen. It is not a big deal if they take a hard hit. However, if they are hit, they may not be able to return to the academy on time. When he thought that he might have to go back and practice more, Su Sanchi directly activated his martial soul to the extreme, frantically resisting these soul guiding rays. Bibi, help! Su Sanchi roared, but Bibi had already released a blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit and used thunder and lightning to resist these soul guiding rays. The auxiliary soul master uses all the amplifying soul skills. The agility attack type soul master rushes forward with those who are not fast, and the others follow me to resist these attacks. Bibi shouted in a deep voice. They must do an accurate division of labor to complete the task. During this period, Bibi still accumulated some prestige among the 40 freshmen. As soon as he opened his mouth, all the freshmen immediately did as he said. Well, not bad, the response is quite fast. Chen Wu and Wang Zhuan watched the freshmen below quickly complete their division of labor, with great admiration in their eyes. Well, it's really good, Jiang Ming nodded, and then threw a grenade-like thing in his hand. The soul guidance ray can't stop them anymore. Try this, he said that. Jiang Ming waved it vigorously, and the soul guidance bomb exploded around the formation of the freshmen. Exclamation mark. Of course he can't put this bomb into the crowd, even if it is not very powerful and just makes a loud sound boom. A sound like thunder exploded in the ears of the freshmen. I almost scared people to death. Fuck. The big devil is so serious? He even attached a bomb. Su Sanchi patted his ears and widened his eyes. Bibi looked at the direction where the explosion had just occurred and found that the ground there was only loose soil, not even charred black. Obviously, the sound of thunder is louder than the raindrops. This thing is not very powerful, it's just a little louder. Don't be distracted and keep moving forward. Bibi shouted loudly. In this way, the group of people galloped towards Shrek Academy under the roaring sound and rain like soul array attacks. As for Shrek Academy, because Jiang Ming had already informed them, there was no commotion. But the huge noise still made the students who had finished class very curious. They followed the direction of the noise and came to the gate of Shrek City to see what was going on. Among them are the freshmen who have just finished class. At the gate of Shrek City, Duilin, the teaching director of the martial arts department's outer academy, stood here, listening to the roar not far away, frowning. Not long after, the first figure appeared in everyone's field of vision, but he looked a little gray and embarrassed. Get out of the way. Get out of my way. When he saw the group of people blocking the entrance to Shrek City, his eyes were about to burst into flames. At this time, everyone discovered that there was another person pulling behind him. The two of them were equally embarrassed and running out of breath. Behind the two of them, more and more figures appeared. A rough estimate is that there are 30 or 40 people. And just when the people at the city gate didn't react, a soul-guiding ray hit them directly. At the same time, a round bomb was thrown in front of Shrek City. Boom. The sound of thunder caused the melon-eating crowd at the gate of Shrek City to immediately retreat into the city. And Du Whelan looked at the dozen figures in the sky, as well as the dozens of first-level soul rays and several bombs that had not yet fallen, and the corners of his mouth twitched crazily. Even if Jiang Ming greeted him in advance, it would be difficult for him to accept this scene. This is so different, End of this chapter. Chapter 146, Encountering a Bottleneck. Do you want to stop the Soul Emperor? Exclamation mark. Get out of the way. Get out of the way quickly. Let us in. The freshman running at the front shouted loudly, with a little dust on his young face, but he did not dare to move at all. Slowly, he grabbed the auxiliary martial arts classmate behind him and rushed into Shrek City. Shrek City also falls within the scope of Shrek Academy. As long as they enter the city, their mission will be completed. Before the first freshman who rushed into Shrek City could take a breath, the more than 30 freshmen behind him rushed towards Shrek City like crazy and came to eat. None of the students watching the theater dared to stop me. The eyes of these people are very fierce. They had a hunch that if they dared to stop them from coming in, they would beat them up the next moment. 5, 4, Jiang Ming's cold voice came from the air, and the faces of the freshmen who heard the countdown were full of horror. Because there are still 10 freshmen who have not come in. If no one comes in, they have to go back and practice for an extra day. These 10, they can't even think about it. Control System Soul Masters, Auxiliary System Soul Masters, hurry up, pull them in. The freshmen who had just tried their best to rush into Shrek City had not had time to rest for a while. They all used their soul skills in unison to desperately pull the people outside into Shrek City. 2, 1, with the final sound, all 40 freshmen finally entered Shrek City. It's done. We're done. The freshmen who were the first to rush into Shrek City had an ecstatic smile on their faces, but this smile was filled with tears. It flowed out of the corner of his eyes. It's so difficult. This is really difficult. Hearing the sound of crying mixed with the laughter of his companions, others also had ecstasy on their faces, but they also had the urge to cry. These 7 days of Hell Week are really hell. Finally it's over. At this moment, the 40 freshmen who had participated in Hell Week were hugging each other towards their companions. Their emotions completely exploded and they were almost unable to control themselves. It's over. It's finally over. I actually survived hell. It's so touching. I want to cry too. Many freshmen cried directly, using tears to release their emotions. This scene made the students who came to watch the show and the pedestrians in Shrek City dumbfounded. What happened to them? Why is his face filled with ecstasy and tears at the same time? Jiang Ming, what on earth did you do to them? Wielding looked at the reactions of the 40 freshmen and looked at Jiang Ming with a frown. He knew about Jiang Ming's military training plan, but he only knew the ordinary version, which was the military training that all freshmen had experienced before. As for the content of Hell Week, Jiang Ming did not say anything. Director Du, it's nothing. I just gave them an unforgettable memory. Jiang Ming smiled, then put away the flying sword and walked away with the other instructors. Arriving in Shrek City. Assemble, Jiang Ming gave a soft drink, and the 40 freshmen who were still crying just now stood in line. Their faces were stained with tears, mixed with the dust they had collected along the way. You guys are very good. Hearing Jiang Ming's praise, the eyes of the 40 freshmen shone brightly at the same time. It is rarer than the sun to rise in the west to be able to say complimentary words to Demon Lord Jiang. Stand still. Next, I will give you something. As he said that, Jiang Ming took out a large box from the storage soul guide. Old Zhao, help me. Zhao Gang came over, took the box from Jiang Ming's hand, opened it neatly, and revealed the contents. I saw red interior inside the black leather box. There are 20 hooks on both sides of the box, and on each hook is a small round badge. The small badge is engraved with the school emblem of Shrek Academy, and the names are printed below the school emblem. On the circular edge of the badge, there is a circle of words engraved on it. It says, the first batch of Shrek Academy freshmen to pass Hell Week. Every freshman in the queue looked at the badge in the box, with expectant light in their eyes. Bibai, come out. Hearing the sound, Bibai walked out of the queue and stood in front of Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming took out a badge with Bibai's name engraved on it and pinned it on the chest of Bibai's school uniform. Keep up the good work. I'm optimistic about you. Bibai nodded and then returned to the queue. Su Sanchi, come out. Jiang Ming called the names of everyone in the queue one by one. Everyone was able to stand in front of Jiang Ming and be given their own badge by Jiang Ming himself. Du Wielding stood aside without speaking, and after Jiang Ming handed out the badges, he walked to Jiang Ming and said softly, if you do this, it will make other freshmen unbalanced. This is the truth. We are all freshmen. Why do you have a badge and I don't? Unbalanced? Then it's not balanced. I have given each of them a chance, and only those who can seize it deserve the honor, Jiang Ming said indifferently. It's not like he didn't give them a chance, he also reminded them that they only have one chance. In this case, those who do not seize the opportunity will naturally pass by them with honor. But, Douluo wanted to say something else, but Jiang Ming shook his head and said, Director Du, there are some things that if you miss them, you just miss them. After saying that, Jiang Ming took 2 steps closer, looked at the young but determined faces in the queue, and said softly, Everyone, I am very happy to spend these wonderful 7 days with you. Next, you will start formal studies at Shrek Academy, so work hard. Of course, if you miss me now, just practice hard. I'll wait for you in the inner courtyard. After that, Jiang Ming left with all the instructors. After the military training is over, the new students begin to attend classes, and they will also return to their lives as disciples in the inner courtyard. Night, first-year dormitory. The Hell Week freshmen, who had been separated from their own beds for 7 days, pounced directly on them, feeling the soft bedding. There was no explosion in their ears, no choking smoke, and no need to gather at any time. This lady is not used to it. What's wrong with you? In a boys' dormitory, a freshman who did not participate in Hell Week looked at the roommate opposite to his tossing and turning and asked softly. The roommate made a grimace, eyes widened, and frowned. There is no thunder and smoke, so I can't sleep. Huh? This scene appears in many dormitories, and their roommates cannot understand it. After tossing and turning for a while, all the freshmen who couldn't sleep unanimously chose to practice meditation. After going through military training and Hell Week, the soul power of each of them has been improved by at least 3 levels. Among them, many people have reached the bottleneck and want to obtain soul rings. On the other side, the culprit who caused all this was lying on Zhang Lexun's long legs, with a book about martial arts covering his face, and his expression could not be seen. Haven't you found the problem yet? Zhang Lexun stretched out Raoai and gently rubbed the temples on both sides of Jiang Ming's head with her green-white jade fingers, her tone a little worried. No, I have already searched the inner courtyard's teachers who have studied martial arts the most, and they can't figure out what's going on with me. Jiang Ming's voice came from under the book, sounding a little tired, completely different from the devilish posture he displayed during military training. He slowly reached out and took the book away from his face, revealing a masculine, handsome but tired face. The content in the book is about the various difficulties and problems that soul masters face when they hit the 70-level bottleneck. In the past half-year, although Jiang Ming went to the soul guidance department from time to time, he also helped Yan Xiaos with military training matters from time to time. However, in this case, Jiang Ming also succeeded in reaching level 69 a month ago, before the military training. In this month, Jiang Ming has not stopped practicing, and has been hitting the bottleneck of level 70. Originally Jiang Ming thought that with the strength of his 2 martial spirits, coupled with his own cultivation talent and Mr. Mu's guidance, it would not be difficult to break through to level 70. However, Jiang Ming was wrong. He worked hard for a full month, but the level 70 bottleneck is still impregnable. No wavering at all. This is a situation Jiang Ming has never encountered before. From awakening martial soul cultivation to the current level 69 soul power, Jiang Ming has almost never encountered any bottleneck in cultivation. But at level 70, we actually encountered such a strong bottleneck. Is there nothing Mr. Mu can do? Zhang Lexun lowered her head. Although she had strong capital to block her, she couldn't see Jiang Ming's whole face, but Jiang Ming could use another. The only eye with unobstructed vision saw Sister Li Zhuan's eyebrows frowning slightly. The teacher said that he has never seen me in such a strange situation, and there is nothing we can do about it yet. However, the teacher asked me to continue practicing and not stop because of the bottleneck. When I can break through the bottleneck, I can accumulate more knowledge. Jiang Ming said softly. The expression on his face looked calm, and he didn't seem to care much about this matter. But Zhang Lexun, who is also a genius, knew Jiang Ming must be very anxious in his heart. Sister Lexun, don't worry about me. In fact, it's not a bad thing to stop your cultivation temporarily. You have cultivated too fast these years, and it's time to settle down. One time, Jiang Ming said calmly. As he spoke, he reached out his hand and smoothed Zhang Lexun's frown. Then he closed his eyes and kept thinking about various possibilities in his mind. Cultivation is stagnant at level 69. Does he really not care? Bullshit. He cares. Care very much? Although he has experienced some twists and turns, Jiang Ming's cultivation path is generally smooth. At only 16 years old, he is already a level 69 Soul Emperor. If he continues at this pace of cultivation, he will most likely reach the Contra realm before he is 20 years old. It is possible to become a titled Douluo at the age of 30, no, at the age of 25. But now, I am stuck here by the bottleneck of level 70 Soul Saint. If it is just a more difficult bottleneck, forget it. With his strength, there is no problem in breaking through this bottleneck. But after seeing his situation, Mr. Mew told him a heavy truth. The difficulty of breaking through this bottleneck is even more difficult than it is for ordinary Soul Masters to break through a titled Douluo. Is it more difficult than ordinary Soul Masters to break through the titled Douluo? These words immediately confused Jiang Ming. The bad premonition I felt before turned out to be this, Jiang Ming thought to himself. When he broke through level 60 before, he had a vague feeling that something bad would happen if he continued to practice. He didn't think much about it at the time, but as his soul power level increased, this feeling became stronger and stronger. Now, he truly understands the meaning of this premonition. It means that he will be trapped in the 70-level bottleneck. Why is this? Exclamation mark. Jiang Ming's consciousness entered the sea of spirit, and he was puzzled. He couldn't understand at all that even martial arts with congenital defects such as Seven Treasures Glazed Tower and Rainbow Dragon only encountered such a strong bottleneck when upgrading from the 7th ring to the 8th ring. Why did he encounter this kind of thing when he upgraded to 7-ring Soul Saint? Exclamation mark. Jiang Ming thought about many possibilities, and even thought that someone in the God realm was stumbling upon him. But after thinking about it carefully, he rejected the idea himself. There is absolutely no reason for this. Finally, after asking many scholars who have studied martial arts deeply, Jiang Ming felt that the root of the problem should be the second martial spirit. Generally speaking, there is only one possibility when you encounter an incomprehensible bottleneck in your cultivation. That's the problem with Wuhan. Those mutated martial spirits, such as Luo Sanpao. Those martial spirits with innate limitations, such as the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda and the Rainbow Dragon. And Jiang Ming has 2 martial spirits. There should be no problem with the golden heart of the main body martial spirit. Shrek Academy has some information about the main body martial soul. No matter whether it is the top main body martial soul or the ordinary main body martial soul, this situation has never happened. Period. So, Jiang Ming, as well as several other elders of Poseidon Pavilion, all suspected that the problem was with his second martial spirit. Without him, Jiang Ming's second martial spirit is indeed very special, even more special than his other martial spirit, the top body martial spirit, Golden Heart. There are many similar martial spirits like the Book of Spirits on Douluo continent, and they are basically summoning martial spirits. But a summoned object that can cultivate itself and amplify the cultivation of a soul master is unheard of. Especially, you can also generate your own soul rings, and you can also upgrade your soul rings through practice and evolution. This is the only one in the entire Douluo continent. Now, Jiang Ming is trapped at the bottleneck of level 70. The most likely problem is this special second martial spirit. After asking the elves, Jiang Ming became more certain of this. Because the elves said that they can feel that if Jiang Ming's soul power breaks through level 70, they will undergo a transformation. Jiang Ming believes this. Because this bottleneck of level 70 is really too difficult. If this level 70 bottleneck really arises because of the Book of Elf Martial Spirit, then there is no doubt that after breaking through this martial spirit, the Book of Elf Martial Spirit will usher in a great change. However, the premise of all this is that he must be able to break through the 70-level bottleneck. Jiang Ming has a headache, a very big headache. Even Mr. Mew said that his bottleneck is more difficult than ordinary soul masters to break through the titled Douluo. This means that he must have at least titled Douluo level power to break through this bottleneck. And now, he is only level 69. What's more, this is at least, it may not be enough to have titled Douluo level power. End of this chapter, Chapter 147 Solution, Leave Shrek. Time passes day by day, but the bottleneck of level 70 still shows no sign of wavering. These days, Jiang Ming has hit the bottleneck no less than 100 times. On several occasions, they even used the power of Elder Mew and other elders to force the attack. But he couldn't break through this, and he even suffered a backlash and was injured. He lay in bed for several days before he recovered. 3 months have passed like this, and the 70-level bottleneck has not wavered at all, but Jiang Ming's mood has become more and more irritable. This feeling of trying your best but with no results is really uncomfortable. What's more, because the talent he showed in the early stage was so strong, the veterans had high hopes for him. But now, although the elders are still very good to him, or even better, he feels uncomfortable every time he sees the elders, the teacher, the elder Xuan, and even his senior brother. It was an extremely depressing feeling, just like the helplessness and unwillingness of those soul masters with ordinary talents who were unable to further their cultivation no matter what because of their limited talents. On this day, Jiang Ming was sitting by Poseidon Lake, looking at the sparkling lake in front of him. He didn't feel as relaxed as before, and his irritable mood was still the same. Zhang Lexo nestled in Jiang Ming's arms, her beautiful face caressing Jiang Ming's arms, her arms and legs clinging to Jiang Ming's body like insects, and her body was still exuding wisps of cold air, which looked very weird. Period. If Sister Lexon sees you imitating her, aren't you afraid that she will kill you? Jiang Ming glanced at Zhang Lexon in his arms and said softly. Zhang Lexon didn't speak, and she couldn't speak either. Her thoughts were directly transmitted to Jiang Ming's spiritual sea. I'm not afraid. Master, you definitely don't want others to be killed. The corner of Jiang Ming's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't know who he learned his tea talk from. Okay, since you have the energy to talk over tea here, you might as well eat more of the treasures of heaven and earth to improve your cultivation. With that said, Jiang Ming Chu, a nice attributed heavenly material and earthly treasure, was taken out of the material soul guide. The current situation of Zhang Lexon has directly returned to its original shape, turning into a fat, snow-white insect. He opened his mouth and swallowed the ice-attributed treasure in Jiang Ming's hand. This is the 10,000-year-old ice silkworm that Jiang Ming caught in the far north. After this guy woke up, his cultivation level increased greatly. But unfortunately, because of her race, she has no actual attack power. After the ice silkworm finished eating, it turned into a ray of light and returned to Jiang Ming's Book of Elves to sleep. Jiang Ming looked at the Book of Elves in his hand with complicated eyes. Because of it, my cultivation speed is very fast, and also because of it, I am stuck at the bottleneck of level 70. Jiang Ming sighed softly in his heart, and then started practicing cross-legged. Although he is stuck at the bottleneck of level 70, it does not mean that his practice will be ineffective. Even if the bottleneck cannot be broken, his practice can help the elves improve. Before, the elves helped him practice, but now he helps the elves practice. When Jiang Ming woke up from his cultivation state, it was already late. Are you awake? An old voice sounded in Jiang Ming's ears. Jiang Ming turned around and saw Mr. Mu lying on the chair next to him. Teacher, Jiang Ming looked at Mr. Mu and said respectfully. Is it still ineffective, Mr. Mu asked softly, his eyes full of kindness. Well, it has no effect at all. With my current strength, I can't break through it at all, Jiang Ming sighed, feeling a little frustrated. His current strength is enough to rival the powerful Contra. However, even so, it still cannot break through the 70-level bottleneck. This bottleneck is too strong. Mr. Mu nodded, as if he had expected it. Your bottleneck situation is very special. We old guys have discussed it during this time and thought of several ways. Are you willing to try it? Hearing this, Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes flashed. Is there a way? Really, teacher? He has been stuck in front of this bottleneck for 4 months. In 4 months, the soul power has not improved at all. Don't be too happy too early. The solution is to come up with a few, but it's not certain whether they will be useful. Mr. Mu didn't speak too fully, and he did the same with Jiang Ming. First time meeting. Well, I know, teacher, you said it. Jiang Ming looked at Mr. Mu expectantly, and the irritability in his heart was temporarily suppressed. Mr. Mu lay on the chair, looking at the twinkling stars in the night sky, and said slowly, the first way is to use the power of the soul ring to help you break through the bottleneck. Hearing this, Jiang Ming's eyes condensed, thoughtfully. Your current cultivation level is level 69, but the bottleneck of level 70 requires energy at least tidal Douluo level. If you want to accumulate tidal Douluo level soul power, unless some special methods are used, it is impossible for your Soul Emperor's cultivation to be accumulated from within. The Soul Emperor realm is here. It is impossible to have tidal Douluo level soul power in the Soul Emperor realm. It is impossible to complete the accumulation internally. Direct external intervention has been tried before, but it doesn't work. But your Golden Heart Martial Spirit still has 2 soul ring positions to absorb the soul rings of powerful soul beasts. Maybe he can reach the power level of a tidal Douluo through that moment of soul power impact. Jiang Ming frowned and thought. He thinks the method mentioned by Mr. Mu has certain feasibility. Absorbing soul rings by a soul master is a process of absorbing external power into the interior, which should not cause backlash. But, teacher, a soul ring with power comparable to that of a tidal Douluo must be at least 80,000 years old, Jiang Ming said solemnly. Yes, so I have to find you a soul beast that is at least 80,000 years old. Of course, a 100,000-year-old soul beast is the best and has the greatest hope, Mr. Mu replied softly. Period. With Jiang Ming's current strength, it is actually risky to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. Of course, the risk is not very high. Mr. Mu's own 7th spirit ring is a 100,000-year spirit ring, but it is really difficult to absorb this spirit ring. Compared from the same period, Mr. Mu feels that Jiang Ming is stronger now than he was at level 70. But at level 69, if he forcibly absorbs a 100,000-year soul ring, even if Jiang Ming is stronger now than he was before, Mr. Mu cannot guarantee it. A 100,000-year soul beast, Jiang Ming was shocked. It is risky for you to absorb a 100,000-year-old soul beast. To be on the safe side, I will ask Xuanzi to find you a soul beast that is around 80 or 90,000 years old and can greatly increase your physical strength. Your Golden Heart Martial Spirit still has 2 vacant soul ring positions. One is an 89,000-year-old soul ring, and the other is a 100,000-year-old soul ring. If it is 100,000. If the Neon soul ring doesn't work, I will tell you another way, Mr. Mu's tone was very calm, but Jiang Ming felt extremely domineering. The 80,090,000-year-old soul beast and the 100,000-year-old soul beast can be arranged casually. This is the strength of the master of the Poseidon Pavilion of Shrek Academy, the top powerhouse in the mainland. That's the way it is. Jiang Ming was sitting on the sofa at Zhang Lexun's house, talking to Zhang Lexun about the solution the teacher gave him. After listening to this, Zhang Lexun looked worried. 100,000-year soul beast, you are only level 69 now, can you absorb a 100,000-year soul ring? As the eldest sister of the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, she is very clear about how many years of soul rings a soul master can absorb at what stage. Generally speaking, absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring requires at least the 7th ring. Because there will be a martial soul true body after the 7th ring, which can greatly increase the physical strength of the soul master. Only after increasing the physical strength can it be possible to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. But this is also very risky. After becoming a tidal Douluo, the soul master's physical strength will be greatly improved again. There is basically no risk in absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring at this time. Given the special nature of Jiang Ming's martial soul, there is definitely no problem in absorbing a 100,000-year-old soul ring after possessing the martial soul's true form. But level 69 is too risky. That's why the teacher is going to find me an 80,000-year-old soul beast first. He wants to increase my physical strength, and then try a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Jiang Ming took Zhang Lexun's hand and smoothed her frowning eyebrows. Besides, it is not that easy to find an 80,000-year-old soul beast and a 100,000-year-old soul beast that can greatly increase the physical strength. It will take at least a year. By then, say maybe my bottleneck has been broken. As he said this, Jiang Ming stretched out his hand to hug Zhang Lexun into his arms. Feeling Sister Lexun's breath, Jiang Ming's eyes became firmer. What? You want to travel for a year? In the office of the Dean of the Martial Arts Department, Yan Xiao stood up, frowned, and looked at the junior brother in front of him. Can you tell me why? Jiang Ming looked at his senior brother and said softly, Senior brother, you also know my situation. The methods in the academy I have thought about it, so I plan to travel to the mainland to see if I can find a solution. Hearing this, Yan Xiao frowned and said, Junior brother, if Shrek can't solve it, the possibility that other places on the continent can solve it is slim. Moreover, Mr. Zhuan has already gone. I'll help you find a suitable soul beast. You can stay in the academy and wait for the good news. Yan Xiao is right to say this. Jiang Ming's problem comes from Wuhan, and for Wuhan. Except for a few special martial souls, there is no research deeper than Shrek Academy on the entire continent. Jiang Ming nodded and said, Senior brother, you are right, but the continent is so big. Maybe furthermore, Mr. Zhuan also said that it will take about a year to find a suitable soul beast. Everyone is worried about me. I can't just wait in the academy for things to happen. In fact, after hearing this solution from Mr. Mew, Jiang Ming's thinking also opened up. He also thought of two ways. First, Numenon sect. He checked the information about the original martial soul in the academy and found that it was possible for the original martial spirit to awaken a second time. Once a second awakening occurs, the original martial soul master will also undergo huge changes. However, there is too little information recorded in the academy about the second awakening of the Numenon martial spirit. If he wants to have a deeper understanding, he needs to go to the Numenon sect. As for why Jiang Ming didn't let the academy come forward to contact the Numenon sect, Jiang Ming heard a secret before. The previous leader of the Numenon sect died at the hands of his teacher, Mr. Mew. If the academy comes forward to contact the Numenon sect, it will involve a lot. In addition to the Numenon sect, Jiang Ming also thought of a way. Ice and fire eyes. A few days ago, he suddenly remembered something. Ningrongrong must have used fairy grass when he evolved the 7 treasures glazed pagoda into the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. When he could only break the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda and reach the Soul Saint's confinement, he must have used it. The fairy grass can evolve Ningrongrong's 7 treasures glazed pagoda into the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Will it also be useful for his bottleneck? If that doesn't work, he can also learn from Tang San and use the 2 eyes of ice and fire to develop a golden body. By then, he will be more confident in absorbing the 100,000-year-old soul ring. However, the location of the ice and fire eyes has not been recorded and needs to be found. As for whether he could find it and whether there was any fairy grass in it, Jiang Ming wasn't too worried. Although there are no specific coordinates, Jiang Ming can roughly judge from the memory of his previous life that the sunset forest where the ice and fire eyes are located is near Xiandao City. As for whether the current Binghuo Liangayan has the kilo tulip he wants, Jiang Ming thinks there should be. Tang San searched for the celestial grass of ice and fire eyes 10,000 years ago, but Jiang Ming remembered clearly that he left the seeds at that time. In 10,000 years, these seeds should have grown out. You're right. Douluo continent is so big, maybe. Have you told the teacher, Yan? Xiaos looked at Jiang Ming. As I said, the teacher agrees to let me travel, Jiang Ming said softly. Hearing this, Yan Xiaos couldn't help but roll his eyes. The teacher has agreed, why are you still asking me? Can I still confront the teacher? Jiang Ming smiled and said, I am still in the inner courtyard now. Student, senior brother, you are the dean. I am not allowed to ask for leave from you, the dean, for 1 year. Yan Xiaos shook his head, took Jiang Ming's leave application form, and signed his name. Period. Okay, I'll give you a leave for 1 year. Be careful when you go out and pay attention to your safety. Jiang Ming nodded, took the leave request and left. Before departure, he had to say goodbye to Sister Lexuan. It's so uncomfortable not being able to see Sister Lexuan for a year. After explaining the situation, Zhang Lexuan immediately went to find Yan Xiaos and wanted to accompany Jiang Ming on a trip, but was stopped by Jiang Ming. If it was an ordinary trip to the mainland, of course he would want to take Zhang Lexuan with him. But he had a purpose for going out this time. Neither the Numenon sect nor the Sunset Forest were safe places. The Numenon sect has conflicts with Shrek Academy, and Sunset Forest, if he remembers correctly, contains a poisonous miasma set by the old poisonous creature. It's impossible for him to take Zhang Lexuan to these places, it's too dangerous. Under Jiang Ming's persuasion, Zhang Lexuan did not persist any longer. After getting along with him for more than a year, she still knows Jiang Ming very well. Jiang Ming must have his reasons for not wanting her to follow. One day later, under Zhang Lexuan's reluctant eyes, Jiang Ming gently kissed Zhang Lexuan's red lips, stepped on the flying sword, and left Shrek Academy. End of this chapter. Chapter 148. He is so pretentious. Shrek City. Jiang Ming found a caravan going to Xiandao City, and wanted to go to Xiandao City with this caravan. According to the information obtained from Shrek Academy, the main scope of activities of the Numenon sect is in the Xianhan Empire. Then, people from the Numenon sect should be able to be found in Xiandao City. Jiang Ming himself doesn't actually know much about the Numenon sect. Although he is from the Xianhan Empire, Qingshu City, as a northern border city, actually lacks communication with other cities in the interior. In most cases, except for ice attribute martial spirit soul masters who want to practice and obtain soul rings, no one would want to go to a place of ice and snow like the far north. Your mission is to escort the caravan to Xiandao City safely. Since you are a strong soul sect, the reward I can give you is 50 gold soul coins. Do you agree? The leader of the caravan is a woman named Liu. He is about 20 years old. His appearance can only be described as delicate, but his temperament is quite capable, and he has a sense of being vigorous and resolute. Yes, yes, Jiang Ming didn't say much. After responding, he walked aside and waited for the caravan to set off. He just wanted to follow this caravan to Xiandao City. As for the issue of reward, he really didn't care. The soul guidance device production line has been put into use for a year or two. Although most of the proceeds are used to conduct new soul guidance device research, there are still dividends that should be paid. Since this period of time, the dividend income brought by the soul guide production line to Jiang Ming has already given Jiang Ming hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins. Coupled with Jiang Ming's other income, his current savings can only be said to be a lot of. Liu frowned slightly when she saw Jiang Ming being so taciturn, but she didn't take it to heart. Although this Jiang Ming looks a little weird, she has an old butler with Soul King cultivation in her caravan, so she is not worried about any problems. Soon, the caravan set off. In fact, at first, Jiang Ming was quite worried that if he said his real name, they would recognize his identity. But until the departure, no one in the caravan paid much attention to him. What Jiang Ming didn't know was that although he was famous in Shrek Academy, he really wasn't that famous in Shrek City. After all, Shrek City is a city with a population of 5 million, and because Shrek City is located in the center of the three empires, business and trade are extremely developed. The caravans here are extremely mobile. Unless something big happens, such as the Numenon sex attack on Shrek Academy, it will still be difficult to make it known to everyone in Shrek City. Quite big. This caravan transported a lot of goods, as many as 10 carts. In order to protect these goods, the caravan also spent a lot of money. In addition to Jiang Ming, there are 5 soul sects in the caravan, as well as a soul king whose cultivation level has not been exposed. And there are more than a dozen soul masters like Soul Master. This lineup is actually very strong. It is already very powerful for a caravan's escort force. This is also because this is Shrek City, and the density of soul masters is much higher than other cities on the mainland. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to gather this kind of power. Jiang Ming did not choose to ride a horse like other soul masters. Instead, he sat on a carriage and took out a book to read. It's not that he can't ride a horse. When he first came to Shrek Academy, for some reason, he rode a horse. It's just that when riding a horse, your energy will be a little scattered. After all, you need to be distracted to control the direction of the horse. It's great to spend your time on the road reading books. This is actually nothing, but by coincidence, the carriage Jiang Ming got on was very close to the leader of the caravan, the woman named Liu. Tisk, this person is so good at pretending. He actually went all the way to pretend to be a scholar in front of the eldest lady. A soul master with soul master cultivation couldn't help but complain. He is the long-term guard of the Liu family's caravan, and he has some thoughts about Liu, the eldest lady of the Liu family. Yes, it's so hypocritical to ride a carriage instead of riding a horse, and pretend to study in front of the eldest lady, another long-term guard agreed. Although the two were muttering, their voices were very low. They knew that Jiang Ming's cultivation was soul sect, so even if they felt unhappy, they could only complain in a low voice behind his back. When others saw Jiang Ming's sudden behavior, some were curious, while others frowned. Among them, Liu is the curious one. At first, Liu also felt that Jiang Ming was deliberately attracting her attention, whether it was his indifference to the commission when he came over at the beginning, or his unusual behavior of reading on the carriage near her. It was to get her attention. After all, although her family is not a top family, her father is also a strong man at the Soul Saint level. She herself is also a top student who graduated from Shrek Academy's outer college, and she also hopes to achieve the cultivation of Soul Saint. If an ordinary soul master can rely on her family, the benefits will be huge. But after observing Jiang Ming for a few times, Liu felt that she was overthinking. Because Jiang Ming reads books really seriously. The convoy left Shrek for more than 10 kilometers. Jiang Ming kept his head down and flipped through the pages of the book. His concentration was not like pretending. Jiang Ming was sitting on the carriage and did not notice this. Since the teacher gave the solution and he himself thought of 2 solutions, he stopped reading books on martial arts. If these methods are useless, then reading many books on martial arts will probably be of no use. On the other hand, he can continue to improve the soul guide. When the soul guidance device production line was first built, his soul guidance device level had actually reached level 6. Such a long time has passed. Although he is not as focused on learning soul tools as before, he is also steadily accumulating experience. In this year, even if he cannot break through the 70-level bottleneck, he can at least break through the 7th-level Soul Master. The dozens of kilometers near Shrek City are very safe. Shrek Academy is here to take charge. No one who is short-sighted dares to rob a caravan here. That is asking for death. But outside the vicinity of Shrek City, it's hard to say. Gangs such as bandits and bandits, in this world where communications are still underdeveloped, cannot be eradicated at all even if the major empires repeatedly send troops to encircle and suppress them. There is a misty forest ahead, everyone, please be vigilant. Luyu was riding a horse at the front. When she was about to enter a forest, she waved to alert the guards in the convoy stand up. The guards heard Luyu's voice and quickly made a vigilant gesture. Jiang Ming, who was on the carriage, seemed to have not heard anything and was still flipping through the books in his hands. Hey, stop looking, there may be gangsters ahead. Be vigilant, Lu. Yu frowned. Jiang Ming shifted his gaze from the book in his hand and pointed at the misty forest with an indifferent expression. Gangsters? Are you talking about the people over there? Chapter 149 Take action and reproduce the killer weapon. Lu Yu was stunned for a moment when she heard Jiang Ming's words, and then looked along Jiang Ming's fingers. The branches and leaves of the trees were hidden in the light mist, looking very blurry, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Can you see someone inside? Lu Yu frowned and looked at Jiang Ming seriously. Other guards were also attracted by the conversation between Jiang Ming and Lu Yu. Especially the other soul sects in the caravan frowned almost simultaneously. They are also soul sect cultivators, but they can't find anyone in the misty forest ahead. I can't see. What I can see is the same as you, Jiang. Ming slowly put away the soul guidebook in his hand and stretched. I read the book for more than an hour. It was an advanced book read by a 7th-level soul master. It was also a relatively big test for my brain power. Then how do you know there is someone inside? I can't see anyone inside, Lu. Yu frowned deeper. If this guy is pretending, then he has offended this guy. Soul sect, she also wants to expel Jiang Ming from the caravan. Humph, it turns out you are just pretending to be a ghost. Another soul sect in the team snorted coldly, with a trace of extremely disdain flashing in his eyes. He hates this kind of pretentious guy the most. He doesn't have much ability but just loves to show off. Jiang Ming ignored the sarcasm of the soul sect, just glanced at Lu Yu, and said softly, sometimes, the things that the eyes can see are limited, and I want to know more. It has to be here, as he spoke, Jiang Ming stretched out a finger and tapped his head. Hearing this, Lu Yu suddenly showed a trace of anger on her face and glared at Jiang Ming. You said I have no brain, Jiang. Ming was stunned. What kind of brain circuit does this woman have? When did he say she had no brain? Who said you have no brain? I'm talking about mental power, Jiang Ming said speechlessly. My mental power is a little stronger than yours, so I can sense a little more things than you. Well, there are about 20 people squatting there in that position. They should be the gangsters you mentioned. While speaking, Jiang Ming raised his chin and pointed out the location of the gangster to Lu Yu. Hearing this, all the guards looked towards the location pointed by Jiang Ming. Although it is unbelievable, Jiang Ming's tone of voice is so confident that it really doesn't sound fake. I believe you once. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed and she turned to look in the direction pointed by Jiang Ming. The next moment, 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rose up under Lu Yu's feet, and a long bow like ice crystal appeared in his hand. This is her martial spirit, the ice crystal bow. Hold the long bow straight, stretch out your hands to gather your soul power, the arrow emerges, and shoot it straight into the misty forest. At this time, the bandits who were ambushing at the entrance of the misty forest saw an arrow shot over and instantly understood that they had been exposed. Get out of the way, the bandit leader shouted deeply. 5 soul rings, 2 yellow and 3 purple, flashed on his body. A ring-headed sword appeared in his hand. He swung the sword and easily hit the arrows that smelled of ice. Knock it off. After destroying the ice arrow, the bandit leader led about 20 people behind him and blocked the entrance to the misty forest. More than 20 bandits, with their martial arts fully activated, their soul rings of various colors flashing. Jiang Ming took a quick glance and found that all of these 20 people were soul masters. The cultivation level is not low. There is one soul king, 3 soul sects, and the others are soul masters and great soul masters. Seeing the opponents line up, Jiang Ming frowned slightly. He somewhat didn't understand. Forget about the Soul Lord and the Great Soul Master. How could the Soul Sect and the Soul King be bandits? You know, Soul King, a Soul Master with this level of cultivation, is not weak no matter where he is, so he won't turn into an enemy by mistake, right? And Jiang Ming can also clearly sense that although the martial arts spirits of these bandits are diverse, they do not have the aura of evil spirit masters. This. How did you find out? As soon as the bandit leader came out, he looked directly at Lu Yu at the front and asked in a deep voice. He thought that his ambush was very hidden, and with the special environment of the misty forest, even a strong soul emperor level might not be able to discover it. Guess. Everyone, prepare to fight. Lu Yu didn't answer the bandits' questions. They were bandits. They came to rob them. Answer their questions. You must be sick. After hearing the order, the Soul Master and Soul Sect in the caravan instantly released their martial souls, and their soul power fluctuated to fight against each other. The old butler who had been following Lu Yu moved slightly, but did not release his martial spirit immediately. The opponent also has a Soul King. Although their overall strength is superior, it is not easy to defeat the opponent. Do you have to confront each other like this before fighting? Jiang Ming blinked, not quite understanding. When he was guarding the border in Qingshu City, there was never any talk of a confrontation between the two armies. Whether it is the soul beasts in the far north or the army from the Sun and Moon Empire, they will fight each other directly when they meet. What is the purpose of the confrontation? If Jiang Ming came by himself, he would definitely choose to strike first, instead of staring at each other like this. Since the other party has chosen to block the road, it means that they will not give up. If a fight is going to happen sooner or later, it's better to take action and seize the opportunity. What do you know? Our mission is to protect the caravan. If we rush to attack, are you responsible for what happens to these goods? An experienced soul sect glared at Jiang Ming and shouted in a low voice. Do those traveling in the caravan understand the principle of striking first? But they are not knights. Killing bandits is not their mission. Protecting the goods is the most important. Oh, that's it. Jiang Ming understood immediately. He made an empiricist error. The same thing he did in Qingshu City does not apply here. Guess? When I put the knife on your neck, you will tell me. Give them all to me, eh? Fierce light flashed in the bandit leader's eyes, and the first and third soul rings on his body. The rings lit up at the same time and rushed directly towards Lu Yu. The pressure from the Soul King was still very strong, but Lu Yu did not panic at all. Her third soul ring flashed. She drew her bow and arrow in one go, and shot towards the bandit leader's heart. However, the third soul skill at the soul sect level is obviously not powerful enough compared to the opponent's Soul King, who has blessed the first soul skill and the third soul skill. Seeing this, Jiang Ming glanced at the old man beside Lu Yu, and took out a long-lost soul guidance device from the storage soul guidance device. This thing has 6 barrels, about 1 meter long, and a big butt at the back with a handle on it. Soul God Gatling. It is very similar to the Soul God Gatling used by Jiang Ming when he fought against the seniors of the outer courtyard a few years ago, but the level of this thing is not very high. Recently, the Soul Guide production line is studying how to mass produce this thing. Considering the cost and the technical difficulty of mass production, this thing can only reach the level of a 3rd level Soul Guide at most, and it is very easy to scrap. While Gatling has powerful firepower, it also does a lot of damage to its own materials. This thing in Jiang Ming's hand can be regarded as a mass production test product. However, even if it is just a mass-produced test product, this thing is very powerful. This thing has not been used on Soul Masters yet. It's just a good time to test its power with bandits like you. Jiang Ming held a Soul God Gatling in both hands and stepped on the carriage. Go up, eyes flashing, and turn on the start button on the Soul God Gatling. In an instant, 6 soul guiding rays comparable to level 3 were shot out at the same time, giving the bandits who charged over a big surprise. Not only that, the frequency of Soul God Gatling's firepower is not low. Theoretically, this thing can hit 60 times a minute. That's 360 Soul God rays. Unfortunately, The bottle in the big butt behind the Soul God Gatling cannot keep up with the consumption of soul power. 360 rounds of level 3 soul rays are enough to drain a Soul King with full soul power. Unless a grade 6 or above milk bottle is used inside, such a terrifying consumption frequency can be maintained. But this is completely impossible. This thing itself is a level 3 soul guide. Using a level 6 milk bottle as the energy source is not putting the cart before the horse. End of this chapter. Chapter 150, Brother Bandit, Poverty Limits Your Imagination. At the entrance of the misty forest, Jiang Ming didn't even activate his martial spirit. He held the Soul God Gatling in his hand and suppressed 5 or 6 bandits by himself. Now, get out of here. Otherwise, you will die. Jiang Ming looked at the bandits in front of him. His voice was very cold. Although he had never met bandits before, he did not like this kind of organization that relied on robbery for a living. The Soul God Gatling's main focus is fire suppression, but with Jiang Ming's mental power, it is not difficult to control these Soul Guide rays to accurately hit their vital points. It's just something I don't want to think about. The bandits on the opposite side looked at Jiang Ming standing on the carriage. Hesitation and fear flashed in their eyes. Things like soul guides are not fully accepted in Shrek Academy, let alone these bandits who make a living by robbing. This terrifying power made them afraid to continue taking action. These bandits have done many evil things. If you have the ability, it would be better to destroy them. Lu Yu was in front of Jiang Ming, riding a horse with a bow and an arrow. The old housekeeper next to her had also lit up 2 yellow and 3 purple soul rings at this moment, and moved towards the bandit leader to suppress him. When the bandit leader attacked Lu Yu just now, he was attacked by the old housekeeper. Even though the old housekeeper's soul power was lower than that of his opponent, he was still able to fight back and forth up and down. They do a lot of evil? Is it possible that in addition to robbing goods, they also kill people? Jiang Ming frowned and looked at Lu Yu. Otherwise? These bandits are all soul masters. If they are innocent, what can they do with their soul power? These people only became bandits after they killed someone and were wanted. Lu Yu glanced at Jiang Ming and said softly. Hearing this, Jiang Ming frowned suddenly. If that's the case, then kill him. As soon as Jiang Ming finished speaking, he flicked the Soul God Gatling in his hand, and 6 Soul Guide rays instantly hit the 3 bandits in front of him. One of the first-rank soul masters was killed on the spot, and the other 2 also lost their fighting power instantly and fell to the ground wailing. Jiang Ming did not stop, but continued to hold the Soul God Gatling. The black barrel continuously fired Soul Guide rays. Locked by Jiang Ming's strong mental power, he accurately hit the bandits. A minute later, with just a few rounds of precise strikes, most of the more than 20 bandits were wiped out. At this time, the bandit leader, who had been entangled by the old housekeeper and Lu Yu, realized that something was wrong. It has only been a minute, why have so many people fallen on his side? Exclamation mark. He looked around and found that these were all Jiang Ming's handiwork. A fierce light flashed in the bandit leader's eyes, his 5th soul ring flickered, and a fierce aura surged out from the ring-headed knife in his hand, which actually directly suppressed the long stick in the old housekeeper's hand. Immediately afterwards, the bandit leader slashed hard with the ring-show knife in his hand, knocking the old housekeeper back, and then he killed Jiang Ming at an extremely fast speed. Kill so many of my brothers, I will kill you, be careful, Lu Yu wanted to use her bow and arrow to block the bandit leader's attack, but the bandit leader's aura greatly increased after she used her 5th soul skill, even though she used her 4th soul skill. And can't stop his impact. Jiang Ming was not in a hurry. With the strength the bandit leader showed now, it would be unrealistic to kill him. However, when Jiang Ming was about to stretch his muscles and bones, the bandit leader turned his blade and put the ring-headed knife on Lu Yuxu's white neck beside him, leaving a bloody mark. Jiang Ming was stunned, but the bandit leader held Lu Yu hostage with a knife and slowly retreated to the entrance of the misty forest. With so many people dead, it is impossible to continue looting. The most important thing now is to escape intact. Let go of my young lady. The old housekeeper stared angrily, and hurriedly stepped forward. A dragon pattern stick in his hand made a slight dragon roar, and the soul power of the Soul King level was stirring. At this time, other bandits also took this opportunity to retreat behind the boss. During the melee, the caravan's guards were not damaged, but a few were injured. Good guy, I thought you were coming for me, but it turned out you were going to kidnap her. Jiang Ming walked over with the Soul God Gatling in one hand. At the front of the team, They were face to face with a bandit leader. "Let go of my young lady, I will let you go." The old housekeeper saw the bloody mark on Lu Yuxiu's white neck and felt extremely anxious. With the opponent's cultivation and ruthlessness, it was impossible for him to forcefully save the person. Jiang Ming did not speak, but looked at the bandit leader quietly. For some reason, the bandit leader felt that Jiang Ming, a guy who had not even released his martial soul, was more dangerous than the old butler who was a soul king. It's not because of the soul guide in Jiang Ming's hand that can emit multiple soul rays, but because of Jiang Ming's eyes, they are so calm. "Don't come here." The bandit leader clasped Lu Yu's shoulders, and the blade of the blade was pressed tightly against the skin of Lu Yu's neck, not daring to relax at all. "Slowly retreat into the forest, let's go," the bandit leader whispered to the younger brother behind him. Hearing the boss's order, the younger brothers began to retreat slowly. The bandit leader also took Lu Yu and slowly retreated into the misty forest. When the bandits withdrew into the misty forest, the old housekeeper wanted to rush to chase them, but was blocked by a figure flying out of the forest. "Miss, are you okay?" The old housekeeper quickly checked Lu Yu's injuries, his old face full of worry. "Uncle Lin, I'm fine." Lu Yu turned to look at the misty forest, touched the blood marks on her neck with her hand, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. This is the first time she, Lu Yu, has suffered such a loss in the past few years of escorting the caravan. However, fortunately, the goods were fine, and most of these bandits were killed by Jiang Ming, which was not too bad. When she sends this batch of goods back to Xiandao City, she will definitely call her father to kill these damn bandits. Lu Yu was thinking in her heart, but a figure quickly passed by her and rushed into the misty forest. In the misty forest, the bandit leader and his brothers ran away like crazy. They ran a few hundred meters away. When they thought no one was chasing them, they discovered that there was a black shadow following them. The bandit leader took a closer look and saw that this guy was actually the one who killed most of his younger brothers with a soul guide. "You're the only one catching up." The bandit leader narrowed his eyes and held a ring-headed knife tightly in his hand. "Well, I'm the only one. They said that you guys have done many evil things. I think destroying you will be considered as completing a mission, right?" Jiang Ming said softly. "Disciples in the inner court have task indicators for the supervisory team, and they need to complete 30 tasks before they can graduate from the inner court. This should also count." Jiang Ming was thinking in his mind, but the bandit leader had already rushed up with a ring knife in his hand. Seeing this, Jiang Ming took out his soul guide Gatling and pointed it at the bandit leader with one hand. The bandit leader's eyes narrowed, and he waved his sword to scatter the soul guiding ray. Boy, such a powerful soul ray can't be used yet. Before he could finish speaking, he was penetrated by an extremely powerful soul ray through his head. Afterwards, Jiang Ming squatted down and used his soul guide Gatling to shoot at the remaining bandits without looking in the direction. He was looking for something on the bandit leader and muttering in his mouth. "Brother bandit, poverty has limited your imagination. The third-level soul guidance ray is naturally not powerful enough to deal with you, the Soul King, but I didn't say that. I only have this thing. The fifth-level soul guidance ray is mine. It's not like there is none." A few seconds later, Jiang Ming found a storage soul guide from the bandit leader, and the remaining bandits had been completely killed. Unfortunately, these bandits don't have many valuable things in their storage soul guides. End of this chapter. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.